I played for Atlantis. I was the captain and the AD carry for the team.
Very good, man. Now, unfortunately, you are out, but that's just so that you can get on the hot seat tonight and spectate this
Exactly.
banger of a match, right?
Exactly.
There we
I'm so
go.
hyped for this. I'm so hyped.
Absolutely. And, I do want to talk a little bit about the draft with Soulless. I did have an interview with the players beforehand, but there's a lot to cover. So we'll probably bring that up as we go along in the game. But the Shyvana is a really, really interesting pick from Soulless because I don't know if you saw the stream, Deadly, but last time Soulless picked this one, they went down a crazy amount of levels in the early game. But Jake, the jungler for Soulless, he has an Iron Monk metal, and he was always able to come back. And especially with this Ashe Seraphine that's drafted, that's a lot of catch potential for Soulless.
Mhm. Yeah, I like it because you got the
Mhm.
Shyvana to go in. You can bounce the Seraphine ult off of Shyvana. It's
Oh
good.
yeah.
It's good.
Mhm.
It's a good combo.
Yeah, although I do really like the answer of the Braum because obviously Braum one of the best counters to Seraphine. Same with Ashe to an extent. You know, you don't really use the Unbreakable for the Ashe, but it has some use. And the
Yeah.
Trundle as well is pretty darn good against the Shyvana because as Solus gets more and more dragons, that's more and more armor and magic resist that the Trundle can steal. And I assume that's a Trundle jungle. We've seen some crazy picks in this tournament before, but it's not all swipe
Yeah.
playing. So I do think everything is going to be a little bit more standard.
For sure, for sure. I don't know. Like I kind of think Brom's like a fake counter to Seraphine. I ain't even
Hmm.
gonna lie. Um,
Yeah.
like what's Brom gonna do? Just stand around and hold his
Yeah.
shield just for Seraphine ult? Like you're just a walking target at that point.
Oh,
And
okay.
you can low key you can flex the Trundle depending on what they pick top lane. You can also flex it
Yeah.
top. Um, if they pick something tank heavy top lane, and then you just
Mhm.
win that lane too. So
Yeah,
I like
very,
it.
very true. And it's funny that we are talking about the picks and bans because obviously, they're still finishing up. But Mordekaiser was the first ban for Solus, and that was one of the things that did come up in the interview is how much the top laner and the jungler hate Mordekaiser. They think he's a broken shaman. They think he's ridiculous, and the fact that he also got buffs, which we'll get into in just a sec, is just an
Mhm.
absolute kick in the face. And every single game that is going to be played today, they have guaranteed me that he is going to be banned, and that will never see play. And if you don't know what got buffed about Mordekaiser, he steals more resistances in his ulti as if he needed that, and his E also got more magic penetration and now does a little bit more damage. But we'll get to Mordekaiser later. He's not even picked here, but Olaf and Trundle, Deadly. I'm straight up
Bro.
confused. Who do you think is going where here? Is it top or
Um,
jungle?
uh, dude, they're flexing hard right now. They're flexing
Yeah,
real
yeah, yeah.
hard. I mean,
Right.
they got Olaf hard counters, Seraphine, right? Like as long as
Yeah,
you pop your
yeah,
ult and just start hitting things, you're fine.
for sure.
It really all depends on where that Malphite's going. Like
I
if that
Ooh.
Malphite's go no, that Malphite that
See,
Malphite's
okay.
probably going top low key. Yeah.
Well, okay, I that was my thought initially, but why would you ever pick a Malphite into an Olaf? That sounds like the worst thing ever. Because Malphite's
Uh
whole thing is that he has armor, and Malphite and Olaf Q shreds armor. So I feel like you're
yeah.
just setting yourself up for a bad lane.
Well, I mean, you got the Trundle and the Olaf, right? Like you can flex either
Hmm.
of those top lane and you're perfectly fine because
Right.
like Trundle keep does the same thing, right? It
I
just
don't
takes
know if it.
some
I don't know. I'm not a Trundle main. I know it does hurt a lot and it does slow, but I don't think it. I
it
don't think it's
steals
full
it
burn.
steals stats. It steals stats for sure.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, well, with the Aurora picked up, I think it is safe to say that it is going to be a Seraphine support, unless they
Mhm.
have found a new Seraphine top lane. Would that be particularly good into Olaf or Trundle? I can't
Hell
say,
no.
but I
No.
think it is safe to say that it is going to be in the support role with the Ashe, which is quite a really good combo. We've seen a lot of stability from it. Crazy slows, crazy sustain, but now it's just the last pick of the mid lane, and that's a Yone. I mean, hey, correct me if I'm wrong, Deadly, but Kingdom of Kittens has set up for a crazy late game, and they have a really nice neutral game with
Is
those Hui and Olaf axes.
is that Hui APC right now?
I believe it is. It's a little strange with the Braum, unless it's
Uh
Yone. Unless it's Yone. What do you?
yeah. I don't know. Like if
It's
in
hard.
my point, like I'm a mage bot lane enjoyer.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't get me wrong. And like I mean Hui Brahm's like fine,
Okay,
right?
okay.
Uh I don't know. It depends on the mid matchup
For sure, for
between
sure.
like Yone and Aurora and
Yeah,
stuff
yeah,
like
yeah.
that.
And actually, as we're talking about the mid lane matchups and the support matchups and all that, one thing that did come up during the interview is, of course, the supports roaming everywhere but bot lane. And obviously, the team had some very strong opinions. I can't say those full opinions on here, but I will tell you, the quick lowdown. But Deadly, I am very curious about your opinions on the supports roaming. You say you're a mage bot, so I feel like you're okay with playing it safe a little bit. But generally, how do you feel about supports running around?
Listen, I'm okay with it as long
Okay.
as it depends on what I'm playing. If I'm playing
Okay.
like
Yeah.
Jinx
Yeah.
or something, I would want my ADC or like my support
Yeah.
lane. But like if I'm
hmm
playing Syndra or something like a mage bot lane, I don't care,
Yeah. Yeah.
bro.
For sure.
Because
For sure.
like I got the wave clear I need. But if I'm
Yeah.
like some
Exactly.
defenseless ADC that's not Ezreal, like I will.
Yeah. 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 Right.
You leave my lane for too long. I'm getting mad.
Yeah, exactly. Some very mean things are going to be said in the team chat. But speaking of mean things being said in the chat, of course, I was talking to Soulless, and they said pretty much the same thing. Although their ADC, Souless's ADC Muerte, also the team captain, he actually doesn't mind it. Well,
like you were mine. 'Cause you are on my mind, on my mind. All of my days and every single night, single night. There ain't no way to get you off my mind, off my mind. Without you, I just can't breathe. You never get away.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Kittens versus the Soulless semifinals match in this best of three, or sorry, best of five. My apologies, but yeah, definitely going to be the first 3 wins is going to be taking the cake. We got Gareth and Deadly here, and Deadly, you know, one more time, how about you give us a quick little intro?
Yeah, I was the captain ADC for 4G Sports Atlantis. You know, that's
Heck
as
yeah.
much as you need to know, right?
All right. All right, so try to you know, put on the coaching hat just a little bit when we take a look at a lot of these bot lane trades, because I assume there's going to be quite a bit. You know, we got a Hui Braum, which in my mind isn't the craziest combo ever. I feel like you want to draft attack speed with Braum, but regardless, it is a phenomenal answer to certainly a good chunk of the picks that Soul have drafted. Up at the top lane, we are going to be seeing an Olaf go head to head against a Malphite, but I think that my eyes are going to be glued to this Trundle versus Shyvana in the jungle, because as we were discussing before we got into the game, Jake is the shot caller for Soul along with Red Panda, and with how many supports are roaming around this map, we could be seeing a very interesting Shyvana game.
Yeah, for sure. Um, the jungle matchup just really depends on if Shyvana can start getting to her level 6 and start making plays from that.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
If Trundle, I feel like if Trundle gets 1 or 2 kills, the matchup's like kind of screwed, and
Yeah.
it's not very fun.
Well, I feel like Trundle does have quite a bit of early dueling power, but I do think in the later parts of the game it does favor Shyvana. But maybe you can correct me on that one.
Yeah, for sure. I've seen some Shyvanas in like solo queue. Once I get some items, the amount of true damage they put out is kind of disgusting.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like early game, it's definitely Trundle favored, but later in the game, I think it is definitely Shiv favored.
For sure. I'm down to say that as well. Although I do think in the mid lane, Yone is going to be better on average. Oh, excuse me. Just because of how much, again, right, mixed damage and true damage and knockups and slows and other knockups that he has. So mid lane is kind of on a timer, but down in the bot lane, I'm actually really interested to hear your thoughts.
I don't know. It's
Okay, that's okay.
no. Like Hui Braum. Again, I said this during draft. I think Braum's just like a fake counter to Seraphine.
Okay. Right.
I don't think like it does have value, but again, like Seraphine doesn't have to press R, and she can if Shyvana R's on top of Braum and then fears him, and then he can't press E, right? And then the value is just wasted.
For sure.
You really can't outpoke Seraphine Ashe. So
Yeah.
they're probably going to be on the back foot a lot of it, and it's just going to come down to team fights. I think Hui offers more value in team fights than Ashe does.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I can see that.
They just have to play it right.
Yeah, and Hui also does have quite a bit of area damage, right? Even with a lot of his, you know, quote unquote single target spells, they do still have an area component. And with how Hui passive works, like if he could stack 2 to 3 people, like the entirety of Soul is going to be taking damage from that passive, plus whatever ult he can throw. And with how melee the Soul's draft is, I gotta take it back.
Yeah.
But regardless, if they do manage to land that Hui ult, a lot of them do like to stay clumped up together, so it could be a bit of trouble. But up at the top lane,
Looking at it early gank.
Yeah. A wild Shyvana leaving your territory is going to be trying to make a move onto the Olaf. And yep, they're just going to accept it. Going to try to take the rock with it. Oh, committing the flash, actually. Okay.
That's I mean, I guess you can commit the flash here. I don't think you need to.
Oh my, okay. Hey, you know what? That is a very, very happy Shyvana getting a top kill for the Malphite. I think that was a pretty hard lane for the Malphite, so being able to kind of ease some of that pressure is great. Getting some early gold as well, gonna make this dragon fight a little bit easier when it comes to the contesting, because as we're saying, like, the Hui can push the lane a heck of a lot faster than Ashe and Seraphine can, in my opinion. So I do think that bot power is gonna be an issue, and it is gonna be something that Jake is gonna have to consider if they want to start stacking these dragons.
Yeah, for sure. But mid lane should have more prio than on Soulless, because Aurora once she gets like half of her item built, she can QE a full
Yeah.
wave, and
Yeah,
it's gone.
she
So,
does crazy damage.
yeah. Aurora should always have push in mid. So it's kind of like offsetting the push that bot gets.
Although we are going to see a bunch of people clump up around as that Wind Dragon is spawned, so Olaf going to look to put some pressure up at the top side, but we can see that there's a lot of aggression here. Seraphine just walking up to the Braum as well as Trundle makes away with the Gromp, and there's not really a whole lot of rotations coming out from Soulless, but Aurora is moving down,
Aurora has
unless
to
they
go.
are going to be crunched here. Yona's
Yeah.
level 6. They have to be careful. They need to respect it. Aurora going to have to try to W away. Not anything crazy, though. Uh-oh, wait, just a moment. Wait, where did you come from? He's feeling himself a little bit too much. Has to force the flash, which is going to make this maybe a little bit easier for Soulless if they can drag it out. But I do think it's still quite doable for the side of Kittens.
Yeah, they like Soulless just has to play one side of the fight, which they're doing. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard for it's kind of hard for KOG to engage when Yone doesn't have ult. Right?
Hey, very, very true. And look at that. I mean, the fight is going absolutely amazing for Soul. Picking up 2 kills for free. They could chase for more, but they've already dragged down the Olaf. This dragon is as good as theirs, and he might as well just be dead because, that was very, very close. Never mind. Olaf going to be popping the ulti off of that kill. He's going to be able to find a little bit of mileage. Forcing the flash from Seraphine. Not going to be able to find anything else, though. But I'm not going to lie. I think that the Malphite is actually really happy with that one.
Yeah, Malphite's getting space, which he needs to get his items and stuff like that. And Olaf's losing so many minions to the tower. He doesn't have TP, he doesn't have flash. Like, it's just a free push.
100%. Although one thing that does worry me is obviously that Kittens has a crazy amount of pressure in their draft, right? Like, they are insanely good at fighting. Like, if you meet them in the boxing ring, you are going to lose 10 out of 10 times. But with the Malphite, the way he works, I don't think that I'm crazy for saying that he will be incapable of dying the second he gets Frozen Heart, Ninja Tabbies, and a Bramble Vest. Like, that is going to counter so much of what the Kittens have drafted. But in terms of the Kittens, I think that they can kind of say the same thing because a lot of the, or at least a good chunk of the damage that Soul has drafted is also based off auto attack. You know, Malphite doesn't really hurt that much, but with his auto attack resets on W, he can actually get a good amount of damage off of that. And with Press the Attack, I think he is going to be looking to start smacking and clapping a little bit more than spell casting.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. It's just like, I feel like Soulless is kind of on a semi-timer. Because Yone isn't a champion until he gets borked and starts getting like items.
Yeah,
so
then he's too much of a champion.
Yeah. The power spike just off the bork is kind of nutty. But I'm really worried about Mythic Chaos this game because he is away and he's gonna be squishy. And 3 champions that Soul has picked are go buttons and can just like blow up anyone on KOKG, right?
Right. It's the way is gonna need to build Zonias. Like, that is a requirement. Usually you could probably build it like 3rd or 4th. I feel like it has to be 2nd or 3rd at this point. Like, that needs to be online ASAP. You know, get the Lost Chapter in, get maybe the Blackfire Torch if that's what you really want to go for. Maybe even Leandri's this game. No, I take it back. Blackfire. Never mind. But regardless,
Yeah, I think you go Blackfire. If he's not thinking about building Zanya 2nd, if he gets dove by Malphite, Shyvana, and Aurora, like, I'm pretty sure after that you want to pick up Zanya's.
Yeah, like, immediately, because like you're saying, there's so much pressure from the side of Soul. Like, if they decide to look at you and hover over their R key, you're basically dead off of that. Speaking of being dead, Olaf dies on the top side.
Yep, and then
maybe
they counter gank bot lane too.
Yep.
At the same time, they got the 1-for-1 trade.
The kill.
You know, Ashe can't push up that far. Like,
True.
You're not Ezreal, you don't got a dash, you don't have flash, nor ghost.
Yeah, and without a Seraphine to protect you, it's gonna be pretty darn hard. Although I don't think even Seraphine would have been able to do anything there, because you're staring down a Trundle with level 6. You're not really running away from that one. But at the same time, Soul did manage to pick up the grubs, which does give them a lot of tower pushing power. And I do think that Ashe is probably one of the best champions, if not the best champion in the game, at abusing the extra damage that you get from those grubbies. Because Soul took that completely uncontested. They have all 3, so they get a ton of bonus damage on these pushes.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think Trundle and Ziggs
Oh,
are probably
yeah, never
better
mind.
at,
Never mind.
abusing grubs. Like
Yeah.
Trundle, it's different because he's a jungle Trundle, so like he's not solo
Hmm.
pushing lanes and stuff like that, so it's fine. But
Mhm.
Ziggs with grubs, you're taking towers like no one's business.
That is very, very true. I did in fact forget about Ziggs, so I will correct myself so I sound a little bit smarter and say Ash is the best champion in this game that can abuse those grubbies. But regardless, first item starting to come online pretty darn soon, I would imagine. Hwei getting very close to that Blackfire Torch, already has the Ashes and the Lost Chapter, so about I hate to say it, but 600 or 700 gold off of that next recipe, which is going to be a really big power spike for him. But in terms of the Ashe, what do you think is the big spike for her?
It's gonna be 2 items. Like
Okay.
once you get Kraken or oh,
Just a
Wait,
moment.
huh?
Oh, that's a nice arrow. All right, another free kill
Yeah.
for Shyvana. Look at that.
hey, this Shyvana getting items and getting kills, that's real
Yeah.
scary.
Right, like they are.
I'm scared. I'm scared for seeing a 3-in-1 Shyvana at 11 minutes.
Yeah, right.
I'm telling you.
As an ADC player, your inner marksman is going, guys, I need heal, but she's got an unstoppable dash. I
Yeah.
need something fed, anything at all.
Hey.
And with the second dragon, look to be Soulless is completely uncontested. I mean, the Trundle's going to be able to get some chickens up topside, but that's barely even a consultation prize as the Shyvana is stacking resistances like crazy.
Yeah, like Trundle's taking Shyvana's whole top side, but like she's getting dragon. She's got 3 kills. She can sacrifice a little bit. She's already up 1 item, right?
Oh, absolutely. And up at the top lane, though, Olaf already started to struggle. It seems like I was wrong about the matchup. I thought Olaf was going to completely crush it because that Q does, of course, shred armor. But it looks like Malphite is just completely holding his own. That being said, is a little bit low on the mana, so probably going to be taking a recall, potentially committing a teleport. Not too sure yet. There's no real objectives up for a while, so I feel like this is a safe time to do so.
I think you walk back to lane here. Like
Okay,
you'll
never mind.
lose. Yeah, you'll lose like 2 minions, but you need your teleport to threaten them out, right?
Yeah, okay. But then, as we take a look around the map, of course, the Trundle is going to be copying the Shyvana's build just a little bit by also picking up that Triforce is insanely powerful on him, but that Yone is also looking towards that Bork, which is going to be a ridiculous spike, as you talked about a little bit earlier. But for Aurora, she is going to opt for those tier 2 brutes first, which is interesting as well, but she does have the Ludens for some nice AoE.
Like, I honestly think like the Yona Aurora matchup's like very skill based. It's very hands based. Like if you, what's Braum doing? Hello?
Oh goodness me! That's a place to figure committed. They tried to catch him, but it is a Shyvana, very
yep.
strong at that. That's an ulted Shyvana as well. She can pop that at any time, and it could be go time. Oh goodness me! That's a big dragon. Braum's going to be putting up the shield, but it's just not enough. You can't block the entire champion, and they get a couple kills completely uncontested. Ashe dropping pretty darn low, but not nearly enough to be dead. That's going to be a lot of push down at the bot lane. Dare I say, potentially even a free tower. Nah, just a couple plates.
That's what I was telling about. Aurora gets 1 item and she just has instant push.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, you weren't kidding.
She gets her 1 item, she pushes the wave, and she can meet up for any fight. It's not good.
Just copy paste that, 20, 30 more times, and like that's the entire laning phase done. Now she's full build and she's 1 shot in your way. So if you are Mythic Chaos here, Mythic Chaos, how are you going to be playing these fights against, basically everything that Soul is going to be putting you up against?
If he doesn't have flash, you better not walk up in division.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
If you don't got flash, just don't be seen.
That is very, very true. I do happen to agree, especially with Ashe picking up those Hex Optics. That is going to give a nice little bit of range, plus some extra damage. Once Hwei does you... Oh, never mind. We'll get to that later. Is Aurora maybe
Trundle's
looking for
contesting.
Trundle? Never mind. We're playing the Jaws Thief here as he's running up to the lone support, but I don't think he realizes that there are 3 members, and I do think that Soulless is very, very strong at this point. I don't think Kittens can really look for any fights, and whatever map space Soul wants to take, they have to give. They cannot contest. And this top power.
I think Soulless just has to play for the scale of Hwei. Like once Hwei gets items, he'll start doing damage, but until then, we're looking at something mid.
Yeah. Right, hey, you guys want this mid lane tower? That's okay, you take it. I didn't want it anyway. And Braum gonna try to get some vision down. Is gonna note the power of this comp as Yone gonna be popping that East. That's a lot of extra damage from the Yone that is currently offline for the next 10-15 seconds. So Soul can kind of run around and take whatever space they want. As this river control is gonna be Shyvana's, trying to find an angle as that Rift Herald spawns. This is the big fight. If Kittens can somehow win this one, I do think that they do have a really good chance back at this game, because Yon can take it and push a bunch of towers, or Hui can take it, push a bunch of towers, and get a lot of gold.
Oh snap. We're looking at big engage.
Oh yeah. It's a huge
Yeah.
potential engage, a root going onto Aurora. Same with the Hui ulti there, but that's a big Malphite ult.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of damage from the Hui, but it's just not enough to kill the Aurora. They just barely died.
Ash is
from the
just
ignite.
untouched.
Yeah, Ash is
She's
just
putting
free
it- Yep. Oh,
The Malphite at the front line, he's not taking any damage whatsoever.
Oh,
He had
there's the
5
Olaf.
champions. Oh, there's the TP.
Yeah.
It is actually going to be looking pretty darn good for Kittens, as Ash is going to fall to the Olaf. And wait just a moment, this is the answer that Kittens needed. Malphite, the last remaining member, is going to be stunned up, but gets the gate. There's no way. There's no way. He's Houdini. He's Houdini. Look at that escape art.
Escape of the century right there. Ain't no way he gets out alive.
Right, that was a true six-pack escape, as some might say, because this is Six-Pack's weakest soldier. If you know, you know. That Rift Herald is gonna be, and I mean, look at these gold graphs as well. For so long, Soulless has been in the driver's seat, but after that fight, that was right over into the Kittens' hands, or paws rather. But regardless, that is going to be the Rift Herald for Kittens. That could be a lot of tower pressure, and they could force Soulless into a lose-lose situation. You don't drop the Herald mid as the dragon spawns. Now with Soulless, what do you favor more, a mid tower or a dragon?
You gotta, I would say focusing on dragon gets soul point. I think you don't care for mid that much. Like, yeah, it sucks to lose it, but if you get soul point, you're already winning. You're 3 dragons up to 0. Right.
I think for Souls as well, obviously they drafted the Shyvana, so these dragons are a lot more than just a buff to them, because it's basically half of Shyvana's champion. That is going to be the dragon taken, but whoa, Olaf,
Yeah,
very
Olaf
deep in the
TP.
backline.
Yep.
Is he going to be caught out here? I don't think he has ult, it's going to be popped,
There, yep.
but he's
I think
actually running
you
back in.
burst
Wait
down
just
the
a
Olaf.
moment.
That's crazy.
Okay,
Braum.
Malphite. Nice engage.
Oh, big
look at the
Yone
big
ult.
steal.
Oh,
What a
shit.
beautiful ulti. It's so many people, and that is a lot of damage. But somehow the Ashe doesn't die. There's no way. They don't kill anyone. Shyvana makes an even bigger engage onto the backline. And this could be an ace. This could be a counter ace from Soulless as they just mow down the rest of them. Oh my goodness. We saw like 4 crazy ultis hit there, and all of them insanely well played. But Soulless, how do they do that? Usually after hitting a 4-man fate sealed, you lose any fight. You know what I mean?
You can't. Yeah, but like Yone went in, got that 4-man. Malphite instantly ulted the 3 members in that bush, so there was no follow up. Yone was just in the backline by himself.
Right.
Like, good ult, but the counter ult from Malphite locking down the other members saved that fight.
Right, and you know what? Again, that's the testament to how Soulless has been practicing, because Malphite, in an exclusive interview with yours truly, he said that Ratsu, the top laner for Kittens, has basically a mirrored champ pool of IDK. So he knows exactly how this guy likes to play. He knows who he likes to play, and he did say to me, listen, this is him saying this, not me. He says that he thinks that this matchup is gonna be a 3-0. He thinks he's gonna be winning his lane every single time, and that this matchup is going to be favoring him as well as Soulless in this series. But even if it doesn't, he's ready to go all 5 games if he has to. But
I didn't see Olaf backing in the bush.
he doesn't need to stop him. He's an unstoppable wall now. He's got that ninja tabby like we were talking about. He's got the bramble vest. He's got the sunfire. He's practically immune to death, aside from the Hui and the magic damage, as well as a little bit of true damage from Olaf.
Oh, they're looking. Oh, this Yone getting caught out's not good.
Oh no, it's
They're
not.
trying to give the kill to. It looked like they were trying to give the kill to Aurora, but Jip
Right.
can take it. Like,
I do kind of like Jake getting a lot of the kills more than the Aurora, because Aurora already has the items. She can take them, and she's fine. Whereas Shyvana, she's a lot more fighting based.
yeah. Crack the mid tower with Herald.
Oh, this could be a huge Shyvana ulti. This could be a huge Shyvana ulti. They need to be careful of this one. Jake, he's not going to pull the trigger, but if Soulless had Malphite in the mid lane, that could have been a very, very difficult situation for Kittens.
Yeah, they push that tier 2 in mid, but Malphite's taking tier 2 bot. Like, you get 2 towers, and you get a tower and a half in mid lane, and your Malphite just free farming bot lane.
Yeah, and that was with the Rift Herald. Like, that's a huge tool that now is unavailable for the rest of Kittens. Whereas Malphite, he was just popping W. Like, that comes off cooldown every 5 seconds. He's chilling. Whereas, again, Kittens, now they don't have a lot of that tower pushing pressure. And I do think that this is one of the last times that Trundle, you know, the matchup, assuming they were even items and levels, I think this is one of the last times where Trundle is favored in this 1v1 against Shyvana, and now Soulless. They kind of have a ticking time bomb in the form of Jake being invincible and IDK being unkillable.
Yeah. Like,
So
I do want to say, like, Kittens does have a better team fight the later the game goes.
I mean, yeah, that is very, very true. You know, like we have been saying, I think the one saving grace of this comp from the side of the Kittens is going to be that way. You know, he just pumps out a crazy amount of damage, a disgusting amount of damage, if you will, and especially with how close and how up close and personal Soul likes to get, especially on that Shyvana, which is the main carry. If she isn't careful, you know, she doesn't respect the play enough, that is going to be a very dead dragon, which could make these fights basically unplayable because so much gold is sitting on this champion.
Yeah, like, Jake's pushing boundaries.
I thought I said
they might turn this. They might turn this.
They might turn this. An Ash Arrow is going to be landing onto the Trundle, but it's just not going to be enough. Shyvana's just barely going to be able to escape. But wait just a moment. The Aurora's in there. Drob somehow dies, and Aurora somehow gets out. And Ash is going to be able to pick up a kill. Trundle flashes over the Dragon Ball to try to get the kill, but he's just not going to matter. As Lucifer is just able to mow him down with the help of Jake. And now there's a very lost fight. Malphite flashing after the Hui, showing him who's boss, saying, I don't care if I'm full armor, buddy. You are dead. It's rock, paper, scissors, but rock also beats paintbrush, pal. Welcome to 2026. I'm invincible. This is my lane.
Yeah, it was looking good. It was looking good for the catch out on Shiv. It's just they didn't have any damage to follow it up, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I think it was greedy for the Trundle to flash over the wall and go for Aurora, knowing that she most likely has W reset off the kills.
It's really, really hard to say, but at this point, you know, when you're backed into a corner like Kittens are, I feel like you try to, you need to take anything that you can even try to get. And now they're going to be sneaky with this Baron as the Shyvana could be able to solo that dragon, no issues. But if Wei catches on with the Trundle, they might be able to steal the Baron, which could be a pretty big.
Shiv's getting run down. Yep, Shiv's getting run down.
Are they going to be okay? Yes, they are. No, they're not. They're not going to be okay. They are dead, completely dead, right?
Oh, nope.
No, they're not. Okay, proven me wrong, but one thing that I wasn't proved wrong on is that the fact that Trundle has sniffed out this Baron. Now, this is a kind of an awkward spot for Soulless. They've gotten it down to half health. They don't have their jungler. They don't have so much gold, and, you know, they are kind of starving for ultis here. Malphite ult is available. Well, wait just a moment. That's a nice Aurora ulti. That's a lot of damage. This could be the fight of the century for Soulless. The Seraphine goes down, but Malphite not feeling very healthy with that one. Goes down, but look at the Aurora.
Oh, the
She's doing
Aurora.
so much damage. And now Olaf, the last man standing, run for the hills and don't look back. You can't do anything because now Shyvana is backing down with all her gold, with all her items, and with an ulti. There is nothing that can be done as Soulless take yet another free objective and have a Dragon Soul under their names.
It's insane to me that Soulless was able to get that Baron. It's crazy.
Right, it was such a hard situation. Once the Trundle found them, I was like, okay, now someone's probably going to be done. I feel like Soulless maybe bit off a little bit more than they could chew, but no, they proved me wrong once again. Again, they just have superior rotations, I think.
This Aurora champ, I'm telling you. You get 2 items and you can just pick someone and say, I don't want you to play the game, and then they don't.
Yeah, right.
It's not good.
I mean, it's great for the Aurora player and the Aurora's team, but for everyone else, not so much. And especially as the target, you feel really, really bad because this bunny is hopping all around and you can't even catch her even if you tried.
Yeah, it's definitely hard. It's definitely hard.
Although, if we are going to be looking at this draft, I do think I want to pay attention to Olaf because even though Kittens are down quite a bit of gold at this point, you know, down 8,000, that doesn't seem like a lot, but I feel like Soulless is quite a bit stronger than what the gold graphs can tell you. But I do want to call out the time where Olaf almost ran down that Shyvana. Despite the big level and gold lead she had, Olaf was doing a crazy amount of damage. So I think if Soulless gets a little bit too comfortable and Olaf manages to find Jake in a really bad spot without ulti, I do think that this could be a really big shutdown onto the hands of Kittens, and I do think it could help them get back into this game, but at the same time, it doesn't look like Soulless is really giving them that option.
Yeah, oh, they're looking for an engage.
Ooh. It's not going to work, unfortunately. Shyvana quite a bit tanky in that, Seraphine ulti. I'm going to say it because, Seraphine, even though it only hit a couple members, it was still a really nice charm. It hit 2 people, somehow didn't get blocked by the Braum E, which is a little surprise for me. So maybe you're right. Maybe it is a fake counter.
Dude, I'm telling you, this Braum champ is not a counter to Seraphine.
I mean, well, I think that does prove it because, Trundle was the person you needed to save there. Braum could die. He's a support. Support lives don't matter. Throw them, use them as cannon fodder. But you had to save this Trundle because that is so many resistance they can steal. Malphite going to be ulting onto the tower onto 2. I mean, we're going to try to break down this fight, but I do think it's been broken down already. You're going to try to do a lot of damage. Malphite is going to fall, but at the same time, your towers are going to fall. Your Nexus towers are going to fall. That is going to be your Nexus soon enough as Trundle going to try to make anything happen in this game. Hwei going to find a lot of damage onto the Shyvana. Is going to die, which is a big hit, but that's just not enough to kill the Ashe. And Seraphine has just got too much shielding, and Aurora now able to find this way. Does get ulted, but I don't think it matters. That base falling down ever so low. That is a 26-minute victory for the side of Soulless, 11-29. Talk about a complete domination.
Yeah, 11K gold lead. I don't think there was. I think Soulless was just in the lead the whole time. I don't think KOKG had a lead
Right.
at any point in the game. That's crazy.
Right, and I will say this as well. Apparently, Jake was typing mid-game. In the Discord, mind you, in the Discord, he was alt tabbing out of the league just to type in the general chat here. So I think that just goes to show how comfortable Jake really is on this matchup. And even though I was certainly worried about it in the early game, I think after those first few kills, he was like, "I'm chilling. You guys could go do whatever. I'm gonna go do stuff. Just wherever I want to be on the map." But the damage graphs are going to tell us absolutely everything. Aurora did probably more damage than the entirety of Kittens. I'm not the best at math, but I do think that is a pretty solid estimate.
Oh yeah, I'm not good at math either, but I'm pretty sure it's spot on there.
Yeah, it's pretty darn crazy what this team was able to do. But of course, this is a fearless draft, so a lot of these powerful picks that Soulless did draft are now off the table for both teams. Malphite definitely not the most dominant lane champion. I do think that IDK made it look really, really good. But in terms of other picks that he's got, obviously Mordekaiser is off the table. Soulless said to me personally, they will never let it through. It will not be picked. It will always be banned unless they could first pick it. But come on, what are the chances of that, right? So I do think that a Scion game is potentially in the works. Singed and Garen are also very, very nice, but something he's been playing a lot of recently is Pantheon. So I'm hoping that we get to see one of these picks as we head off into our draft for game number 2. So if you're just joining the stream right now, we got Garen the Deadly right here, right now. Of course, Deadly is a, dare I say, a former professional pro player. He's taking a bit of a break right now. Doesn't want to dominate too hard, whereas I am stuck in the depths of iron. Just kidding, I'm platinum, but I'm stuck in the depths, all right? And we have Soulless versus Kittens during the semifinals. Soulless obviously taking game number 1 quite convincingly, so let's see what this next draft has to hold. Deadly, any champions you're hoping for here?
I don't know. I want to see some spice. Like
Okay,
I want to see some spicy picks. I hope
gotcha.
I'm glad the Mordekaiser's banned through the whole series.
Yeah.
Hate that. I don't like getting sent to Brazil. I'm not even
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
lie.
Mordekaiser, he's a very divisive pick. He's a very, very flexible pick. Can be played top or jungle, and he does equally well in both of those roles. But how do you feel about Locke?
uh, disgusting champion.
Disgusting. Okay, well,
Uh, yeah. Riot,
Lucifer.
Riot, Riot, in their 200 years of champion design just really do
Yeah,
the most amount with whatever they pick, like come
that
out with.
Right. That's really funny because Ratsu said the exact same thing. And actually, another interesting thing that came out of Lucifer's mouth is he essentially said that Locke is a disgrace to the Rift and the design team. Quite frankly, he is appalled that such a champion could be released. But one thing that he also mentioned is that he feels like Locke is just what Riot wanted to do with Pyke, but mid lane and AP. And honestly, the more that I'm thinking about it, the more I think he's right. Because Locke does have quite a bit of similarities to Pyke, but he is of course a self-sufficient melee champion.
Yeah, like I don't know what Riot thought of let's give this man a dash,
Right.
right? And
Mhm.
we will tie in his ultimate to have an increasingly more execute threshold the more you
Right.
kill people from his ultimate. Like,
Yeah.
at what point? At what point do you
Right.
think like, that's a bit too much? Like,
Right. Right. Right, and that's exactly what Solus was saying. Huerta, in fact, said that he feels like every new champion that comes out, they have to have some crazy bells and whistles. Like you remember when Cassante was released, right? And like how
yeah,
disgustingly versatile he was, how disgustingly tanky for how much damage he did. So I I do think that they are quite right. But yeah, one pick that I am hoping for is going to be the Singed. Is it going to be let through? Most likely not. But if it does get through, I'm going to be channeling all that six pack energy into IDK because that is going to
yeah.
be a fire matchup.
If I don't see a flash TP onto a ward in lane, I will be
Yes,
upset.
absolutely. That's the mind control special, baby. But taking
Exactly.
taking a look at some of the other picks here from the side of the Kittens, we've given Solus a lot of attention. Let's put him in the background for now. Let's talk about the Kittens. Because coming up on the ADC, Mythic Chaos has a mean Caitlyn. They play a lot of it, but they could also flex into a brand, and same with the support as well. So that's another one of those flex champions that we have been talking about. Obviously, Mort has been a big, a big contender because he did
Mhm.
recently get buffed. But how do you feel about Brand as a flex pick as mid ADC and support?
Uh, I think it's really good. I've played a
Mm,
bunch of brand bot lane, so there is very value in it. I
yeah,
don't think I would ever play brand mid.
really.
In all
Okay,
honesty,
how
I don't
come?
think
How come?
I don't. I think there's too many mid matchups that just shut down brand.
Okay, okay,
Um, with ADCs and playing it like in bot lane in general, it's you get a lot more value of it, and you get free scale. I think he's just easily countered mid, and I don't think I would ever have fun playing him
gotcha,
mid
gotcha.
lane.
All right, well, you know what? We haven't really seen Brand really anywhere near the mid lane, aside from supports roaming. But I do
Mhm.
think that you are right in the sense that people, excuse me, are saying that Brand is kind of old school. We got League Classic coming back, but until that's actually on live servers, they're not picking it in the mid lane like he used to be. But of course, Mordekaiser are going to be opening up with the
Yep.
first ban of the match by Soulless. I would assume that Kittens want to ban the Singed, if not the Caitlyn, because along with Mythic Chaos, Muerte actually has a really, really disgusting Caitlyn. And that's disgusting in a good way, mind you.
No, I only like disgusting in bad ways. I'm not even gonna lie.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, that disgusting champion of Singed is going to be taken off the map once again. Poor IDK.
For no
Although, did you
fun.
know? Did you know that IDK actually really likes Vigar?
Vigar top lane?
Yes, in a sense, I'll do a little bit of a lore drop. I can't really go into the whole story, but when IDK started playing, he played Vigar everywhere. I'm talking top lane, I'm talking jungle, mid lane, ADC support. Before it was cool, mind you, he was ahead of the curve with this.
Oh,
He
look at
played
him.
Vigar in literally every single lane, and he only stopped playing Vigar because his duo at the time would ban it and say that he's got to learn another champion, and that's how he kind of
That's
went into
crazy.
the into top lane, and that's also why he has so many outlandish picks like the Singed. He has a crazy repertoire of champions and strategies that he likes to run, and one thing he told me is that he will never be banned out. There is nothing that he can't play, and there is nothing that the Kittens could predict. But as we take a look at these next couple bands, the Tarek band coming out is interesting because we don't really see a lot of the Shining Gem anymore. But I like him
Yeah.
a lot,
I can't remember the last time I've ever seen the Derek.
right? Oh, interesting. Okay, so you say Tarek, I say Tarek. Who's more correct here? Who's got the higher rank? I think that is going to
No,
determine who is
okay,
correct.
okay, buddy. Okay.
I'm just
That's
kidding. I'm just kidding. Let us know in the chat. Is it Tarek or Tarek? We might do a little follow-up post on that if we get enough replies. So make sure to drop that in the chat box. But of course, Wukong gonna be picked up for Soulless first. That we were talking about strong junglers before with Trundle and Shyvana. I think Wukong is an insanely strong pick in this patch. He's got a lot of versatility and he has a nice ultimate. But Caitlyn gonna be the response from the Kittens, and we'll see if they draft a support with it.
it has to be. If you're looking for standard, it's Caitlyn Karma, right?
Well, let me check my handy dandy notebook here. I don't think it is going to be a Karma. I think if it is going to be anything, it is going to be a Melio, a Nami, or a Lulu.
Ooh.
They are picking Zac, but I don't think that's support. Listen, this is an all smite, all right? I'm pretty sure that's a Zac jungle, but that's interesting because Zac really isn't in the best spot right now for jungle, which is
Mhm.
interesting. I think he's quite good. I think he's got a good clear speed, but a lot of people aren't as convinced. So, Deadly, I know you're an ADC player, but how do you feel about Zac in the jungle?
Uh, it makes me think about ganks a lot differently
Yeah.
than anything because
Mhm.
like you can't walk past River
Basically.
with ever
Right, right.
because he'll just leap onto your face and either A you burn flash or B you're dead. Like
Yeah, pretty much. Or C, you pick Poppy and you just pop W, which
yeah, true.
again, I'm pretty sure that's Poppy Toppy, and that is going to be a side. I can't really rhyme it with top lane, but that is going to be a Scion top lane. I'm hoping that he plays a little bit better than the Baus, but hey, you know what? He got the challenger. Maybe this guy can too. Mr. Ratsu. But again, like we were talking about before, I do think that IDK knows how this guy plays. He's got that on lock. So I'm hoping that the Poppy is going to be showing us some cool tech against the Scion.
It yeah, I like Poppy and the Scion counter.
Mhm.
Because Scion should never be able to channel his Q because you just dash and
Right,
cancel it.
right,
And like I I feel like Scion's not gonna have a very fun time
for sure.
playing top lane at all this game.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And with Poppy as well, you get that nice little ranged attack, or if you kill a minion, you get that extra shield, which makes trading a lot harder for the Scion. Because yes, he does have a shield, but his costs mana. So Poppy that just comes off cooldown like what every 30 seconds. So she's
Yeah.
chilling. Scion gonna have a bit of a harder time in the war of attrition. But on the other hand, obviously Scion has infinite scaling with his health. So if the game does go to like 60 million minutes, we are going to be seeing the Scion just kind of
Mhm.
go berserk with like a million bajillion health.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And especially if SG doesn't pick anything that's like a tank
Mhm.
buster, right? Because
Right.
like
Yeah. Especially.
Ziggs can do the poke damage, but like you need something that's gonna be
Yeah.
more consistent than just like him throwing bombs and
Yeah.
hoping to
Exactly.
pray. Like
You need a Varus or a Vayne or but
yeah.
a Kog'Maw might not be so bad. Syndra
Listen,
also
if
going to be banned as well for the Kittens.
yeah,
I know it says no
if
ban. They aren't egoing. They did ban Syndra. That is a respect ban.
if IDK plays Vayne, you can send the Poppy support and the
Yeah.
but
Ooh.
I don't know if
That's
IDK even touches Vaynes or if he's a top lane Vayne enjoyer.
let's see. Well, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He plays like the exact opposite of a ranged top lane. He plays Singed, Garen, Pantheon, Scion, and
Yeah.
Mundo. Those are like the most melee
I'm
top
just
laners
I'm
you could
just
draft.
I'm just a terrible human being then I guess because I play
Hey, listen,
range top.
we're all guilty of opening up the Pandora's box that is ranged top lane. All right, I've played my fair share of Kennen. I'm not ashamed. Well, I'm kind of ashamed to admit it, but at the same time, I'm gonna say it. Right, for the
Yeah,
record, I had my Kennen top phase.
hey, I don't think Kennan's like a bad top. I've I've
I think
I've
he's
gotten
really
more
good.
degenerate. I've gotten more degenerate. I've played Ash top
Okay.
lane. I've
Oh
played
goodness
Ash.
me.
I've played Varus. I've played Vayne. I'm
Yeah,
more of a degenerate. I'm not even gonna
for
lie.
sure. I mean, listen, man. We've seen a lot of crazy stuff top lane, but down to the bot lane, the
So
opposite side of the
Lulu.
map, that
Yep.
Lulu is going to be drafted with the Caitlyn, but Swain, interesting. Now, we were
Okay.
talking about flex picks before. I think Swain is one of the flex picks of all time. The only role that he can't do is jungle. We've seen him played as the ADC. We've seen him play as a support. Oh my goodness, Alois fans, rise up. We're going to be eating good today. We
Oh
got that
man.
push, push, Mundo, which makes me think that this is actually a Poppy support, unless it's Swain Poppy.
Hmm.
Because, I mean, we don't really see
Yep.
Ziggs mid a lot, but this could be a good angle because I don't know how a Caitlyn is going to survive against a Poppy Stun against a wall into a Swain pole into, a Poppy Q plus a Swain W slow plus a Swain Q. I mean, Lulu's got shields, but is it going to protect against a Hail of Blades
There.
Poppy? It's hard to say.
Yeah. Soulless is cooking. I'm
I
digging
think
with
so.
Soulless.
I'm
I'm
right.
I like it. I like it.
I'm down with it as well. Although for the Kittens, they do have a bit of a specialty pick, excuse me, in the form of the Xerath. Solo Rusher is very comfortable on the champion, so I do think that they are going to be having some good success in the mid lane. But now the big question is: it Artillery Mage versus Artillery Mage? Zig versus Xerath,
Hmm.
or is it going to be the tankier Mage against the Mage and the Swain versus Xerath? And if it is the Swain versus Xerath, am I wrong for saying that it's Xerath favored?
Uh, I think it's Xerath favored early, but
Yeah, yeah.
again, like Swain's gonna get his items. If he plays well, he'll get his health stacks, and then like,
Mhm.
what are you gonna what are you gonna do at that point, right?
I cry. I don't know. Um, 'Cause, yeah, Swain does have a lot of healing. Although I feel like we could say that, kind of working against them on the side of Kittens, if they build a lot of healing cut, Wukong definitely
Hmm.
likes to build Sundered Sky. Poppy doesn't really have a lot of healing. Maybe she picks up no, she wouldn't. There's no way, but she does have a shield, which is the main point. She might have Guardian as well if it is a support. So if they are able to pick up, an early Orb of Corrosion or Executioner's Calling, that is going to be doing quite a bit of damage to Soulless in the form of that healing cut. Because obviously, Mundo, his entire thing is healing. Swain is only really as good as long as his ult can stack, which of
Hmm.
course comes down to the healing. So Kittens, I feel like if they aren't prioritizing healing cut, we could see a repeat of game number
Yeah.
one.
Even though I like Soulless's draft, I feel like they lack the damage. Like
Yeah, yeah,
Zion's gonna get to a point where he's gonna be too tanky. Zach's
yes,
just naturally gonna get tanky,
yep,
and I don't know who's killing either of them on their team. Like
right,
again, Ziggs can poke, and Wukong can tread armor, but at a certain point, like this
right.
Caitlyn's gonna get items and two tap someone, right?
Absolutely, right? Like Wukong can shred armor, and that's a great point. But at the same time, who's attacking quickly on Soulless? Mundo's got an auto attack reset, and plus another if you count Titanic Hydra. But is that going to be the
Mhm.
same amount of damage than like a Vayne or a Zaya or a Twitch or like any of the other standard ADCs? I don't think so. But at the same time, I think there is something to be said for Soulless is pushing power. Obviously, we were talking about game number one being having Ziggs being the best champion in the game for pushing, and with how Soulless likes to play, I don't think it's crazy for me to say that they are going to be securing the grubs as well. And Mundo, obviously a very strong pusher himself, so I feel like
Mhm.
if Kittens let Soulless, kind of leave them alone a little bit too much, give them a little bit too much map space, we could see a very different situation where yes, Kittens might be unkillable late game, but they're so unkillable that they don't have a nexus anymore. It could be tough. Soulless could be putting them
Yeah.
into a real checkmate situation. But you'll have to check back in just a few minutes when we come back with the actual game. We already need some time to theorize of Soulless versus Kittens in this semifinals of the Ember Esports Cinder League. So we'll see you back in just a couple minutes.
Yeah, it looks like the chat is favoring Soulless quite a bit. Not a lot of KOKG believers.
Right. Okay. All right. So I think it's prime time that you tell us exactly why we should believe in the kittens, because you brought up some pretty good points in the draft.
I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't say I'm a KOKG believer.
Oh, what?
I'm a Soulless believer.
All right, well, I am too, but just for this game, just this once, I am going to side with Kittens because, I will paraphrase you because I do think you're right. The Scion and the Zac is definitely a big issue for Soulless because obviously these are very tanky champions. And while Soulless does have a lot of poke damage, they're quite comfortable in this draft. When it comes to a Zac and a Scion, those are some pretty beefy boys. And without a lot of DPS, I think it could be a really big issue.
Yeah, for sure. If Soulless isn't in the lead, I just think they get outscaled.
Absolutely. But at the same time, there is something to be said for the amount of tower pushing they can do. Obviously, the Mundo is a very big tower pusher, and Ziggs probably the best tower pusher in the game. And it all depends on if Soulless can get these grubbies. If they can, I do want to say this is going to Soulless. If they don't, I want to say that Kittens have a really good chance here.
Yeah, for sure.
Although one thing I do want to say before this game, oh, never mind, a bit of an engage found onto the Caitlyn. He is going to shove her away, but that is a nice trade. Gets her off the wave, plus that Aftershock proc guarantees that Poppy doesn't take too much damage in return. But I will turn our attention to the junglers as well, because just before we got into the game, Jake told QST from the Kittens, their IGL, that they smell like Fortnite feet. I don't exactly know what to make of this. I think it's a threat, but I don't want to be, ringing the alarm bells too soon. And Deadly, I just want your thoughts on that.
I just want to know how Jake knows what Fortnite's feet smell like.
That's a great question.
Is that man just going around smelling feet? Because that's really weird.
See, I didn't think about that initially, but now that you brought it up, now I am thinking about it, and I'm somehow even more disappointed and intrigued at the same time. I will say it's a good thing I cannot smell, and yes, that's a real-life lore drop. I cannot smell anymore.
Oh, really?
I lost that like 4 or 5. This is a story for a different time. Just listen, I haven't been able to smell for a few years. But anyway, we are going to get back into this game because obviously we have a lot of really strong picks here. And of course, the signature Mundo pick on IDK, I think, Mundo, horrendous early game, disgustingly terrible. I think that IDK is going to be able to maneuver this one pretty well because not only is Sion not the biggest lane bully, but IDK has a crazy amount of experience on the Mundo.
Yeah. And even just looking at the CS and stuff like that, Ziggs coming out ahead as he should be. Top lane's just doing top lane things. They're on an island.
Yeah, exactly. What happens in top lane stays in top lane. Doesn't matter if you go 0-20 or 20-0. If your bot lane's fed, you're winning the game.
Yeah, true. I'm a bot lane play through enjoyer. All right?
Absolutely. Me too. I'm a big support player. Usually I like rocking the Alistar, Nautilus, and all that
jazz.
Looking at
early gank from Zac here?
We're looking at it, but with Mundo's
Just
passive, it
pushing.
is going to be hard for that Zac to get that Let's Bounce off.
Yeah, just pushing Mundo off the wave,
Yeah, not too bad. Actually have a disconnect. Chat, could we please get a pause going? That is, we need to make sure that this Lulu is back in lane. Actually, they are. Never mind. They're good.
Yeah.
My fault. I thought we had a DC here. We needed tech pause, but that's a-okay. That just goes to show that no matter what happens, Kittens is ready to stay in this game and get ready to strike back for game number 2, as Ziggs not even going to be missing a minion.
Yeah, it's looking good.
Pretty
Gotta
darn
keep
solid.
gotta keep that CS lead above Caitlyn, get your items, start poking her out more.
Also, yeah, I mean, you know what, we kind of a chill early game. I think the most action we got was that Zac gank. I mean, Mundo might be
Mundo.
looking for a solo kill, but he's tanking an entire wave of minions. Probably not too much yet. Well, we will kind of talk about something else because obviously
it's gonna be a slow burn. I think this early game is gonna be a slow burn until first or second Drake.
Oh,
And these teams
absolutely.
decide if they want to pull the trigger or not.
Right. It is going to spawn. Wukong making his way over, does have that level 5, while Zac is only level 4. So very slight XP lead for the Wukong. But up at top lane, though, Ratsu taken
Do it
down
to him.
very low. Not able to find it as the cleaver does manage to land, but it is not going to find anything. You know what just came to my head? I think that these teams should do a round of Mundo Dodgeball to decide who gets first pick. And that's a little bit biased because I do want IDK to pick the Mundo a little bit more and guarantee that it does get picked, but that's neither here nor there. Now that the Dragon's up, we are going to see the Zac transition over to the top side, and Wukong pretty happy to just say, that's chill, bro. Take the chickens. I'm going to take the Dragon and be A-okay.
Yeah, I think you know, Rotu's playing the bow strat. If he dies at this low HP, it's a good death. You know,
Good death. True.
Good death.
Truer words have never been spoken, by the way. KDA is just a number, and winning the game is a statistic. And at the end of the day, we're all about the numbers, baby.
True, but it looks like he backed off, and he's making his way bot lane. He's setting something up. He's cooking.
Oh, he is. Has that ulti online, the unstoppable onslaught, and with Ziggs not being the most mobile champion in the world, could be a... oh, wow. Look at this tempo interruption as well. Oh, just going to go wide, but Polymorph is going to land. Same with the Ziggs ulti. Oh, my goodness. This poor Ziggs, he's got a duck and cover from half the ultis on the team, but it's a nice counter against with the Typhus Cyclone, hitting both of them. Mega Death Bomb going to be hitting for a good chunk of damage, but only the Caitlyn will fall as the Lulu flashes away. Wukong grabbing that first blood. That's a big, big investment from Kittens. I don't think they've got anything left in the tank for this dragon fight.
Yeah, I don't think either, and I think Rotu needs to make his way back top. He's losing so much. Oh, there he goes.
100% is gonna get the TP off, but you know, I was kind of hoping that Poppy would flash E just to interrupt the teleport, but that is just inting, right? I'm just gonna say that right now. It's not worth it in that situation.
No, it's worth.
Is it worth it? I don't.
Yeah, I think if you interrupt the CP, you just get free lane push. He's missing so many minions, right?
It is true.
Poppy don't need flash.
You know what? Fair enough. They do have Hex Flash. You know what? You're right. That was a Giga level play right there. Didn't quite have the awareness to do it, but also Red Panda obviously wants to keep that KDA in check because I can't say that. Never mind. You know, there was something that Lucifer told me, and he was saying something about his support going 0-12. He doesn't like it very much. You know? But that's something you can relate to, isn't it?
No, I die for
I'm talking about your solo queue games. I'm talking about your solo queue games, not the actual team. I just want to make that clear. That's not what I was gearing towards.
I don't care for my solo queue supports. I'm not even gonna lie.
Exactly. There we go.
I don't even care about my team support.
Absolutely.
Oh, Jake's dying for grub.
You got one.
Okay.
Loki. Wait, no, they didn't get one. Never mind.
Oh, not a good death.
No, not a good death at all. Oh, wait, just a moment. Actually, the engage going to continue on. Zac not going to auto the ward. There's no way. Maybe he didn't see it, actually. But that would have been a really, really nice slingshot back over towards the team. But a great investment from the side of Kittens. Taking those grubbies offline. But down at the bot lane, though, Caitlyn's struggling a little bit against the bomb-throwing maniac.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, if I'm this Caitlyn, I'm begging my support to stay in lane.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm begging my support. This Ziggs just has so much free push and just so much poke that this Caitlyn's life's not fun.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty darn rough. I want to say they pick up Mercury treads here, but at the same time, I don't know if they want to skimp out on the tabbies, but hey, we'll get to that later. Mundo is going to be gone on by the Zac. This is going to be the ultimate popped immediately. Passive pops is going to keep him a little bit safe, but the Let's Bounce is going to knock him back a little bit into the Bouncy House combo from the Unstoppable Onslaught, plus the Xerath ulti is going to do so much damage. That Mundo, even though he's got a lot of health, even though he's got a lot of pushing, is not going to be able to survive the 3-man gank from Kittens. Kittens taking the lead here for the first time of the series, being in the kill lead.
Yeah. That was good. Good gank. Yeah. Xerath can just move. Pop his ultimate. Doesn't really have to stray too far from lane.
Yeah, he takes 5 steps in the river and he's good.
Yeah. You know?
A Wukong? Maybe looking for a counter gank in the mid lane. If that Xerath steps up a little bit too close, they could be in some danger. But down in the bot lane, We are going to see the Ziggs get the back canceled. They are going to try to go in here. Poppy's going to find a nice stun onto Lulu. This could be a kill. A huge fight is going to be forced. That's going to be the big bomb forced out. That's 5 big booms, but that is going to be a kill as well. But big booms for Poppy, as unfortunately the dive does not go.
Caitlyn needs to run. Okay.
She does. You know, the ape is... Wait, is Wukong a monkey? Yes, he is a monkey because he has a tail. That's right. The monkey is angry, and he's not going to be looking for Caitlyn, but is going to be waiting patiently for that Zac, the booger man, to go clear his Gromp. Oh,
he
good slice from Zac.
stole it, yeah.
Yep.
And Bade not working out too much. I think this Wukong just needs to keep farming. Just getting ahead through farm.
Yeah, I mean, the top camps are up, and there's nothing really... I mean, he could go into a top clear, into a dragon fight, which I do think is quite a good move. I do think that Soulless took it very, very convincingly early on. Though, now with the Let's Bounce online, it could get a little bit hard for Kittens, and with how much damage that this Xerath has been showing to do, already has the Ludens online, I do think Soulless has to be a little bit careful with how they play this next fight. You know, being all clustered up, that's going to be a lot of free damage for the Xerath.
Yeah, Sion bought Hollow Radiant, so he's already building that MR. Like, he's... Oh, Poppy engage?
They are going to engage onto the Zac, which is a very tanky champion. Drops him down pretty low, but that is Zac. He is going to heal up over a couple seconds.
He has passive too, so he's good.
Okay, Red Panda wanted a cupcake. Will get the treat, but unfortunately takes a bullet to the face in exchange. Is that Caitlyn trap is going to root them. Xerath going to note that there's, 3 too many people around the mid lane for his liking, and is going to politely ask them to leave by throwing some red energy in their face.
Yeah, they're Soulless has to be careful because of the Sion, and he's positioning in river.
Yeah, though Sion's position is going to be noted. Oh my goodness, that's a flash out from the Poppy, but anti-synergy as the cleaver goes wide. But now, Hex Flash Power Spike is online for the Poppy, which is pretty good. There he goes wide, but the Zaki does not and finds the Ziggs. It's going to be forcing the ultimate from Swain, but that Ziggs is as good as dead. Xerath ulti not going to land before the Ziggs gets his ult off, and now Red Panda as well going to be slain pretty darn soon. IDK going to try to make something happen, but over in the bot side of the fight, wait a minute, the Swain is going to go crazy. He still has that ulti online. There's no way Jake is going to be up alive as well. Swain not taking the Caitlyn ult. Come on, man. That's a yellow card for team play. Son Q going to manage to hit the Swain. He's going to save the Xerath, but just barely. Now Jake, the last man standing. No Cyclone, no Flash. Has a smite, but I don't think you want to test your luck and steal this.
Yeah, I think KOKG's comp is just so much better.
I again, like you said yourself that you are a soul glazer this game. I am going to be the kitten glazer because this is a phenomenal comp. Obviously, I do, it's hard to put down my man Mundo, but at the same time, I do think that the Sion and the Zac are phenomenal picks, especially against very inconsistent DPS that Soul has drafted. Like we were saying in the draft, Wukong can shred armor, Mundo does max health damage, but at the end of the day, if you don't have consistent DPS to abuse it to abuse the armor shred, you might as well not have it.
Hey, I'm happy a Soulless glazer. Okay, but that's just because I have beef with KOKG.
What? Oh my god, you gotta tell us what's going on. What happened? Is it stream safe or no?
Yeah, it's just... Wait, QST is on KOKG, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. He's just a dirty enter.
All right, I see. Okay.
Listen, if you're affiliated with QST, I already lost my vote. Not even gonna lie.
All right, well, we'll see if we can snag him for an exclusive interview and see what's going on. But Zac down in the bot lane is going to commit a lot of health, plus 2 ultis from the side of Kittens, but not able to take down the old man and his birds. Over in the mid lane, though, a lot of free jungle camps found for Wukong as that Zac is still trying to make it happen. Is going to note the position of the Sway, but nothing lands as the Xerath ulti is going to be coming down. Not able to dodge and weave past those bolts, and he will fall once again. Swain not having the best time of his life as this bot tower. Caitlyn going to be able to get a couple plates for free.
Yeah, that's just the power of the better artillery mage in this. Like,
yeah,
just being able to walk and then having an ult cover that. Kind of crazy.
Oh yeah, Absolutely is, but now up at the top lane, Zera's going to continue to move around the map, even though he doesn't have ulti, has that blue buff, so he's like he's playing Earth right now. Wukong is going to notice position. That's a nice knockup, but the Poppy Stun is going to deny the flash, and the Elastic Slingshot is interrupted by the nice Cyclone, but a nice Elastic Punch, whatever that thing is called, is going to knock up a couple people. Poppy over to the over on the top side of the fight, not going to be able to die to the Lulu just yet. Zig's going to be coming in with a Super Mega Bomb. He's going to try to take down the Scion, but he's very tanky. A nice shutdown for the Wukong, but now the Scion passive is a swinging away, and IDK goes down. Zig's going to be turned on by everybody. Is going to be able to escape the Scion. Lulu almost going to die, but now Caitlyn's in the fight, and they don't get anything. No ulti, no Q is going to land either. That is just tragic for the Caitlyn, but if you're Soulless, you got out with your lives. But Caitlyn still looking for more. Has that blue ward in the back, is cancelled. Muerte goes down. He bites the dust just like his name suggests. Oh, man. But down at the bot lane, though, Swain going to be stacking up that retirement fund with a couple tower plates.
That was a really good fight. I didn't think Soulless was going to come out ahead as they did, but they did.
Yeah, right. And honestly, if you are Soulless, that's pretty darn good. Because, again, like you were saying, Kitten's comp is only going to get better late.
Also, if I'm not Poppy, I'm hunting down that. Or if I'm not Lulu, I'm hunting down that Poppy with how low she was.
Right. I feel like you need to, but at the same time, you don't really want to gamble your luck and give more kills to the Ziggs. But hey, you know what? Maybe Ziggs isn't the scariest champion in the world with a, especially not at this stage of the game. You know, in late game, maybe he could be a little bit scarier, but certainly now it's very, very hard.
Yeah, Caitlyn going collect her first item.
Yeah,
oh no,
pretty solid.
I would have gone either Hex Optics or something else.
Yeah.
I would have gone Collector because I was silent going on a trip.
Hey, listen, man. Sometimes you got to get your cardio in as a top laner. You're sitting there on the island. Sometimes you got to take a little bit of a run and make sure you're still good to go. Kittens able to get that Herald completely uncontested, which is going to be pretty good for them. But Soulless as well. You know, I feel, again, we were just saying this. I feel like they've got to make something happen now. Otherwise, it's just not going to be good later on into the game. So, yeah, it's Soulless. They got to make a move.
You got to hunt for that shutdown on Zera. You got to start shutting down this Caitlyn more.
Yeah, you really, really do. Because Ziggs, he hurts a decent amount right now. He's sitting on the Ludens, has a needlessly large rod, probably building towards a Shadow Flame. Because I don't think... Oh, never mind. Hold on. Oh, where they just barely able to avoid death. There's no way. As Caitlyn going to be gone on it instead. That Mega Death Bomb not going to find it as a barrier. Plus, Lulu is going to keep her safe. But now, look at this Wukong over in the back line. Gets interrupted with a nice there. The teleport committed from the side as well. Dragon up in 20 seconds. Maybe this is their plan. They want to get everyone over to the side of the map. But Sion, the big bad top laner, is going to be hunting. Not even able to crack through the shield as he is just low-key invincible at this point. But Zach, wait, whoa. Just going straight in there. Gives a shutdown to IDK. And that is going to kick off the fight, ladies and gentlemen. Sion going to be pulled back into the team. But IDK looking straight over towards that Zera. He pops the ulti over on the Wukong. He is almost going to be dropping down the Lulu down to a... down to nothing. Cyclone popped as well. Gonna try to continue this fight. Is gonna be able to find the flash E-engage. Sion pulled back in. They cannot stop hooking this guy. And that is the Swain ulti committed as well. Cyclone 2 is gonna hit the Sion. But that unstoppable onslaught already back online. But Swain not done fighting. But he is gonna be shut down by Solo Rusher. And they're gonna keep looking for more. Red Panda dropping down low. Is gonna hammer time that Sion right away. But I think they're now in kill range for this Caitlyn and Xerath.
Yeah, it was a good fight all around, but that I don't know what the Zach was doing, but like at least you have another tanky boy in Zion that can just walk in the middle of 3 other enemy champions and just not care.
Sure. I think for the Zach they were just it's called limit testing. You know, we do that a lot in the industry. You know, I'm sure everybody's done a little bit of limit testing, but again at the same point, you know, in a tournament it can be hard to limit test at times like that, but in the end, you know, like you said, Sion, phenomenal front laner. Front laner.
Yeah, I get yelled at for limit testing all the time, so it's fine.
Your team just doesn't see the vision.
That's what I'm saying. My coach yelled at me for limit testing on Kaisa.
Oh no. Well,
we're looking for a dragon fight now.
Scion teleporting, that's a big shield. That is like twice the health bar of the Ziggs. And Wukong dropping down super duper low, not able to avoid death just yet. Finds the Lulu though, and right over here in the middle of the fight. Wait just a moment, IDK is already in there. He's somehow not dead. He's being wailed on by 7 people. It doesn't matter though, they're still in the lead for the health. Soul going up, actually pretty darn massive. As Swain is able to find the way onto the back line. He's going to be getting a freebie as Lulu presents herself on a silver platter. I don't think they could find anything else, but Xerath is down very low. If they could shut this guy down, that is going to be the golden ticket back into this game for Soulless, and it looks like a free dragon is certainly going to help.
Yeah, that Soulless's positioning in that fight, I did not think was good. Like, there were 4 men with the Scion flanking. I thought that was a lost fight, but they managed to turn it around. Props to them.
It was interesting because, again, I thought that Mundo, like, yes, he's a very tanky champion. He's got a lot of health. We've seen Kittens turn him into basically just nothing in the matter of seconds, but he was in the middle of like 3 or 4 people, and he was just standing there taking it. He was standing there menacingly, if you will. But again, they weren't able to shut him down, so this does kind of make some question marks in my head. Kittens, if you can't shut down the Mundo right now, how are you going to be able to shut him down when he's running at your Caitlyn with his passive, with an Overlord's Blood Mail and 6,000 health, and he's just going to smack her over the head with his weights? You know, how can you stop that?
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. Like, you got to knock. You're hoping that Zac and Scion can break Mundo passive, so Caitlyn can just put traps down and be semi-safe that way. But, you know, Caitlyn it's one of those games where Caitlyn needs flash, and if Caitlyn doesn't have flash, it's so dangerous.
Extremely dangerous. And again, Mundo is not going to be slowing down. Even with a few CC, it's going to be hard to keep him down. Poppy going to miss, unfortunately, as they try to find an angle onto the Scion. But I think out of anyone on this team, Scion is going to be one of the last targets you want to try to kill.
Yeah, you're throwing eggs at a brick wall right now.
That's a good way of putting it. Mundo, I would say, is probably closer to a sledgehammer, but at the same time, that's a lot of swings to break down the brick wall. Whereas the Poppy, I mean, you might as well just hit the control 3, because you're not doing too much to the Scion. As the top laner's still going to try to fight, but Wukong over in the jungle might find a free Caitlyn if she doesn't have flash.
It doesn't. It's not up for, what, 30 seconds?
I want to say so. But without the Zac nearby, I mean, they do have a little bit of safety in the form of the Lulu, but I feel like out of any of these champions, Zac is probably going to be the main space maker for this Caitlyn. But regardless, things are kind of cooling down now. I want to say that both these teams are going to be having their eyes on that dragon, because Soulless is closer towards that soul point, but Zac?
Zac's looking for a steal.
I think he smells a Wukong in the jungle, and he's like, is there a red buff being taken? I think he smells it happening.
Yeah,
unless he's just looking for mid. He might be trying to set something up mid lane. Is channeling that slingshot, not going to take it. But that's Heartsteel acquired for IDK. That's a big spike for a big guy. Zac's position is going to be found by the Swain. He's going to get rooted up, but I think he can just hop right on out. He's got no more CC left, and he's fine. But look at that damage from the Swain. That's a lot. That was only a couple spells.
Yeah, he's not building. He just has 2 MR items.
Yeah.
So, like, it's to be expected. He needs a little bit more, and he just picked up the Spirit Visage, so it's looking good.
For sure. I think that is going to be one of the biggest purchases of this game is, of course, Zac on that Spirit Visage, because now Soulless, they have to build Healing Cut. They have no other option anymore. They need to do it, otherwise the Zac will just refuse to die. You know, we thought Mundo was tanky. We ain't seen nothing yet with a Zac in the game. That being said, though, Poppy going to keep trying to make this gank happen. He's going to find a bit of a slow, forces the ulti out, actually. Not too bad. Ratsu out of cardio equipment for this next fight. You know, won't be able to use that moseying on over to Dragon. But down in the mid lane, though, Wukong going to note the power of this Caitlyn and say, wait a minute, why is this ADC hurting in 2026? Riot, I think we need another ban hammer, or nerf hammer.
Yeah, and Caitlyn's on her 2 item power spike. She just needs... the Infinity Edge. He needs LDR, and I think she's sitting good. I still don't like that collector, but you know, we're here, we're rocking with it.
I think that they did manage to build the collector, because obviously Xerath is going to be getting people very low with that ulti. With how consistent he's been hitting those ultis, I don't think it's crazy to say that their plan is to probably get Xerath to ult, you know, the Ziggs, or honestly just the Ziggs, and then just have Caitlyn, you know, assassinate just to finish it all off. I want to say that's the plan, but hey, I'm not the ADC player. Of course, you know, you're saying that you don't like the collector. What would you have instead? Would you go for the LDR? Or would you?
It's Hex.
Shield
I think
bow?
it's
Oh, right.
Hex Optics, IE LDR, and you can probably go LDR second, so it'll be fun. But I think
Mm-hmm.
IE needs to be completed real soon. So, but it's already on the IE power spike. Just looking for the LDR, and then this Caitlyn's gonna be scary.
For sure. That's a good bit of damage onto the Poppy though. One of the main engages, although I feel like for Soulless, they have like 5 people that can engage. Well, 4 people that can engage, so they might not be too worried if one of their engagers isn't tip-top shape. But Lucifer looking for a cheeky never move as Mundo is going to be
IDK.
caught out. IDK taking a lot of damage. That's going to be the polymorph into the stun. He is going to die immediately. Hammer time going to be used, but wait! Oh, there's no more frontline. Zero's going to be forced to flash away as Lulu goes down. Oh, that's a rough flash for the Wukong. Unfortunately, not able to find it as the
It
Cyclone.
was Caitlyn that went down, not Lulu.
Oh, you're right. My apologies.
No, you're
but
good. You're good.
That's a big target for Soulless to take down. And Swain ult gonna be popped as well here, but gets stunned up by the Zerath. That could be a wasted ult pretty soon. Oh, it's gonna flash to keep it in check. E gonna go wide as well. That's a big commit from Lucifer, but Kittens spacing extremely well in that fight. No, it's just kind of fallen at this point. The dragon, I do believe, is going to be Kittens. I don't think Soulless wants to fight for it, and I think they are starting to realize that, oh crap, we gotta hurry this game up. Otherwise, there's not going to be much left for us.
Yeah, they're getting the TP in for Mundo.
Ooh, flashes the Q. Wait a minute. Ultra Instinct, businessman. Can they take down the sign? Not quite, but
Look at that Scion, man.
I'm looking
they're
at him.
tickling them, bro. They're tickling them.
They're doing just about that, you know. Kittens, they have like 9,000 health left on this fight. I think the half of that is going to be Scion, and he's only half health. But this dragon looks to be Soulless as they are pushing Kittens back. But look at Zach. He's got a really nice angle for a slingshot. It's going to take it once again. Is going to manage to find the Ziggs, which is going to kick off that Zera the ulti, which is going to be raining down. But they don't find any kills. The Death Bomb as well. Going to find so much damage. But wait, IDK's under tower somehow. Mundo goes where he pleases, and he pleases to go under that tower and into a Caitlyn trap where he meets his demise, but not quite, as they manage to take the Zac into the passive. But Jake gets a kill out of the Zera. That's a big shutdown. Can they kill this Zac? The Cyclone is going to be coming out, and they do just barely kill him. Somehow Wukong is alive. I don't know how he doesn't. Curious George lives to tell the tale, and now they're going to turn on to Ratsu, who is going to try to make anything happen. Caitlyn just slowly peeping away, is going to take away not Sion, the Mundo, and now Swain ult going to be popped again. This fight has gone on so long that he has had time to repop it. Lulu just barely dying, just barely staying alive, as you know, the burn damage is just not enough, and Caitlyn somehow surviving all of that despite how close they were playing to everyone on the side of Soulless. But that is a free dragon if I've ever seen one.
It's oh, they're TPing in.
Oh, I lied.
I don't think it's free.
Nope, not anymore. Yeah, Sion gonna look to take the dragon probably with the Caitlyn, I would assume. But with Wukong still on the map and still having Smite, it could be pretty tough.
I think you give drag. Just like Ziggs has to back. He had no mana.
Yeah,
Oh, and he's TPing back to mid, so they can't play this fight.
they can't. Oh, wait, no, Lulu. Oh, they're not going to go for it, actually. Lulu probably stepping up a little bit too close, but Jake notes the position of all of these traps. That is going to be the Poppy Hammer committed. They are going to try to find the Lulu, but the stun is not going to connect, which means that Kittens, they're able to take another objective basically uncontested, whereas Soulless, they used a lot to get there, but with little to show except for mid-tower.
Yes. Ziggs doesn't commit the bomb to get the free gold. Okay.
Is they going Baron off that? I don't think they... I think they are. No, they're not. Okay. I was gonna say that seems like
you can bait it. You can bait it for sure.
Yeah, I think it is actually going to work a little bit on Xerath as he steps pretty close to the Poppy, but they are going to note that there is a Poppy running around there. Zach going to try to find something, but look at that
Yo,
damage
that
from the
Ziggs
Ziggs.
sandwich. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot onto the support. I feel like if they can keep hitting the 3-pointers on this Lulu and the Caitlyn, potentially even the Xerath if he doesn't play 4 screens away, I do think that Soulless can find a way back into this game because, yes, Sion and Zac might be unkillable if they scale too late, but at the same time, they don't really do that much damage, and Mundo can just kind of laugh at them as he's hitting their towers and they try to CC him.
Yeah, and Caitlyn just picked up her LDR too, so she's gonna be doing some damage.
Yeah, some pretty big shots coming out of her rifle. But down at the bot lane, though, we're gonna see these two meatheads go just start clobbering at each other for fun. You know, in between minion waves, they just like to hit each other. That's just, you know, that's the only damage they're taking in this game. So they might as well, you know, throw some spells into the mix for fun. Another big Q, but I genuinely can't tell who's winning or losing because of the Warmogs. Like, IDK can make a bad trade, he really can, and just walk back and then just hit the gritty as he heals back up to full. Whereas Sion, he can't do that. He could,
Yeah.
he could buy the Warmogs, he has enough health for it, but he's opting for the Hollow Radiance, which gives him a lot of pushing power, and same with this Unending Despair. It gives him so much fighting power, and I think he's perfectly happy with that. Wukong, though, gonna try to come in for a gank, but that tower is as good as dead. Mono ult gonna be popped, actually, as Sion's ulti gets interrupted. That's the unstoppable onslaught that becomes stoppable as the Cyclone is used to just knock him up a little bit more, but they really don't.
Okay, Caitlyn killed Ziggs in the mid
Yeah,
lane.
there's a bunch of fights going on at the same time, and the double kill is still able to take out the Poppy. That's a lot for a giant brick wall. That is the Sion, and now Lucifer is gonna find the Caitlyn just a little bit, but I do think they are gonna die. Flashes forward, but it's not gonna
That's
happen.
brave. That's
No
brave.
ulti in hand at the time as Solar Rusher takes him down. Kittens, wait just a moment. Is this your time to feast or famine? And it looks like they're going to be eating good tonight with a Baron on the menu.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to take that fight mid for KOKG when you see Wukong show bot lane for two minutes fighting. So it was a good trigger pull for them.
For sure it was. Yeah, again, it gives them a lot of certainty around, like, can they steal this? You know, obviously, taking the Baron this, well, I guess it's not too early, but definitely taking Baron is one of the more stressful situations for a jungler, because if you steal it, or if it gets stolen, excuse me, that is going to be a lot of mean messages and a couple not-so-friendly friend requests that are going to be on your account. So, making sure that the other jungler is not present, going to be their top priority, especially with Wukong having invisibility.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Like this Caitlyn is just becoming a problem. Like, Soulless didn't push the issue fast enough for this Caitlyn to not play the game, and now she's able to play the game, and it's really scary for them.
Right. Yeah, the headshots are not going to be tickling anytime soon, especially with that big LDR purchase. And look at that, a single auto attack onto the Poppy. That's like a sixth of her health.
Yeah, imagine that on a Ziggs, right? That doesn't have
I'm
armor.
imagining.
Like,
right.
that
No
Ziggs going
Zonias, no armor, no tabbies,
Yeah.
nothing. He's just got straight damage.
This might be a hot take, but I think buying like Zonias into a Caitlyn team is the worst decision you can make.
Honestly, I can see that because you're basically just guaranteed that they hit the trap on you. So I can understand it, and especially with Zac, who has to, you know, takes a couple seconds for his engage to get there. If you get chunked out by the Caitlyn and you Zonias, like, good luck, buddy. You're painting a giant target for the Zac to say, I wonder where I should ult the carry. And he's, you know, he finds it.
They're just grouping around mid. I mean, it's ARAM time.
It's
I guess.
yeah, it's ARAM time, baby, but no augments. So see, this is classic ARAM. Not any of that
Swain's
new
getting caught
augment
out.
stuff. Ooh, big hammer time. He's gonna get
Here
the puppy
comes Sion.
there, but that's a Sion coming in hot. Swain's running for the hills. He doesn't want any part of it, and Ratsu is gonna kill Jake once again. And that's another free dragon for the side of Kittens. Now, this one, I'm pretty sure, is going to be uncontested, but anything could happen here with Soulless.
It is.
Oh.
We got a pause come through.
Yeah, I wonder what happened. No, Helium Bamboo once again. But did they leave the game for real this time? Because last time it happened, I was wrong. They were still in the game.
Yeah, unless Ziggs gets some gnarly steal, which is incredibly hard.
Right.
It's gonna be a KOKG jerk.
For sure. This does kind of give the side of Soulless a little bit of breathing room to think. You know, now that the game is completely stopped, maybe at this point they could talk about where they do want to put their attention, because I feel like the Ziggs is not coming online as much as I would like. I feel like with the Ziggs, you need to be pushing towers, or you know, you're just kind of not a champion. And they haven't really been giving the Ziggs a lot of space to push these towers. And that makes sense, right? You know, you have Xerath that can beam you from halfway across the map. You have Sion that can run at you with the Unstoppable Onslaught. You have Zac that can EU from halfway across the screen. It is very, very hard. But at the same time, I feel like there might not be enough attempts to get for Soulless to get the Ziggs online.
Yeah. It all came down early. Like the Ziggs needed
Yeah.
to press the issue early, and Soulless just didn't press the issue with the Ziggs. And now you're seeing the result of it. Like Ziggs is gonna keep getting items and getting moderately stronger, but the amount of damage the Ziggs is gonna do isn't gonna be compared to the amount of damage like Caitlyn's gonna do.
You know, like I couldn't agree more because again, like this Caitlyn is so ridiculously strong, has the level 16 online. So I mean, if we thought that she was hurting before, now she's gonna be hurting even more. And Ziggs has to be careful of this snap trap combo that can do basically his entire health bar. He's gonna be gone on. That's a lot of damage. The Let's Bounce is gonna knock him away from the Xerath ulti, but he gets so many shots that it just doesn't matter. Kittens running away with this game, 4,000 gold up, but I think they're significantly stronger than that. No Baron for them to take, so Soulless does have a little bit more of a fighting chance for now.
Yeah. They're just getting squeezed.
They absolutely are. But at the same time, I feel like Soulless, you know, I kind of take it back. I was going to say that maybe the Ziggs is the answer to get back into this game because, again, if they can nuke the back line, Kittens really doesn't have anything else. Like, sure, Sion and Zac are hard to kill, but like we were saying earlier, they don't have damage, and especially not against a Mundo. Like, it's going to be so hard to try to get back into this game if you are Soulless, but I feel like if there is a way, it is going to be the Ziggs nuking Caitlyn.
For sure. It needs to be like a full send onto Caitlyn, a full send onto Xerath. I mean, the level disparity for mid lane is atrocious. Like,
Yeah.
it's a 14 Swain versus 16 Xerath.
Yep.
It's just hard. Like, Soulless just have to bet on some kind of Baron or this.
Look at that. That's a
This
big
is it.
fight. Big catch. Xerath has to force the flash as well as the Lulu, but that's the main engage stopped. Now it's kind of all the steam that Soulless had in the bank, because now Sion actually going to be flashing away as well as Mundo is coming in hot. He's popping the ulti. He is ready, and he is going to start pushing, but he takes so much damage. And wait, the beautiful
they got the grip.
He's going to find 3. That Zac is dropping down super duper low. 6 still in the backline, peeping away. Now Lulu has to try to escape, but the Wukong can dash forward, not quite enough to kill him. Zac going to revive though. He's going to try to get away, but the Poppy, he's going to use the steadfast presence to stop him from leaving. And now Sion is going to have to try to make something happen, but now Soulless, somehow, some way, there is a way back into this game. Ziggs dropping down that tower. It is gone. Now Xerath has no flash. If there was a time to kill this guy and shut him down, it is now or it is never. Caitlyn back in 30 seconds. Zac back in 40. And I don't think they can get anything more. They need to back off, but they still...
That was good. That's the way back into the game for Soulless right there. Is getting the flashes out of Caitlyn, Xerath, getting the Lulu ult out, and then you can kind of pull back a little bit, and then just like re-engage. Like once those defensives are out, you can just full send after that.
Time to start cheering because Soulless, favorite in the odds in the chat, is looking to be favorite in the late game as well. Surprisingly, they somehow found an angle, and the only question that we have is can they keep finding it again?
Yeah, like you just gotta rinse and repeat. You gotta get the Wukong onto the Caitlyn and the Xerath. If they're ever bunched up like that, it's so bad.
And this Mundo starting to farm free stacks of Heartsteel on this Sion. Again, neither of them take damage, but that Heartsteel scales exponentially. That's going to be a lot of extra free health for the Mundo. And with the red buff, I mean, he's basically just got a permanent Warmogs now.
Yeah. Like I would like to see the meme build or like the solo queue build out of Mundo and getting that Titanic and just being able to like 3 auto real quick, you know?
Right. Oh, I know. Trust me, I've been on the receiving end of the Mundos a fair amount of times. I don't want to They want to have a right as an ADC player, I can imagine, but they are going to find this sign walking around in the jungle a little bit. I don't think he's super worried though, but he is giving the Wukong a lot of distance. You know, he knows that the Wukong is pretty strong now that he's got that GA, but by goodness, that's a really nice poke from Xerath. But Zach actually looking for an elastic slingshot here, might be able to find that second guesses. Yeah, right. Xerath offers such a really nice neutral game.
And this Ocean Soul's so good for both teams. I think it's better for KOKG just because the amount of poke they can get. But it's so good for both teams right now.
Absolutely. Swain gonna continue finding a lot of these really nice E's on the front line, but not quite anything happening. But importantly, there's no Warmogs on the Scions, so if they can manage to poke the sky out, that is going to be a pretty hard front line for the side of Kittens. And just some more poke around here. Everyone kind of grouping up, though. I'm sensing a fight is going to happen, but no one's pulling the trigger just yet. Mundo has that ulti, so if he feels to, he could probably just walk over to the Caitlyn and smack her a couple times. Xerath's going to be walking dangerously close to the Mundo. He is going to be popping it, and look at that health bar. He one-shots the Caitlyn pretty much. She's going to be dying, but look at that. Wukong dies as well.
Yes.
Thankfully, he's got a Guardian Angel, but
they're on the back line.
Goodness, look at the bomb. It kills two, and that is game. There is nothing they have left. Kittens, you've somehow lost it, and Scion going to be able to charge up a big decimating smash, but they've lost no one. They popped Jake's Guardian Angel, but that is it. That is all you can ask for. No unsubtle onslaught, no way out, and it's just a slow,
It still takes
painful
so long to kill.
and they're going to use the redemption to keep him alive a little bit longer, make sure he gets a bit more damage farming in, but that is it. That is all that Kittens have left to say. That is a free Baron, that is a free Dragon, and that is a very, very convincing way back into this game. Kittens, you have to end this now, or there's going to be nothing left to end.
Yeah, it's like Soulless is playing on the flash timers for Xerath and Caitlyn really well. Like they're able to get onto both their carries, and neither of them have flash, so it's just a free fight. And
absolutely it does.
And it's kind of hard. Like Mundo was just in Caitlyn's face, and then Zach and Scion were prioritizing Ziggs and Poppy and stuff like that, but Swain got over the wall and got in Xerath's face and stuff like that, and it's just over.
Yeah, right, and then we saw as well when that fight initially started, when the Mundo was like, I smell an ADC, my top laner senses are tingling, and he just goes bonk. We saw that the second he pressed ulti, he got like 2,000 or 3,000 health, and yes, the Caitlyn hurts, but now instead of staring down a 6,000 health tank, you're staring down an 8,000 health tank or a 9,000 health tank, and you're like, wait a minute, guys. I get hurt, but not this much. I need some help. And the Lulus, they're trying to make the Caitlyn big. They're trying to huge fight. They're trying to polymorph. And Mundo's like, I don't care. Like, go ahead, waste your CC on me. That's gonna let my Wukong free hit. And now they're gonna find another angle on the side. Has to flash away, but Poppy is there from the back. It's probably gonna be another slow, painful death. But Zach looking for a slingshot, not gonna take it though. But Caitlyn, very out of place. They're gonna be walking alone. They somehow don't die, but Poppy not taking any stuns either. That could have been the answer they needed, but look at this poke. The Ziggs is hurting so much.
It would have been a good angle when Caitlyn was walking in for Poppy just to full send it on her, but like I respect the restraint, and Mundo's just pushing tier 3s. Mundo's just pushing tier 3s right now.
Yeah, and Xerath gonna try to stop him. He's got to pray that Mundo doesn't have ulti, otherwise that Xerath is not gonna be having a great time.
And this is where Ziggs is so good.
Oh
like,
yeah,
just all the poke, all the bombs. Swain's holding him in place for it.
Yeah, and Mundo's still going. Like he might not be stopped at this point. And he's back to full health, of course he is. You know, the Xerath, basically the bully of this entire game. He dumped his full combo in probably multiple times, and Mundo's just laughing to himself. He's like, haha, wait till the Warmogs kicks in, and then it's just so much damage. Look at the Caitlyn, and that's a big death bomb. That's gonna kill Rue. Oh, that's big. Sonic gonna find a nice decimating smash. He's gonna force the Xerath ulti, but it gets interrupted by the Mundo with the backline. Swain ulti gonna be popped as well, and Let's Bounce gonna be popped. There's so much that's popping, but the only thing that's being popped is the champions from Kitten as they fall one by one. They're gonna be able to get a revive onto that Zach, but he's just gonna die again, and they don't even care about the side. They don't care.
The Swain's just under the tower, just eat.
He's again, like they're just trying to hold the side at base. They can finish up this game, and Soulless from out of nowhere managed to find it once again. Look at that, a beautiful, beautiful game number 2.
Soulless, my goats. Soulless, my goats.
Oh, you were right, dude. Oh no, Kittens, come on. I thought you had 9 lives. What happened? That was, oh no, it's a big
Couple
right,
bad fights around Xerath and Caitlyn not having the flash timers and stuff.
right. Honestly, and looking at this game, you know, obviously we're saying that the Sion and Zac were going to be unkillable, but obviously they were very killable. What do you think the main factor was aside from the Ziggs kind of peeping them down?
It it's just I guess the armor shred and stuff like that from Wukong was enough to limit their defensives, you know?
Mhm. It's just so hard to say because obviously Ziggs is a very potent champion, and as we saw in the later parts of that game, he was finding a crazy amount of value, able to take out a lot of those turrets. But yeah, we're just gonna take a quick little break here before game number 3. This is potentially series. This is potentially a semifinal sweep for the side of Soulless. Kittens. If you can't pull this one back now, you will have no chances. You will be out. You know, no second chance. I don't think there's even a losers bracket here. So if you're gone, that is it, Kittens. If there's an answer that you have, you need to speak up now.
Yeah, for sure. Kittens showed real promise that game. I mean they had it basically won. It's just a couple bad fights, man. It's just a couple bad fights.
Absolutely. We'll be back in just a couple minutes with all the esports action. Don't go anywhere.
Head down the highway side, cold wind, but it feels right. With you, I'm heavy breathing. Feels like I'm lucid dreaming. I'm not usually the type to rush into the night. This time I can't be speeding. I'm taking it slow, but I just want more. I'm taking it slow, just go with the flow. I'm taking it slow, but I just want more. I'm taking it slow. You've been there from the start, inside my corner, yeah. When it gets cold and dark, you make it warmer. 'Cause you are on my mind, all my days and every single night, single night. There ain't no way to get you off my mind, off my mind. Without you, I just can't breathe. You never get away 'cause you are on my mind, all my days and every single night, single night. There ain't no way to get you off my mind, off my mind. Without you, I just can't breathe. You never get away from me. 'Cause you are on my mind, on my mind. 'Cause you are on my mind, on my mind. 'Cause you are on my mind, on my mind. 'Cause you are on my mind, on my mind. You've been there from the start.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we got Gareth and Deadly on the mic for the potential last game of this semifinal series of Soulless Gaming versus the Kingdom of Kittens Gasai. Kittens off to a bit of a rocky start. It is 2-0 in Soulless's favor. Although one comment that did stick out to me in the general chat here in the Ember Discord server is that Ratsu will take us to a 5-game series even if Kittens is up 2-0. Now, whether this is true or whether that's extreme BM is beyond me, but if that is to be true, then we are going to be seeing Kittens head off for a game 3. And Deadly, just looking at your cam, there's no, I mean, I could certainly see why you voted for Soulless because you got a dog on there. That's not a cat. You are not a cat person.
Bro, I have cats. I have cats. I just have a
Oh,
dog.
okay, never mind.
I have
Okay.
both. I have both.
Well, I will stand corrected then. So, taking a look at this one, we're continuing on with the theme of animals with that Smolder taken out. Mordekaiser are going to be banned as well, as to be expected from Soulless. They
Yeah.
hate the champion. Udyr as well, the king of
Udyr.
animals, going to be taken away as well for the Kittens, which is interesting because I don't know if Jake plays a crazy amount of. Oh, no, he does. Never mind. Although his Hecarim and Rammus are still up. We were looking
I've
for some
played
spicier
against-
picks.
Yeah, I played against this Hecarim. It's no joke. His Hecarim's kind of crazy.
Oh yeah, his Hecarim is a little mean. He was telling me in the VC actually that he goes a little nutty, and his main inspiration is Dantes.
That's
So
crazy.
you already
That's
know that
crazy.
he goes
That's
hard on
crazy.
that heckler. He's not going he's not holding any punches, but Silas can be picked up. One thing that we did talk about, Soulless and I, when we were in our little interview, is of course Silas ADC. Deadly, how do you feel about it?
Hey, uh, I'm down for Silas in the bot lane. I feel like
Okay.
I feel like the meta for bot lane right now is just so fun, and if you can pick Silas. It's kind of weird first picking it though, because all you see is Victor ult, and
Yeah.
Solus can just like give you the worst ults known to man to like steal, and then you're just useless, right? Like,
Well, potentially. I don't know. It all depends on what these picks are going to be. Just kind of looking at the picks for Solus, I think for the side of IDK, he does still have quite a few ultis that Silas would like to steal. Namely, Garen, Pantheon. It's actually. Oh, geez, I can't even read my own handwriting. Whatever. The point is that I do think that Silas still has some way into this game. Sivir ulti, though, I think is probably one of the one of the less favorable ults.
yeah,
Let's say
yeah.
it has its uses, but
Mhm.
on a Silas, you'd rather like literally anything else. Misfortune can be picked up for Kittens, though. That's interesting. We've seen a lot of Misfortune support, but not as of recently. Maybe they're bringing it back, but
Well,
I
Leona's a
want
good
to.
ult for Silas.
Right. But with Silas
So,
being mid lane for most of the game, how many chances is he really gonna have to grab that Leona ulti? Maybe if she roams a lot, we could
mhm.
see it happening. And with these potentially more standard ADCs, we could see supports running around. But I feel
Yeah,
like even as a Leona, you're not gonna go mid to give the Silas your ult.
yeah. Like this is gonna be a good game for like these supports to roam, because Misfortune's
Mhm.
kind of safe. Sivir neutralizes any matchup she's in.
Oh, absolutely.
So like you can roam so much this game as a support, and you can make moves on the map.
And with Rakan being picked up as well, I think that is one of the better pairings of support roamers. Like maybe second only to Camille to kind of helping the Silas fight early and giving a lot of pressure towards this mid side of the map because Rakan outspeeds Leona every single day of the week in
Yeah.
terms of roaming. Like there's no shot. Leona cannot catch up. So I think that does give some really nice advantage. But Kittens actually opting to ban the Nasus, which a little known fact, Jake does actually play a good bit of Nasus jungle. Now, does he do well on that Nasus jungle? I won't say. That will be up to you to decide, but it is still a pick that he's very comfortable with.
Yeah. I don't think, dude. NASA they banned Aurelia. So cringe.
Right? We were talking about spicy top laners. That was like one of the spicy matchups we were hoping for is
Yeah.
Riven versus Irelia. Now he's just gone.
I wanna get rid of these Scion Mundo matchups.
Right.
I want some fist. There's the volley. Yes, sir.
There's the Volibear. Okay, it locked in as well. Now all I think is a Darius. I think would make this matchup be absolutely supreme. I would like to see a Garen as well, but I think Darius is just a little bit more aggressive. Although
Yeah.
which ult is better, or sorry, worse in this case for Silas? Is it Garen ulti or is it Darius ulti?
I think
I
I
think
don't know.
Garen. No, it's
I think Darius ulti's worse for Celis.
really.
I think.
See, my thought process is that it can reset, and obviously with bullet time and Rakan charm plus Volibear slows, I think they can probably pop it a couple times. But with Garen ulti, yes, it's significantly more damage, but it only comes up once.
Yeah. I guess.
All
I
right, you know
guess.
what, chat? Decide for us. What's better for Silas to take? Is it that Garen ulti or is it the Darius ulti? I'm gonna be Team Garen every day of the week. Or sorry, I'm gonna be Team Darius every day of the week. Deadly is gonna be saying that Garen ulti. Let us know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Put the polls up or something
Orn.
like that.
You're
Orn.
you Orn and the Sage free ults, man.
Mm, Oh, you know what? It's a cool lore matchup. That's what I'll
Hmm.
say. Orn and Volibear are brothers or something like that. Step brothers. I don't really know the lore, but I know they do have a
Yeah.
lot of interactions.
Yeah, but this Silas is getting so many like good TM
Oh
fight ults,
yeah.
right? Like
Oh yeah. Call the force god. Yeah.
he can get Ornn, he can get Leona if he
Yeah.
needs to, he can get Victor ult just for like some team wide damage. They
hmm
picked the Skarner.
Okay. This is a lot of setup for that misfortune ulti. I
Hmm.
feel like they're putting literally all their eggs into this misfortune basket and saying,
Yeah.
"Listen, if you go down, we're all coming with you." Because there, I don't think that Silas is strong. Yes, he is. Volibear is strong. Yes, he is. But they don't have a crazy amount of like high DPS that Misfortune would bring out. And if this bullet time goes wide, if Leon is able to find an angle, or if Victor finds an angle with that Chaos Storm, there might not be a lot of fight left for the side of the Kittens, but maybe you could tell me otherwise.
Yeah. Plot twist. Plot twist. It's orange jungle, Rek'Sai top.
Ooh, that would be a pretty big plot twist. I don't think. Hold on, let me consult my notebook here. Obviously,
Yeah,
anything can
consult your
happen.
notebook.
Um, actually, I don't know. I didn't write down the fact that he plays orange, so maybe or Rek'Sai. And I'm looking at Jake's picks right here. I don't see a Rek'Sai in there, so maybe you're right. Is orange clear particularly good? I can't say. I've never
Uh, I
tried
think
that myself.
I've played with the dude that plays orange jungle.
Really?
It's decent. It's decent for sure.
Okay.
And then who doesn't like ulting from
That's kind of
jungle
true, right? You could
and
like
just
ult. You could basically
yeah
gank 2 lanes at once, right? Like if you time the
yeah
ults good enough, like if you have a Renekton top or something, you open with Call of the Forge God. That makes them brittle. Renekton W stuns, probably Rage W, so it lasts longer. Then you just time it right so that you either cut off their escape path or knock them up with Ornn ulti, and then gank mid lane at the same time. There,
yeah.
there, there could be some potential with that. I'm not gonna
It's good.
lie.
I'm telling you, dude. Orange jungle's kind of overrated.
Okay, okay. Well, we'll see here. Soulless, I feel like there is, they can kind of play a little bit looser. I'll say that, or more loose.
Hmm.
Apologies. That's probably the right word to say.
Yeah,
Goodness gracious. But that one is going to be a ticking time bomb because Soulless's late game, I think, is going to be more favored. Whereas Kittens, once again, they've drafted a very early game comp. Obviously, Misfortune is probably going to be their late game damage. Silas certainly has a lot of late game damage, but I think his real strength is in the mid game where he can really bully Victor. Just stack up Conqueror, abuse that healing on the W, and kind of push the Victor out of lane.
yeah, for sure. Uh, also gonna be like a good game for Sivir too. Like if Sivir's not pressured all that much, like her
Yeah.
ricochets are gonna hurt, and Skarner's a
Mhm.
really good target to just start bouncing ricochets off of.
Oh yeah. hmm Although my one worry is the silence, because obviously Scarlet is going to want to get up close and personal with the Sivir. Rakan basically turns any engaged tank like low key silence as well, because he likes to he has that chain, likes to get up close. Any
Mhm,
champion that likes to get up close is going to enable this Rakan, and if they can find their way onto the Sivir and the Victor, there's only so many spells that the Sivir can block. So if
mhm,
Kittens can find their way onto these two carries, that is going to be a very hard fight for Solus. But as we've seen from map number 2, hard fights aren't really the biggest worry. They were able to come out on top in a lot of different situations. So we'll see what they could do for this game number
for sure.
3 heading in here.
Yeah.
But, Deadly, if you were going to give us an estimate, who's winning in the early game, who's winning in the mid game, and who is winning in the late game, and
Uh,
then who is going to win it all?
I think I don't know. I think KOKG wins early, and then SG should be able to win mid to late. And my money's on SG to win the 3-0. You know?
Okay, okay. Well, as a Leona Glazer, listen, as much as I want to root for the Kittens, I love Leona. That is definitely one of my favorite champions in the game. So I think my heart is also going to have to go with Soulless. But you in the chat, if you are going to be supporting the Kittens, it is time to drop your messages because we are going to do some drafting. We're going to go over to the lab and see if we can cook up as much as these two teams have cooked up with their drafts. So you'll just have to stick around and find out who wins this potential last game of the semifinals of Soulless Gaming versus Kingdom of Kittens Gasai. We'll see you in just a couple minutes.
A broken dreamer is your mind. All the scars, let's leave them behind. We light the world up now, let us fire in your eyes. Through the darkness into the night. A broken dreamer is your mind. All the scars, let's leave them behind. We light the world up now, let us fire in your eyes. Through the darkness into the night.
knocked out in a 3-0. So
right?
I feel like it's going to be a very tense game.
For sure. And one thing that IDK did say before this game is, I'm so orny right now. He did say that in our Ember Esports Discord server. So whether you want to join or not, that is up to you. But if you don't want to join because of that, I absolutely respect your decision. Now, that being said, we are going to open up with a bit of pressure on the mid lane. It looks like these supports already eager to start roaming, but you got to finish up that quest before you start moving around.
Yeah, and it looks like Skarner's looking to take Rek'Sai's red. So already trying to get an advantage early, you know?
Yeah, I do think that Skarner is probably going to be running into the Rek'Sai quite soon if they aren't careful. Unless they could just sneak it fast enough. No, the Rek'Sai is going to find out what's going on, but the Smite has gone down. Skarner took it, but both are level 2, which is what's important. But I think Skarner wins this one, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, Skarner hard wins and Silas is moving.
Oh, man.
Oh, no.
Everyone's moving over away. It's a big jungle fight here, but no, the Skarner flashes away, and Leona maybe gonna get a re-engage onto the Silas. That was a flash committed, but I think the Zenith Blade went wide, and unfortunately the Silas is gonna be able to get away scot-free into a nice trade onto the Victor.
I don't think she had Zenith. I think she had Q, and it looks like she also, I think she also burned Silas's flash too. So Silas walks away with a kill.
Well, regardless, that was really good play by the Kittens. You know, we've never really seen them come online super duper early on into the game. I think this was a good chance that they can't fight back. So Kittens, if they have figured out something, this is going to be the game where they can turn it around and potentially get a reverse sweep. That being said, though, this Sivir is going to be coming into question because obviously, you know, these supports want to roam around. And like you were saying, Sivir can neutralize basically any lane, even against the Misfortune. Do you think this still holds up?
Yeah. I mean, Sivir can just, like, Q waves, get them down, and she has really good wave clear. So I don't think those Misfortune can push faster than the Sivir can. So Leona should be able to make moves around the map.
Skarner's already making moves around the map, as that's probably a very dead Victor. Stun does go on, and the Silas is dropping down low. No flash available, but Victor kind of holding his own here in this wave of minions, but that is going to be another kill over to the Skarner. Up at the top side, though, not done with the action as IDK has to run away from his brother. I think they're brothers anyway, right?
I do not know the lore. I'm not Necrit, man. I don't know.
I was just gonna say, someone in chat called Necrit. But we are gonna see this Leona try to get Desperate Crab, maybe turn on the Skarner, but no flash available, so this is gonna be a dead support. Unfortunately, they are gonna turn, but it's just not gonna matter. That's another quick kill. And Kittens kind of snowballing out of control here. Skarner's sitting very, very pretty at 2-0 already.
Yeah, it's already a 2K gold lead basically for KOKG.
Yeah,
This is not what you want to see with like a Victor, with a Victor comp too, because he's gonna take a little while to get online.
Oh yeah. Although if Soul can manage to hold on like they did in game number 2, I think that they would be able to win this one, because even though Skarner is getting a couple kills, yes, is he really the scariest champion to get those 2 kills early? I don't think so.
He can be. He can
really?
be.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, it's kind of like the Mundo thing, right? In Mundo time, he just, if he gets accelerated enough, and he just becomes unkillable until Silver gets like 3-4 items.
Gotcha. Well, we could see that happening as Silver looking to be getting accelerated with the gank, but with some nice deep wards from the Rakan, it is not going to happen.
Yeah.
As you know, we're probably going to be getting another really slow start to the game. Now that all the you know, kind of crazy early fights are done, I don't think we're going to be seeing a lot of kills for the next couple minutes. So let me take a look at the book here and see if we can pull out any information that happened during our interview, or during my interview with Soulless. Ooh, yeah, that's right. You know, Locke came into contention quite a bit in our interview, and one thing that Lucifer said is that if Locke ever made it through in these drafts, he was going to tell his team some very mean things and leave the game on the spot. Now, is he completely serious? I think he is. I think he's genuinely not kidding. That if Locke ever makes it into this game, Soulless will be playing a 4v5. Now, could they pull it off? I don't know about that one, but obviously, supports running around is one of the other things that we have been talking about. When I did mention this to Soulless, obviously we were talking about it a little bit before, you know, early on in map number 1. So if you're just joining us, let me give you the recap. Soulless kind of likes it, where the ADC or APC, no ADC this game, regardless, the bot lane for Soul, they don't mind it because Red Panda and Jake are the shot callers, and when they're kind of running around together, it can make a lot of chaos, and we've seen a lot of crazy stuff happen already with these two players already. So, Huerte likes it, but over on the side of Lucifer, he doesn't. He really hates it when supports are coming into his lane. But now that we've got the early game out of the way, that's a call of the Forge God is going to go wide as Rek'Sai going to look for gank. Goodness me, that's not so good as Ornn. Maybe mistiming the E is going to flash right into the claws of Volibear, and that's probably going to be a second kill for Ratsu. That's a nice double kill over in the mid lane, though. The action is not over. Oh, that's Skarner with 3 kills under his belt. This Skarner might be accelerating a little bit too much, but I think that Soul kind of lost it there. I'm not going to lie. They lost the plot.
Yeah. I mean, that ult from Ornn went hella wide, and this volley's up 2 kills against an Ornn. This volley's a threat. It's looking hard for Soulless.
It's looking pretty rough, but it's nothing they can't come back from. I'm not gonna lie. They have 3 members crowding around here, and Skarner, maybe feeling themselves a little bit too much, is gonna try to look for something. Silas gets those chains onto the Leona, but that is gonna be a force flash and exhaust. Skarner diving right into the backline, but now the misfortune is here as well. That's gonna be a big knockoff for Rakan. That's a nice ulti onto 1, but I mean, Sivir's in melee range somehow. It's gonna be the shutdown on Skarner, and she lives. Sivir doesn't die. I saw it had the mana, but honestly, from the side of Soulless, that's actually not too bad.
Yeah, that's good. You get the shutdown on Sivir, you get the kill on Sivir. It's hey, that's what you want to happen.
Right. Although, Kittens still above 3,000 gold over Soul, which is definitely not going to be feeling the best, but at the same time, for the start that Kittens had, that's not too bad.
Yeah.
Again, Sivir did get the kill. What do you imagine that she's going to be going for first here? Because I don't think it'd be Infinity Edge.
No, I think you just go standard. I think it's still Essence Reaper into into like IE LDR and shit like that. So
Although, would you invest in healing cut this game, or is it not? Well, because like you have Silas and Volibear, which heal, right? But is it worth it to get it for Skarner?
Oh no, I'm kind of torn. I think you can go mortal,
right?
But I would. Volibear's gonna have high threshold. Skarner's gonna have a high threshold. I think LDR just lets you do so much damage to.
For sure, yeah.
To both of them. You can go Navori second per Sivir, but I'm a Navori hater.
Interesting. I wouldn't be too surprised at Navori. I do think that Sivir is going to be kind of on an island here. I don't know if there's going to be a whole lot of action. So Loki stacking up Navori on the waves. Maybe it's not the worst thing in the world, but regardless, Kittens are going to be pushing their advantage with this Rakan moving around the map. Although I want to say that Misfortune is going to be Dove, but I don't think Sivir really hurts that much in the early game. So I think Misfortune could be sitting pretty there.
Yeah, I think Soulless's gameplay in this game is just like, you can give grubs, you already gave first Drake, you can give, I want to say, at least 2 to 3 Drakes and just play for the scale.
I do happen to agree, but up at the top side, Skarner going to try to make something happen with the Ornn, but over in the mid lane, though, engage from the Silas is going to find Lucifer, but it's not going to do as much damage as I thought. Won't lie to you, but up at the top side, though, Ornn going to be popping the ulti once again. Can they actually hit it this time? No, they can't. That's a nice ult from the Skarner. Is going to catch him. I feel like on Korean Ping, they do mention the call the Forge God there, but regardless, that Impale is going to land. It's going to be another kill over to Volibear. 3-0 already. Almost a kill every 3 minutes.
When Skarner picked up his heart steal, it's a sub 10-minute heart steal.
That's
scary.
A big spike.
It's scary. It's scary.
It's like, instead of a monster in the closet, it's Skarner with a heart steal outside of Jake's closet, or inside rather. Because again, like as a Rek'Sai, you're going to try to fight the Skarner. If you ever try to fight him over a crowd, not only does he have more health than you, you're just going to feed a heart steal stack. And with how melee Soul's comp is, that is going to be so many free stacks for the Skarner if this goes unchecked.
Yeah, and Bali picked up Dusk and Dawn. Around the 10-minute mark, Bali's real strong.
Oh yeah.
Like. These Soulless has to play this real slow, real smart, or it's just gonna keep the KOKG train's gonna keep rolling.
Oh, it absolutely is. And again, Skarner's not slowing down. I don't think he's the scariest champion ever, but if if you've got some insider information, and you probably do know more about Skarner than I do think that what you have been saying is going to hold true. Again, Heartsteel already online, probably going to be picking up the Mercury treads as well, just to guarantee he can get all those extra attacks off, despite all the CC that Soul has drafted. But Sivir as well, again, I don't think she really hurts the most out of really any AD carry. I think she's on the lower end in terms of damage, but I will happily be proven wrong if it means that Soul can actually find a way into this game, because Soul did draft one of my favorite supports, that Leona, so I'm hoping it finds a lot of mileage this game.
Yeah, looking at Sivir's items, it looks like she's not going Essence Reaver first. She might be going Navori. Or not Navori,
Yuntao?
Yuntao first item.
Gotcha. Well, I know personally, I'm not, I'm not against it, but obviously you're a Yuntao hater, or are you a Navori hater?
No, I'm a Navori hater. I like
Okay.
Yuntaos.
Okay.
Navori's gross.
So then, how come it's gross? Like, is it just the cooldown reduction is meh, or what?
I just like more upfront damage.
Okay, fair enough.
like,
Fair enough then.
like I can see the value in building Navori. Don't get me wrong. Like, you get
Right.
more resets on your abilities, but like, I like the big numbers from IE.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Tell me you're a Jhin player without telling me you're a Jhin player. You know what I mean?
Hey, you ever try attack speed Jhin?
Oh, I mean, it's a lot of damage, but just not a lot of attack speed.
Hey, you run. Oh, they're looking for.
Ooh, that's a big stun though from the Victor.
Yeah,
But
they ain't got no
ultimately,
buff, so, yeah.
committed. That's not a crazy amount of damage though. Victor doesn't hurt the most right now. Only on a couple books and a bunch of mana items. Up at the top lane though, it's a nice fact from the Ornn. They're going to be able to avoid the Volibear just a little bit. Call of Fortune God is going to land. That's the first one this game, but it just doesn't matter. Sixfec's weakest soldier is going to fall into the battlefield once again, and I do think that the Victor is next, as there's three of them. They are going to commit the quickness, and it is going to land. That's going to be the Silence ulti as well, which is that stolen Leona ulti, and that is another kill over to the Skarner. Whatever the Rek'Sai was trying to start in that Baron's Pit is going to have to try, is just going to have to be dropped, as they are going to continue on the rampage. Silas finds the change onto the Rek'Sai. They're going to try to dash away, but it might not matter. No, Skarner's going to flash forward for the Impale.
Man.
That's a very dead Rek'Sai. They have to flash away as well. And Silas finds another chain. That's a bullet time as well. Talk about overkill. They put like a nuke to try to kill this cockroach of a Rek'Sai. It is going to find the kill, and at this point, Soul just does not have an answer for it.
Yeah, and Rakan get caught out. Take a page out of my favorite top laner's book, Shakes. I think it's a FF15 angle.
Did he say that?
Shakes says that quite often.
Okay. Well, maybe I'm a little bit behind on my Shakes lore, because that's new for me. But you know what? I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I think this might be an FF15 angle, because Soul, they drafted so much for late game, but Kittens are just not going to give them any space to try to scale this Victor or Ornn, and it's just going to come crashing down.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to see out of Soulless game 2, is just them pushing the issue like KOKG is. KOKG is like pushing the issue. They're invading as like a 4-man gang squad, 3-man gang squad.
Oh yeah,
and they're just like shoving their advantage down Soulless's throat.
for sure. They're very easily doing that. Although one thing I do want to say as well is when it comes to mental, obviously you're saying the FF15 angle, but I do think that Soulless has one of the better mentals of this entire tournament, because all these players have been playing with each other for 3 to 4 years. Like, these guys go way back, and I think that especially Jake as well is. Map 2 is a perfect example of this. Even though he's down, even though he's not the strongest champion in the world, he could still come back and still make a lot of these clutch plays. So maybe Soul isn't going to be going for the 15 angle, but they are certainly going to be going for this bot fight, which is going to see a nice call to Forge God with a nice perfect from
Wally's dead.
big shutdown though. The Impale going to grab 2. Rakan going to add insult to injury. Misfortune picking up a kill. Ornn going to try to get away, but it's not going to matter. Eclipse going to come out just a little bit late, and now Red Panda ultless has to run for the hills with Muerte. Is going to be caught out by the Rakan as well, but that spell shield is going to keep him safe. Silas going to take that Eclipse right back into his hands and grab another freebie. Now it's just the Victor and Sivir left to try to push any waves and try to keep Soul back in this game.
Yeah, that was good, getting the shutdown on Bali. It sucks it went to Ornn, But any gold at this point is good gold. You know,
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, it's looking really rough. That mid tier 1 is already falling. I mean, top tier 1 as well, already off the board. But I do think Kittens are looking for this Rift Herald, which is going to make sure that they. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the gold grab says it all. It's
yeah, but
it's
we
like
saw gold grab like this in game 2. So like, there is a chance that Soulless comes back to this game, but it's gonna be the biggest uphill battle I think they've ever faced.
Absolutely, I mean, they're going to try to make something happen here, but Rakan is just such a powerful champion. Doesn't have any damage, really, but he's got so much CC and utilities. He's got a lot of mobility as well. That's a nice stun from the Victor. Is going to catch 2. They are going to try to make this happen. Eclipse onto the Volley Bear once again. He is going to be found pretty easily. Muerte takes it, but he has to be careful of the backline. As we see another Impale, is going to find so much value. Jake over at the top side of the fight. Bullet time going to be dropped as well, and that's going to force everybody off of Soul. But wait just a moment. The Silence is alone in the backline, but they're not going to focus on it. They're going to try to shut down the Skarner. This is a nice hit that's played from the Leona. It's going to find it, but the quickness is going to stun up so much. But wait, Muerte is still free hitting. He can still come back, and that's a call of the Forge God. It's looking huge. It's looking massive. It's going to hit 2 as another shutdown goes over towards Cinder. And somehow, someway, yet again, Soul, they say we could have FF15. We could try to give this up, but we can still go for the 3-0 sweep, and we are going to take it. And they're going to take so many kills. They're going to take a dragon, and down from however many kills to 15, they still come out on top.
Yeah, that's good. They get the drag. They delay Soul a little bit. You know?
Wow.
That's gonna put some gold in their pocket, especially Sivers. You know, and she picks up Nabori.
Uh-oh.
So,
That's a big no-no item. They should maybe sell that.
Hey, you know, I'm gonna let Silver play her game, but like, it's good. That's exactly what Soulless needed to just get some economy injection into their team.
Right, they needed it so bad.
No, they were starving. But like the longer this game goes on, the more Soulless has a chance, you know?
Oh yeah. Again, if this Victor and Ornn can get space, that is going to be so, like, a disgusting amount of tankiness, a disgusting amount of gold value, and a disgusting amount of area damage on the side of Soulless, because I think one of the main points where Victor and Ornn shine is team fights. You know, they can't duel in 1v1s. They can kind of hold their own in lane, but they're really just team fight bots, and again, if they get enough gold, I don't care how tanky this Volibear is. I don't care how tanky this Skarner is. They will fall to the Victor. It will just happen. You know, the second he gets to Leandris, the second he starts, you know, cracking them down with like a 4-second E cooldown that hits twice, it's just going to deal so much damage. And with the Void Staff as well, there's really going to be no stopping them, because you can try to get onto the Victor. You really can, but you've got to consider the Rek'Sai can knock you up, the Leona can stun you 3 times over, the Ornn can knock you up, and slow you, and brittle you. It's going to be so hard to get on.
Yeah. And it looks like this Victor is going for a more defensive-ish build. Has the tier stacked up, so going into, you know, Seraphine's Embrace.
Yeah.
So like, he's gonna be eventually, you know, I picture Zonya's in the works. They're diving Ornn.
It's a very similar situation. Can he get this off? No, he can't. I think even with Korean Ping, that does, in fact, go a little bit too late. But over in the mid lane, though, Jake could be caught out by the Misfortune and the Rakan. That is going to be the quickness used as well. That's going to be the Eclipse onto the ADC. That's just to try to make a countermeasure happen. That's going to be Size-Steak, and that's a beautiful counter Eclipse. It hits 2. It forces Muerte to flash. And now Red Panda going to be caught by the Grand Entrance. Is going to fall to Mythic Chaos once again. And with Skarner's back, he's back for vengeance. And Jake going to just barely get out. No, he doesn't. As they fall once again to that Skarner, who's getting so insanely strong, 6-1 and 8 at 19 minutes.
At this point, I think after 3 kills, Skarner just stops taking kills. Because like, the Silas could be so much more accelerated and not even in gold with Victor right now if Skarner just stopped taking kills at 3. Like, at a certain point, like once Skarner gets Heart Seal, you can just start diverting the kills and the gold to other carries.
I do kind of agree, but I feel like at this point, Skarner does a surprising amount of damage, and maybe they just don't even know what they're capable of. They're like, oops, my bad, I took another kill, guys. You know, I'm getting too strong for my own good. I'm suffering from success, because now the Silas could be put behind just a little bit. Soul maybe looking to try to make a move on this Skarner. I don't think it's going to happen, though. I feel like out of any champion on Kittens, that is the last guy you are going to be able to kill. He's got like 4,000 health already.
Yeah, this Skarner's gonna be hard to kill until Sivir gets her items, which she's getting there.
She's working on it, yeah.
About 2 more items on Sivir, and then we're looking golden.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Misfortune having double the Sivir's kills, there really isn't any gold lead on either of them. So I mean, congratulations to the Sivir for being able to keep it up. Again, you would think that Misfortune has like an entire item on the Sivir, but no. Sivir is just dead even in gold, basically.
Yeah, that's the pick of Sivir. That's just how Sivir works. It's so hard to go down on gold on the champion. Like their CS is even, but I think the big kills Sivir got with the bounties and stuff like that kept her in it.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. It was a big shutdown earlier on that we did see, which did cover a crazy amount of gold. But as that locket is going to be picked up by Leona, that's going to be a little bit of fighting power, which is certainly nice to have. But again, you gotta be careful with the Soulless, because every single fight that has happened, the Soulless has taken the eclipse. It is just happened without fail. And I feel like, third time's the charm. If the Soulless can steal a third eclipse, that could be the nail in the coffin.
Yeah. Like this Victor slowly, he's getting his levels, he's getting his items. He opted for heal cut, so there's that. And he's probably, other than Sivir, he's probably the only one that can really apply it reliably. And
absolutely.
they found volley.
Ult's going to be committed, and that's going to be a call to Forge God to stop the Soulless from engaging. Probably for his own good as well, as the Eclipse is just going to barely go wide. And that's going to be a flash to the blade. That's a beautiful engagement. The quickness is going to be committed, so Rakan might be dying instead. As Skarner here, the big bad Skarner, is probably going to be looking for an Impale if they get close enough. But no, they're not. This could be a call to just go Baron at this point with that Volley Bear down. That's going to be a lot of frontline taken out. And Kittens, maybe overplaying their hand here.
Yeah, I think they're pushing the issue a bit too much now. Like at this point, you just want to start. I understand like invading and like getting deep forward and stuff like that, but like you just need to do what you were doing in the early game.
Skarner. You were talking about pushing the advantage a little too much. That was the most fed champion on your team and the tankiest champion on your team, and now he's dead for 40 seconds, and he's the only one with smite. I mean, that was a big misstep, but Soulless back in that now has that Chaos Storm to work with as this Baron. It is going to take a little bit longer than they probably expect, which Volibear back on the map, this could be the answer that Kittens need. If they can abuse this opening, they can maybe find a way back in.
Yeah, I think they can play it. I don't think they should. I think KOKG just gives us up and just lets them have Baron. But there they go.
No. They're going to try to take it. They're going to try to kill off Jake, and they are able to make their way onto this Baron pit. But wait, Rakan, you've got no ulti, but that's a big bullet time. It is going to find so much damage, but it's not going to be enough. The Rek'Sai going to be able to pick it up. Now it's just going to be a call to GTF. Oh, they got to leave, and they got to leave now. I mean, that's going to be a double kill for them. Misfortune. There's something to be said for the exit kills that they got, but Rek'Sai going to be the last alive with this Baron buff. That's a lot of kills on Misfortune. That is still a lot of pushing power on the side of Soulless.
Yeah, I mean, at least you take a Baron away from KOKG, but the kills that they got it just becomes not worth.
Oh yeah, okay. I mean, personally, I think if you are Kittens, you're quite happy with that, because yes, maybe you could have gotten a tower or pushed a bunch of waves and gave Baron, but at the same time, now oh my goodness, excuse me, this is a huge objective for Soul that is now off the map, which previously, the last couple fights, Kittens maybe felt a little bit too comfortable with the hand that they had. So I feel like taking this Baron out of the hands now kind of guarantees that even if Kittens oversteps one more time, they can't be punished nearly as hard for it.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't know, I'm looking at I've been thinking about this Rek'Sai pick a bunch. I think there's probably different junglers you can go to that's better with this comp. I don't know.
Loki, what about a Sejuani?
It's either, I want to say like Zen or Sedge is good too, but
Ooh.
Silas with his Zen ult's kind of fucking, it's cancer. So
Right,
like,
it's pretty tough
yeah,
to deal with. See,
yeah,
I don't
but
mind the Zinzao because obviously you just cut out bullet time, which is like the big
yeah,
the big worry. Or you can cancel the bullet time with that crescent guard, but at the same time, I said the Sejuani because not only it's a lot of CC, right? Like you can stop the Rakan from engaging with W and ulti. You can tank the charm, and then by the time the stun is finished, the quickness is over. Plus the ulti is a nice catcher. But regardless, aside from
yeah.
Xin Zhao and Sejuani, is there any other jugglers you had your mind on?
Nah, Vi could have been an option.
Ooh,
Yeah,
yeah, Vi's good.
but yeah, I don't know. This Rek'Sai's kind of the way I used to view Renekton.
Oh yeah,
And that like, if Renekton dies early and like gets behind, Renekton's just not like a champion anymore. He basically almost becomes useless, right? And that's kind of
yeah,
that's
yeah.
kind of the way I view like Rek'Sai. Like if Rek'Sai's not ahead or even, it's just the champion's just kind of just like
It's just
walks
bad.
around.
I gotcha.
It's like Braum in game 1, right? Like Braum just kind of
yeah.
like just stands there and it's like, hey guys, I'm participating. Look at my
Yeah,
shield.
fake champion. I got you. Well, we're kind of seeing Jake kind of use this advantage. Despite being 0-6, they found a decent amount of, amount of ways back into this game. I think that is due to all the knockups that Rek'Sai has and just being able to stay in the fight probably a little bit longer than some other junglers. But at the same time, if you are Soulless, I think it's tough to say. I think you do give this Dragon Soul for a tier 2 mid.
Well, no, I think you have to fight it.
All right, well, it's like they are.
It looks like they are.
That's gonna be a big order ulti, but it gets interrupted with a beautiful quickness. But now there's gonna be so many stuns on this on the side of Soulless. But wait, that Volibear is
Sivers
trying to
getting
chunk
run
out
down.
the Sivir. They're trying to run him down,
Yeah.
but the Hunter's Fury, whatever that's called, is gonna be popped, and that's just not gonna be able to find it. They are actually gonna find it. Never mind, the lightning strikes are gonna find the Sivir, but I do think on the side of Kittens, they have nothing left. But I take it back. That's a big bullet storm. That's so much damage. Rakan gonna flash engage onto this. Victor is gonna get the exhaust off, which is gonna let them kill the off. The Silas just barely survives. Now it's just the Ornn, the last man standing. Can they fight this 1v3? Ornn gonna drop super low. Whoa!
Ooh,
Flashes
whoa.
forward, actually. I saw the angle, but it's just not meant to be with an ace from the Kittens. 5.5k health left in in their collective health pools, and
Yeah.
basically all of that is Skarner.
Yeah, I mean it was a good fight. It's just they have no backline protect, right?
Yeah.
Like Volley was just on Sivir's face, and Sivir played it really well. Survived longer than probably she should have, but that fight was so broken up. You had 3 people trying to kill the Volley, and then Victor was on an island in the jungle fighting for his life against Skarner.
Yeah, it was
Oh,
very
Jake,
rough.
hello? Jake flashed into the pit.
Oh no, that's not so good. Skarner actually to be going forward here. I do think that they can kind of push their advantage, but they got to be careful because that's a TP from the Volibear from very close by. Just wants to drop by and say hello just to make sure that his team doesn't get gone on by the power that is the Victor. Again, exhaust off the table. So
Yeah, it's very hard to play into Hex Soul.
oh yeah,
Misfortune can just fly with E. And then you're
easily yeah.
just- Yeah, you're just slowed, and then they just run at you, right?
It's very hard, but now Baron up in 15 seconds. We're talking about Misfortune applying that with her E. I think she's going to be doing that with her ulti, unless Soul can find a pick here.
Yeah. Soulless just has split. It's such a hard fight. It's like Sivir doesn't have IE yet, which would be really good right now.
They are actually going to be looking for this Ornn. They do manage to lock him up with that E. That's going to be a big call to the Force God. It does
he
mean
knocked
it's
it?
up to 2, which is a pretty big, pretty big ability. That's going to be a lot of damage there from the bullet time. That fight is basically over. Volibear just barely kills off the ADC. And wait, Victor goes down as well, doing a lot of damage on the way out, but Solo Rusher able to take him down in exchange now. Soul, you've got nothing left really. Jake is down low. You've got no carries left. It's just the support, the jungler, and the top laner. Not the most damaging trio in the game. But, you know, the Kittens starting to run away with this game once again. The only thing I gotta say is if they let this, you know, happen for too long, they take these inhibs early, this is going to be a lot of free money in the hands of Soul, which could get this Ornn online. He's getting quite close to that threshold.
Yeah, Ornn items gonna start coming out. Victor hasn't completed his Sarah's Embrace. He opted for Shadow Flame second.
Yeah.
But it looks like he's trying to complete it now. I might have liked Seraphine, Seraphine's Embrace second rather than building the Shadow Flame, but I respect wanting to get the damage, right?
Yeah, it's a hard call because, again, obviously you want the survivability of that upgraded tier item, which is very, very good, but it's got a long cooldown, so at the same time, I can understand it, and of course, making sure to shut down this Misfortune is probably one of the best ways back into this game, because as we've seen time and time again, these bolt times are no joke, and especially with a Collector and Infinity Edge online, like, you got 2 seconds in that thing tops.
Yes, Misfortune is 12-1, so strong right now.
Yeah, surprisingly, only a 1.5k gold lead for the side of Misfortune. You know, you'd think that's again with like double this triple the Sivir's kills. You would think that she'd be much farther ahead in terms of gold, but no, Sivir still hanging on quite a bit.
Yeah, if I'm Soulless, I'm giving every wave to Sivir so she gets her IE, and then we can start looking, you know.
Absolutely. It does look like that is going to be picked up next, as that does look to be the recipe for Infinity Edge, if I got my items right. Yep. All right, awesome. So even though I don't play a single game of ADC, I did get that one right. That's the one item I know. Don't ask me to build anything else.
IDK just taking a fight. They're looking for volley.
Ooh, nice buffer with the ulti, though.
Yeah, he's gonna go down.
Yeah, he is. Oh, give it to
Victor.
Though.
Good.
That's
good,
big.
Good.
That's big, but that's a lot of pressure they're giving up in the mid lane, though. That's a big ulti that was invested from the side of Soulless. Regardless, they're gonna just keep trying to fight it, though. That's a nice engage onto the Rakan. They are gonna find it, though, but the Eclipse still in hand. Oh, he's gonna find the Skarner, never mind. As Misfortune is set running for the hills, that's gonna be so much damage onto the big Scorpion. Rakan flashed us out as well. And can they find the Scorpion? I don't think they can. That Zenith Blade did miss, and now Misfortune's back in the fight. Same with the Silas. Gate out from the Skarner, and that's all that Soulless can ask for.
Yeah, it was looking good. It's good to pick on the volley. Almost got, you know, Skarner and stuff like that to relieve some of the pressure. But you know, KOKG, they're playing their hand, and sometimes they're playing it a bit too forward. You know.
I mean, yeah, but they're still coming back with it. Vandal Pipes, though. There we go. There's that Seraph's Embrace finally finished for Lucifer. But Vandal Pipes is interesting. You know, we've, you know, obviously when it came out, it was comically broken. Literally everyone was taking it, but now it's really mellowed out. How do you feel about the Vandal Pipes nowadays?
I mean, I rarely see my supports pick it up.
Right.
And stuff like that because of the nerfs. I still think it's a solid item, and I think it, you know, it has its place being built. But I play with mainly like enchanter support, so like they never build Vandal Pipes. So
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, we are potentially.
Orange has upgraded items already. It's just the UI's not showing it.
See, I was wondering why it didn't happen, but that does make sense that the items are online, though. Volbear are going to try to TP in the face of an Ornn. It's not going to happen. Just barely misses the dash combo. It's going to force the Ornn. Yeah, he's going to have to respond here. This is a big, big fight. Everyone from Kittens is crowding around this Elder Dragon, which this is going to be the big tosser. If they can manage to grab this Elder, that is going to be game, because Bullet Time Elder is just going to win you any fight. It's just a fact. It's going to happen. On the side of Soulless, though, if they can turn this around, I do think they have a really, really, really good shot back into this game. But Victor, they have to protect
Oh,
him. That's
there
a
goes the
beautiful engage
engage.
on the McCall. That's going to be a nice Ornn ulti from the Silas, though. It's going to be a bigger bullet time, though, and everyone is dying on the side of Soulless. I don't think there's anything left in the tank. That's a double kill from Misfortune right off the bat. They're going to try to find the Sivir. Muerte flashes away, but it's just not going to matter. That's a triple kill from Misfortune. Could this be the
Squad?
pentakill? No, it's not,
Nope.
as the rest of Kittens are going to steal it away from Misfortune, saying, you don't work hard enough, ADC. You got to try harder for a pentakill in these games. And that is, I mean, listen, the Nexus hasn't fallen yet, but I do think that it is over. Kittens have taken, they've started to swing back in a 2-1.
The Kittens are showing their claws, man.
There
They
we
came
go.
back.
Uh-huh. And now the only question I've got is how much can they show in game number 4, which is going to be coming up in just a couple seconds. And that Nexus is dropping down super fast. And there we go. Misfortune dealing a crazy amount of damage. 15-1. That's quite a lot, and honestly, I think that a lot of this can be attributed to what we saw in the very start of the game. We saw a couple kills go to the way of the Skarner, and you were absolutely right. You know, even though they weren't the biggest player in this game, I do think
Mhm.
that enabling the Skarner was definitely not the best move from the side of Soulless.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Uh, I don't know. It's just it was a really good early game. Um, from KOKG getting all the invades done correctly, putting this Rek'Sai really far behind, and then
Hmm.
just constantly diving this Ornn once Volley
Yeah.
was 6.
Yeah, and then the Silas as well really played the alt game pretty insane, I'm not gonna lie, because again, like there was a lot of really nice ults from the Silence to take, but he consistently found those eclipses, which did manage to find a disgusting amount of value onto a lot of these key targets. And as we can see from the gold graph, there were a couple fights that Solus did manage to win. You know, it did swing back in
Mhm.
their favor, but at the end of the day, when you've got so much gold to sit on, you could afford to throw a couple fights, and it's really not going to matter, because at the end of the day, you know, your misfortune's always going to come through.
Yeah, and you know, a couple. You mentioned, Silas taking a bunch of the Eclipse. He took a bunch of Ornn's ultimates and did really well with them too.
Mm-hmm.
Like he had a
Mm-hmm.
bunch of good stolen Ornn ultimates during the fights that helped set up. And
Absolutely.
Helium on the Rakan, goaded. That was a
Mm-hmm.
really good Rakan game from him.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I mean, listen, I could not agree more, because we've seen a lot of great picks here, and all I gotta ask is, what if we got cooked up for game number 4? Because obviously you were looking for a very aggressive top side. I mean, there was a lot of aggression in that top side, but Ornn is not really a fighting champion, so I wonder what would happen if these two top laners did draft these fighting champions. What kind of carnage would ensue
Hey,
on that lane?
props to Ratsu for picking up the volley and just going for it.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, you know, I just don't want to see tank tops. I want
Right.
to see people try to hands dip each other.
For
And
sure.
Rot-
Yeah,
Rotsu on the volley showed it. Like he picked
it
volley
did.
and just started going to town. You know.
Yeah, absolutely did. Yeah, that's IDK is going to be feeling that one for a couple games, I would imagine, because woo-wee, there was a
hmm
lot of fights on the top side, and none of them particularly went his way.
Yeah. You know. Yeah. This game 4 is gonna be interesting.
Well, absolutely, it is. I'm not too sure when we will see the draft, but I do think that we are going to see it. In just a couple minutes, actually, I do think the teams are going to give themselves a little bit of a break. You know, they've been at this
Yeah.
for quite a while, so I think we're also going to be taking a bit of a bathroom break on our end. So, hey, yo, you in the chat, make sure you follow up, join the Discord server if you're able to. That's Ember Esports. You know, there's probably a link to it in stream somewhere. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Stay right where you are. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We got Garrett the Deadly on the mic. Soulless Gaming versus Kingdom of Kittens Gasai, the semifinals. They've given us quite a battle. We saw some pretty crazy stuff happening in game number 3 there. A lot of early kills going into the hands of the jungler of Kittens Gasai. Will that happen this time? I'm not too sure, but something is out of the ordinary in my eyes. Deadly, I don't know if you could spot it. I can't quite hear you, but I'm hoping that you said the Mordekaiser that isn't banned.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was muted. But yeah,
That's all good.
the
So
the
what did you
Mordekaiser
say?
came through. Yeah,
There we
I
go.
was
It
like,
did.
ain't no way that thing got through.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I was told by Solus themselves that it was a 100% ban. Although I will lie, I won't lie. I was not 100% truthful. I didn't mention that it was a 100% pick or ban.
Mm,
I didn't think that it was going to be picked because of how much it was buffed as of recently, and with how versatile and how deep IDK's champion pool goes. Usually he likes to play a lot of the weirder picks, and Mordekaiser's not really a strange pick. It could flex into a couple different roles, but how do you favor it into the set?
I think it's good. I think it's good.
Mm,
I think it's like a 50-50 matchup, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay,
I could be wrong. I haven't. Oh no, it looks like just doing some quick research. It looks like
sure, sure.
Mordekaiser has a 55% win rate against set, so
Wow.
we'll
Okay,
see.
that's pretty good.
And they picked up
Oh,
the Senna. Okay.
for sure. And now, there's a, there's a big Senna glazer in the chat. I won't say who it is, but I know for a fact that there's a few Senna fans in the room with us right now, and I think that it's all going to come down to can she get enough souls? Because at the end of the day, Senna is only really as strong as the amount of souls that she gets. So I'm hoping that she does find some play, but against a Jinx,
Ooh. Oh, I'm
I think that's a
loving
pretty
this.
rough one.
Yeah, I'm loving this.
That's a rough one. I think Solus is ready to just put the nail in the coffin. They were like, listen, kittens, we gave you game number 3. We're not going to run it down this time. Jake is going to be off that Rek'Sai. Bad Jake. You get to
Mhm,
go
mhm.
into LP jail. No more of that from you. As the
Senna.
Tom
Oh,
Kedge could be
Tom
picked up as well.
Catch.
Interesting. Usually we see the Tom Kedge paired with the Senna, but I do think that they could be denying it unless this is a very rare Senna support instead of an ADC.
That'd be weird. I don't know. If I'm soulless, I'm picking Jinx Melio here without
Oh yeah. Oh
a
yeah.
shadow of a doubt in my mind,
Absolutely.
and just playing for just a team fight reset.
Yeah, easily. As a huge Melio Glazer myself, Jinx Melio definitely one of the strongest,
Hmm.
stronger pairs. Definitely not the strongest. There are some that are better, but against a or sorry, no, against a set that has very telegraphed engage, like his fists are lighting up and he's running straight at me. I wonder if he's gonna ult me soon. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Melio is the champion to disrupt that. Probably second only to Morgana, but the point still stands. It's a very good pick. It is really giving Jinx more range, very, very potent in lane. But with the
Yeah.
Morgana picked up against the Tom Kench, what are your thoughts on Jinx Tom versus Senna Morg? Mm.
Uh, I'm a big hater into drafting melee supports into a Senna.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
so like you're giving Senna free stacks every time you walk up.
Oh, easily, yeah.
So like unless this Mordekaiser's going jungle and this Tom Kench is going top lane, I think it's gonna be not fun for the state of the game later it goes.
That could be the play. I let me consult my notebook here. No, he doesn't really. I don't think Jake plays Mordekaiser in the jungle, but I do know for a fact that IDK does play Mordekaiser. So I think it's a Mordekaiser top. Would I like to see the Tom Kench top lane? Absolutely, because there was a good bit of time much earlier. I want to say a couple of years ago where it
Oh, they go
was
for the brand. Okay.
interesting. Now, this is another pick we've brought up a couple times in this tournament before, namely around games 2 and 3, I believe, in the draft. We haven't really seen a lot of brands go mid lane, but of course, is it support and a Morgana jungle? Because I wouldn't be too surprised.
Hmm. I think you could
Um,
also. I don't know if their mid laner plays Morgana mid, but
oh,
you can go
Ember-
Senna brand
yeah.
bot and put Morgana mid.
Hmm, hmm.
Akali, okay.
Interesting. I actually don't mind the Akali Morgana matchup. If that is to be a Morgana mid lane, I think it could be quite good because a lot of Akali's pressure comes from her obviously moving, but with Morgana, that is a 3-second route into a 2-second stun with that ulti or whatever it is now. I don't even know.
Yeah.
But regardless, it's a close range ulti, and Akali has to get close range in order to do literally anything.
But my worry is this KOKG draft lacks any type of front line other than
Eh,
set.
I was gonna say other than Set, but at the same time, is Set really frontline? He's gonna dive into the back of the enemy
Yeah,
team, which it's gonna make space. But
yeah,
if the Akali gets ahead enough, they could just kind of leave the Jinx just kind of out in the open and say, "Oh boy,
hmm
I sure hope a Set doesn't ult me." And then Set goes and ults them, and then Akali just
yeah,
goes and kills off the Senna and Brand in half a second, then moves on to Morgana. With the Pantheon picked up, that could be a good answer to the Akali. But it's
yeah.
hard to say.
It's just hard because like I I definitely favor SG's draft here just because I am a
Mm.
very livid Jinx enjoyer.
Oh yes.
Uh, but like KOKG, they have Pantheon set. This Akali, if Akali does get fed and gets ahead, the Senna, Brand, and Morgana are gonna hate their lives.
Yeah, they're basically just gonna be like walking bags of gold for the Akali because again, like maybe Morgana can kind of hold her own because she has a magic damage shield, but other than that, there's genuinely nothing else that the Senna and
Mhm.
Brand can do, especially the Senna. Brand can kind of insta stun with that EQ combo. It's very hard to dodge. It comes out very quick, but Senna, she can root you after like a second and a half. And then you're rooted for like a second. It's like, oh, whoop de doo, I'm a Kali. I got 2 dashes with my ulti. I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah,
And you can't even
and
retaliate because the smoke donut thing.
yeah, and if Kali is ever in danger, like you're also looking at like Kali Shroud Shenar combo, you know,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
like, and then Tom Kench can eat Jinx preferably, but if Akali's ever in that
Mhm.
deep of a danger, you can eat the Akali and get her out and stuff like that. So like
Absolutely.
SG's draft is cooking real hard. KOKG's pulling out some. They're cooking something, but I think it was that pizza that was in the food channel in the Discord.
Hey,
I
listen,
think
that's
that's what they're
that that's
cooking.
that's a joke you're only gonna get by joining the Ember Discord server. So join up if you want to try to see what happened. Yeah, that pizza was something devious. That's all
Yeah,
I'm gonna say.
yeah.
Just giving the nasty patty a run for its money. Just to throw another
Mhm.
SpongeBob reference in there. But I think that with the Kittens' draft, I think that obviously the one thing they have is poke. Obviously Pantheon
Oh
pokes.
yeah.
Brand has a lot of poke. Morgana has a good bit of poke. Senna's entire champion is basically poke. Set, not too much. Um,
Mhm.
but again, that all relies on is Soulless going to be putting on the brakes and giving them that space to poke. You just have to find out in
Yeah.
just a couple minutes. We'll be back with a bit of a break here. We're gonna do some strategizing of our own. Let the teams load in and lock in for this potential last game of the semifinal series between Soulless Gaming and Kingdom of Kittens Gasai. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Blinding lights, lost in your eyes, feeling the pressure. You and I, spending the night, chasing forever. For you, oh no, I'd be your one and only. Don't let me go, don't leave me lonely. Say you'll stay through the pain, say you won't go running. Let me in through your veins, get off of my loving.
once again for potentially the series point going over into the hands of Soulless Gaming against the Kittens in this semi-final battle. Oh boy, we got quite a spicy draft here. We got a lot of interesting picks, but interestingly enough, that is going to be a Shen jungle. Personally, I'm not a Shen jungle believer, but Deadly, I want to hear your opinions.
I like Shen Jungle.
Okay.
I've heard the tales of back in the day of River Shen,
Yes, yes.
but I enjoy Shen Jungle. I don't think the clear's that fast, so the clear will kind of be slow. But I think overall for the game state, I think it works really well.
For sure. And we were talking about junglers being able to ult from, or sorry, gank multiple lanes at once. Obviously we talked about the orange jungle potentially ulting top lane and then moving mid lane. I do think that Shen kind of offers that same kind of safety and just versatility, because it doesn't matter if he's starting top side or bot side. He can always gank with that level 6 ulti. But up at the top side though, we're getting a straight man fight, and Mordekaiser is definitely going to be winning it, abusing the set that didn't take any combat summoners, only that flash. But that doesn't really deal a lot of damage, so gonna be winning that trade.
It was interesting enough. Morgana did go jungle, and Pantheon did go mid.
I was kind of thinking that as well, because I feel like, again, Morgana is solid, but against Akali, you're kind of just feeding gold if Akali hits 6, whereas Pantheon, he can block all the damage that Akali can deal with that E. So if he can angle it correctly, Akali's burst really isn't that scary. It's also a great setup for Morgana.
Yeah, and looks like they're bullying IDK again.
Yep.
Poor guy. Yeah, I don't think
flash
you.
away
I don't
here.
think you ever burn flash there. I just think you accept death.
He's going to drag out the time a little bit, as Morgana did have to spend, a good few extra seconds trying to get that, trying to make sure that gank actually works and get that kill over towards Ratsu. Maybe the jungle clear was called into question, and they were like, "Hey, can you just stall at this death just a little bit more? I need to get ahead of this Morgana so I can get that top crab." And IDK, being the amazing top laner he is, was like, "Absolutely, man, I got you. It'll come at a cost, but I can do it."
Yeah, and at least the kill didn't go over the set, so that gives IDK some resemblance of. Oh,
ooh, nice.
Solo
nice
kill.
Lucifer.
Yes. That's what you want from the Akali. Getting the Akali started, getting the Akali rolling leads to good things.
Certainly
like
does.
Fighting over, and it looks
I think Shen got
Jake
that.
got it?
He did.
Yeah.
Yes, look at that. Now Morgana has to burn the flash there, or that is going to be a very dead. I don't even know what she is. Is she a ghost? Is she a person? Ghost lady?
She's a person. She's a person.
Okay. Okay. I thought she was dead. No, that's her skin. I'm thinking of. Never mind. Anyway, if there's any Morgana mains in chat, all three of you in the world, let us know. Is she dead? Is she a person? But regardless, I think that unfortunately the Shen could be dead, because that's a nice stun on Pantheon. Is going to force the TP from the Akali, but I think it's a little too late, as they're going to continue fighting off in the mid lane. But over in the bot lane, though, that's going to be a lot of damage on that Jinx. She has to flash away, but now Tomcatch is in the mix, trying to find this brand, but the Q is blocked by the Senna. Now they're going to have to try to run away as fast as they can. Red Panda trying to make the great escape, gets rooted up by the Senna once again, feeding a little bit more souls, and they're just trying to find this Jinx so that they can stop the back. Now Morgana actually going to be coming down bot lane too. Look at this, it's a party.
Yeah, and Jinx back stopped again. Like, Jinx is going to lose a lot of minions here. And also interesting enough, it's not electrocute Akali either, and Morgana might have overplayed her hand.
Ooh, maybe. We do know that the jungler does love sticking around, as that's a nice kill onto Jake. Get a bit of a jungle gap going here. 1-0 versus 1-1, but at the same time, the Shen just wants to hit level 6. If I had to guess, I think that's the game plan. Just get him level 6, then do whatever else after.
Oh yeah, for sure. This game, Jake needs to prioritize getting level 6 as quick as possible, then just start making moves around the map. But interesting enough, Jake also flashed for that kill on Morgana, which was interesting.
Right. It's an investment nonetheless. Does have that Guardian as well.
I low-key think it was just an aura flash. He was asserting dominance.
I see. Well, actually, one thing I do want to ask you is, of course, with Guardian, right? It's a very supportive rune. Is it really that good in the jungle?
I would have gone grass myself. Uh,
Okay.
but I mean, I can make a, you can make an argument for Guardian because you
Okay.
Shen art into them, and then they take damage, and your Guardian proxy gives them a little bit of extra shield.
Right.
You know?
See, I was thinking of that, but at the same time, like, how many chances are you really going to have to pop it down over in the bot lane? Though the Catfish is going to try to make an escape. We'll be able to pop that W. Actually, Pantheon ulti going to be coming down too. Again, everyone is down to this bot lane. They are just addicted to this lane, which is going to give Shen the green light to maybe go get a bit of a counter jungle going. But again, that slow clear speed is going to be biting them in the butt just a little bit.
No. Okay, pop the shield. You know, I understand them ulting bot lane and stuff like that, because like Soulless has 2 win conditions on their team. That is the Jinx, that is the Akali. And KOKG really only has 1, and it's the Senna. So like, prioritizing getting Senna ahead's probably your best bet, and that's why there's so much attention in the bot lane. But you know, if Soulless plays this right, it's
to find an engage on the ground up, and the Pantheon is there, is going to force that Twilight Shroud from the Akali, but yeah, they're going to turn on the sets. He does have that ulti, has a Haymaker as well, is going to pull the Tomkins right in with the stun. He's going to interrupt it, so it's just not going to come out early enough. That's another kill.
Yes,
On the
sir.
Lucifer. That's a big kill, right? If there's anyone that you don't want getting ahead on the side of Soul, it's Jinx and Akali. But with how mobile Akali is, I do think that she could be a bit of a bigger threat.
You know, like, it might be too early to say, but the Kitten's claws might be getting put back in.
Oh, do you think they were shown too much now they've been ground down?
Yeah, it looks like the Kittens got their nails clipped.
Yeah, that's a much better way of putting it. But that Shen is going to hit level 6, so now this is the big question mark for Kittens. If they are able to win this game, they are going to be able to shut down this global gank presence from the Shen. Granted, it has like a 2-minute cooldown at level 1, which isn't the strongest or scariest thing in the world, but at the same time, you don't want to be giving any more free kills. Again, this Akali comes to mind because those tower dives could be going quite hard if Jake is able to time it right.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm looking at it. I'm looking at the Shen R the same way you look at Nocturne R, right? Like your first R means the world. Like if you get a good play off your first R, it's so good, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely it is. But unlike the Nocturne R, it is a little bit harder because obviously you know, not only do you need an ally, but you also need to time it right, because if the ally dies before your ulti gets there, you just kind of wasted R. Now you're just kind of sitting in your jungle being like, man, I took my camps and now my team is dead. What do I do?
Yeah. For sure. And it looks like, you know, it's turning into a little bit of a slow burn. Akali's looking for this kill. Got an R popped. They're giving grubs.
I'm surprised they are going to give grubs, because obviously, you know, Morgana ult has been popped, but I feel like that's not the only team fighting ult you have. You know, you have the Senna ulti, you have the Pantheon ulti, you have a Set ulti. There's so many different tools, but it looks like they are going to opt to go for that Hextech Dragon. And, you know, fair enough, right? I think Senna would like the attack speed. I don't think Senna's really going to complain about the attack speed. And, you know, obviously a little bit of ability haste is certainly going to be nice. But
yeah, you get 2 free souls. You're
not bad.
You're delaying, you know, them getting soul really quick. And that's what soul like KOKG's game plan is like stall out the game as much as possible and let the Senna get where she needs to be. But then you also run into the sleeping beast that is Jinx late game. So
oh yeah,
you know,
you know, we all know how much of a beast.
So you know, the later this game goes, it does favor KOKG, but one reset on Jinx when she has items is detrimental to your health.
100% it is. Your health bar, your mental health, your physical health, all kinds of health It is just bad if a Jinx gets that late game. And how
Mhm.
squishy Senna is, unless she's building like a Warmogs or like a Ninja's Tabbies and a Thornmail, I think this Jinx might be able to just two-shot her. And she does have the Shroud for a bit of safety, but at the same time, with 3 champions that can get up close and personal, be okay. It's going to be pretty darn hard. That being said, they're going to try a bit of an engage here. Brand is going to get knocked or rooted by those flame choppers. Is going to get away with his life, but Tom
There's
Kench
the
is not
Shen art.
satisfied. That's a big Shen ulti as well. And that's a nice kill from Jake as well. Another Aura Flash onto the Brand, and that's going to be another dead Senna unless the Tom Kench gets traded. But no, the tower just
Jinx
not
got
able
the
to
kill.
find it.
Let's go.
Yeah, Muerte able to get a nice freebie onto that Senna is going to be, accelerating this Jinx just a little bit. But up the top lane, though, that Morgana looking for Mordekaiser, but he's full health and has the ulti available. That's going to be a flash from the set. They're going to try to ult him back over into the wave, which does work. And he's going to be ulting the Morgana, which he's going to be a pretty good play for Morgana. Ult goes down, and that is going to be a guaranteed kill, more or less, probably for set. Unless he flashes away. Wait, just a moment. He's alive. Oh my goodness, like Johnny Depp himself. He runs away. Captain Jack Sparrow running away from the 2 ulting armies. And that's a big investment from Kitten, but that's, on the side of Soul, you're going to be extremely happy with that one.
Yeah, it's not to harp on it too much, but it's kind of a misplay for on the Morgana getting in range of Mortal, and giving them that free out. But I guess they were under the impression that even if he ults Morgana, he'll still die, right? After Morgul's down, but a little bit of a misstep, but but a lot of game to go.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, until the Jinx is like 4 or 5 items, you can. It's not like you can chillax, but it's not the end of the world. If the plate does go wide. Okay, there we go. Yeah, unfortunately, Helium Bamboo, that support, having a bit of a tough time with the router. Maybe that Jinx ult from earlier hit the router and just caused them to have a little bit of a shortage. But they seem to be back now.
Yeah.
Making things happen. Up at the top side, though, again, I feel like Set should be winning this every day of the week, but
He is 2 levels up.
Right.
He's IDK's ballsy as hell for walking up like that, being 2 levels down.
Absolutely. But now the Akali as well is still walking up to this Pantheon, despite the threat of the sun is still being there, and of course the Morgana hovering nearby. I would imagine he's going to dissuade the Akali a little bit, but up at the top side, IDK again, gonna taste with those fists, feel like, once again.
Yeah, 30 CS plus down top lane. But you can't, no matter how far down Mord is, you can't undervalue him taking someone out of the fight, right?
For sure, right?
So.
And one thing I mention a lot as well is, like let's say we get to another Elder situation like we did last game. Even if Mord is 0-20, if he has Zonias, he could just walk up to the Morgana, and granted she doesn't have Spell Shield, he just ults her and Zonias, and that's effectively a 2-second stun where Morgana can't do anything. She can't smite the objective, and you're guaranteed that Elder.
Yeah. Soulless looking for a play bot, nothing works out, try to interrupt Brand's back.
Yeah, just try to interrupt the tempo. That is that is gonna do it though. He's still hanging around the bot side with that lost chapter. Interesting. See, on the supports, I feel like you would want to go for like Echoes of Helia. Well, I guess not. Maybe actually, I don't know.
I
But
think you
feel
build full damage on Brand. So you're gonna go Luden, or not Luden, but
Gotcha.
Blackfire and
yeah.
I would opt for Rylai's first, just because of the value of the slow.
Ooh, yeah.
Because I think that's a lot of what Brand's build first item on support is the Rylai's, just because of the value of the slow it gives you. But
For sure, yeah.
I mean, building damage early isn't that bad. I'm all for the damage.
Yeah. I think that they are going to be opting for the Leandres as well this game, just because of how much health that Soulless has drafted, right? Obviously, Shen is a very tanky champion. Tahm Kench is very tanky. Mordekaiser as well, definitely very tanky. But over on this bot side, Tahm Kench's tanky is going to be tested as he gets gone on by everyone. That's going to be a root into a root combo. Shen ulti is going to be coming down, but can they actually get there in time? Yes, he can. Now this fight is going to be turned to the brand. Gets turned on.
Jinx reset.
That's not quite a reset yet. There we go.
Yes.
He's going to pop it. It's a little bit late. That Morgan ulti is going to be huge, though. He's going to find Red Panda, but over at the back side of the fight, that's going to be loose for ulting onto that. Senna is not going to be able to find the kill just yet, but that Jinx is going to be gone on by the side of the Pantheon as well as the sets. Now, gets caught with another dark binding.
That's not good.
That's a killer. That's a killer binding for the side of the Kittens, and look at that. Soul, even though they had a pretty solid early game there, let's take a look at this team fight recap, and we see again. I think that the Shen ult was maybe a little bit late, but just regardless, Kittens are able to abuse them one more time.
Yeah, it was. I don't know. It was a bad fight for Soulless. I don't think you're ever fighting there. You just let the Tahm Kench get caught and just leave him to die.
Yeah,
But you know, more it gave space for more to get more farm, get some gold. Like getting space for this Mordekaiser is really good.
absolutely it is. Mordekaiser is one of the few champions that, like, regardless of what happens, if you can just, get money, you can 1v1 basically anyone. It doesn't matter how much you're down, doesn't matter how much the enemy has, doesn't matter how much they've scaled. Mordekaiser can basically always turn around a fight, which is super, super good if you are the Mordekaiser. But at the same time, if you're, a set, you got, a million kills, that's just gonna suck. It's gonna feel real bad.
Yeah, just looking at the first items, Seth's got his Stride Breaker, Morgana's got Blackfire. Everyone should be on their first item, Power Spikes and stuff like that. So, we're looking at it. I don't know if Jinx had Hex Optics during that last fight, but he's got it now, so that'll give him some extra range.
Yeah, poor IDK gonna be bullied once again by this Morgana, but this time kind of holding his own.
They're rotating.
Yeah, Jake is here, but he's a little skeptical. Is gonna flash away, but that's gonna be a nice flash taunt onto 2. It is gonna find both. That Morgana ulti is gonna be popped. They gotta kill the set right here, right now. It is gonna happen. Now Morgana is basically just dead to rights. Nothing they can do is Red Panda picks up a kill. And now Soulless, that was a huge move, and I do think they're going to be able to take this Herald as well as maybe a tower. But on the bot side, Pantheon going to get a tower of his own.
Yeah, Pantheon's getting the tower, but, that was a good play. Good play top. Mordekaiser got Rylized and apparently just became unkillable. So that's a very fun champion.
Right.
Jinx Rocket, unfortunately missed. Couldn't get an assist off that, get some extra gold, but overall, big winning for Soulless.
Oh, absolutely right. And for how dominant that's, I want to say koalas, but they're kittens. I don't know why I'm thinking koalas, but the kittens as well. They look so dominant in the very first parts of this game. Just the amount of power that Brand has in the lane. Same with the Senna. Even though she doesn't hit the hardest, she has a really good amount of range, and especially against the Tahm Kench. Again, like we said, you draft a melee supporter to that, you're just feeding her AD and souls, which is not ideal. So the fact that they were able to come back from that is pretty darn good.
Yeah. It's good for Kittens getting 2 drags. Like, you're just delaying Soulless, getting soul. Fine. Send them more time. Just getting items on them, getting items, getting souls and stuff like that. So
For sure.
it's really good. It's really good for KOKG. Soulless probably wants to put a little more pressure on their gas pedal, but right now the overall game state's okay.
Yeah. Also, I do happen to agree, but obviously after, I believe that's going to be a Mana Moon built for the Senna. Actually, we might get to that later as the top laner's looking to start another boxing match.
Good.
Mordekaiser probably going to be losing this one. I think Set's quite strong at this point. Ulti going to be buffering that E, which is great. He's going to be popping the ulti, but maybe a little bit late on the Mordekaiser's end. Going to try to run away, but he can't run away in his own death. Run anyways. What? How does he do it? You were right.
Fun champion design.
The Rylized Crystal Scepter is just the key. It just keeps him alive somehow. I don't I don't understand what it is, but it's gonna work in his favor.
Yeah, it's just the
Wow.
slope from the passive gave him time to run away for his Q to come back up. Kind of ballsy to stand in sets W and just take it to the face, but I guess it just works out in the end, you know?
I think that's another aura move. It's like, typically sets W is one of the scariest abilities in the game, and Mordekaiser's like, nah. You think that's scary? Watch this. And he just again clutches up with the skin, by the skin of his teeth. Somehow he does it. And again, Soulless, even though they were dominating this top lane, they invested so much time, so much resources from this Morgana and set. Now the Mordekaiser's kind of out of control. The set just barely lost the 1v1 against him. So now as the Mordekaiser, you're looking really, really good.
Yeah, Mordekaiser's back in the game now, you know? Kind of, I don't know what Panda's doing, but, we play for fun.
He's trying to drive off into the sunset, but that Brand ult is going to be doing a lot of damage. That's going to be the fight engaged by the Mordekaiser, who's now big, he's mad, and he is angry, ready to team fight. That's going to be a nice Morgana ulti onto 2. Jinx just barely able to save herself, though. That is going to be a big bunch of reset. Yep. Pantheon going to try to find the entrance onto where it is going to be able to find it with that ignite
Mordekaiser
combo, but yeah, Mordekaiser not going down anytime soon. The Sun is going to try to deal any damage whatsoever, but she hits like a caster minion, and look at that, it's an engage once again from the Shen. Another flash E combo onto the Mark's woman, rather, of the Kittens. It's just not looking great. It's 13-6. Soul pulling ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a good fight. I would have liked to see Jinx not using her minigun so much into the fight.
I see.
Normally when I'm playing Jinx, once I get like one item, I'm just playing for rockets most of the time.
Interesting.
But good on it. Got a reset, just couldn't get away from the Pantheon ignite, Q damage. Kind of unfortunate. This Pantheon isn't gonna be as tanky. Normally, I don't know what Pantheons usually build, but I don't know if Cycle Sword's a good second item on them. So.
Honestly, Spear Shot probably made a video about it, and that's why they're running it. But I don't think that the Cyclo Sword is bad per se. I do kind of agree that they probably should be tanking up a little bit, because obviously Akali is kind of getting out of control. Mordekaiser's kind of getting out of control. Jinx, well, not really at that 3-4 item power spike yet, is not like you can't really sleep on it, right? They've got Greaves, they've got Hex Optics, which makes the rockets hurt a ton. They've got Phantom Dancer, so they have a lot of attack speed. But at the same time, it is a nice bit of burst, right? You W on someone, you're basically guaranteed to be energized. Quick auto attack into Q, into E, whatever. That's if it's not a kill, that's gonna be a big chunk of damage, which lets Senna or Brand or really anyone just kind of finish them off. So it's hard to say.
And it looks like Brand, I don't know why he just didn't complete Blackfire first item and is building Leandri's first. I guess just picked up the lost chapter for mana regen early, but
I guess, yeah. Well, see, I don't mind that as much. I feel like Leandri's definitely very, very valuable in this situation, because again, like, Soul has a lot of health on their front line as well as a couple of their carries, so I think it's going to find a lot of value. But it is a little strange, I won't lie, but I could see the vision.
Yeah, he's just shopping at Costco. He's picking up everything.
Yeah. For sure.
But yeah, it looks like KOKG just took mid tier 1 off the back of just a lull in the game state. So I guess the next big objective is second Infernal in 2 minutes, unless Soulless try to do some P1 stuff and take Baron. So
right. I feel like if they can get a pick, they might be able to pressure the Baron. It looks like Jake is going to try to find something, though. Does take the blue buff, which is, I mean, it's not the end of the world for Morgana, but like, that's a nice to have as a very as a meta dependent champion.
Yeah, for sure.
Taking a look at it here, it's kind of slowed down, but Jake might be able to find the opener onto the Morgana. You're not gonna land though. That's not so good.
Yeah, but I mean, you're just looking for something at this point,
Yeah.
You're just throwing some bait in the water, hoping the fish bites.
Mhm, mhm.
But this Jinx is getting more farm. This Jinx slowly,
Yeah.
I think, building LDR third or something along those lines. I don't know why you're not building IE, but you know, to each their own.
I think a big part is just trying to get a lot of these range items online first, because obviously the Pantheon is very scary. The set is very scary, and the farther you can stand away from them, you know, the more time you have to react. You know, the more time Jake has to ult you, the more time Tom Kench can eat you, all that stuff. But obviously, you know, you are the Jinx enjoyer. So do you usually go IE a third as
Yeah,
in matchups like these?
yeah. I generally always go IE third.
Really? Okay.
Rarely ever do I change my build path. It's usually
Really?
Hex Optics, PD, IE third. Sometimes, depending on what the enemy team comp gets, I don't go PD and I go Runans, but that's the
Okay.
only difference in it. But it does look like Brand did decide he wanted to finish an item, which was a Black
I
Fire
see.
Torch.
Okay.
So at least now he's on a one item power spike rather than shopping at Costco. So
Yeah, definitely a big improvement there, but Tom Kench has to blow that flash in a bit of a mid lane scuffle as he's caught out of place just a little bit. But look at this though, Morgana's trying to look for more. The set's wrapping around.
this this Tom Kench, he's playing so aggressive, and at
Hmm.
a certain point, I enjoy it. But like, oh my,
He's really
you're
testing
not that
himself.
you're not that danky yet.
Right, right. You're not
like
that guy, pal.
you're valuing Shenar way too much as a safety net when they can literally pop you through it. You know?
Right there, and maybe there was something to be said where maybe Kittens is giving him too much respect because like, okay, he's running at me like someone who's under the influence. I'm scared because if we can't kill him and the Shen does manage to arrive, we're just gonna get taunted. We're just gonna get Jinx ulted, and it's just gonna be bad all around. But at the same time, I feel like if you're not gonna abuse the Tom Kench when he's walking around in places he shouldn't be, then when are you gonna find a window to punish him?
For sure. Like, oh, looks like they found Jake, but
I
he's a
think
Shen
so.
and he's just chilling. So like,
Yeah,
if
Pantheon's
he,
pretty far.
he might die for this.
Uh,
He will die for
I
this.
would say. I mean, the blast cone is going to give a little bit of safety, but that Tom Kench knockup probably going to secure the deal. Never mind. And Akali still looking for
Akali.
more. Has a second ulti though.
Oh,
That's a
she
good
has
Zhonya's.
Yeah.
That's a nice Zhonya's,
And
and has to
flash.
flash. That's good. And now Jinx can kind of just free hits unless the Akali gets started up once again. That's a big engagement. Tom Kench
Shenar.
gonna eat her up. That's gonna be the
Kench, yeah.
fireball past though. Big save from the assassin. So that's not too bad.
Yeah. And this is what I was talking about in draft. Like, you have so many like safety buttons for this team
Yeah.
for whoever your carry is, right? You got Tom
Mhm.
Kench R, you have Shen R. Overlapping them, not the best, but like I get you
Yeah. Yeah.
four and one Akali. You kind of don't want them to die for nothing.
Yeah. Right. You would rather not give any shutdowns or, you know, really any breathing room, because I think once the Akali dies, I think that does allow Kittens to play much more loose, because then they're like, oh, okay, that's great. I can't have a ninja lady, you know, flash ult me and I die 2 seconds
Yeah.
later. I'll be okay. But at the same time, you know, you kind of need to stagnate them or maybe coordinate a little bit better, because again, you don't want to stack them on top of each other, and you could use that Shen ult to save the Jinx instead of choosing one or the other.
But yeah, it looks like Jinx is going LDR third item, and then three items completed on Shen. You know, I guess Akali's working towards either Rabadons or something of the like with that needlessly large rod. And you know, on the other side, Cinder building towards Manamune. Morgana working on her third item. Same with Set. The only one
Yeah.
that's like out of the ordinary that's not close to doing it is Brand. So, you know,
Well,
eventually.
he's still figuring out where he wants to shop first. I think that's going to be the big hurdle, is just you know, kind of sitting down and going like, all right, do I want to go to Costco or do I want to go anywhere else?
You know,
Down
And
the
this
bot lane
is-
though. Ooh,
flashed it a bit too late. but
the idea
it's
is
still
there.
it's still winning. It's still
Yeah.
winning for Mord.
Ooh.
Shen R for some reason. So that's lit. That's a big cooldown off for 70 seconds or something along those lines.
But at the same time, I don't quite mind it because other than the set, what burst does Kitten really have? Obviously, Pantheon hurts a lot, especially with the Serpent's Fang. But he didn't really get as much mileage as I thought he was going to get in lane. And Brand hurts, yes, he certainly does, right? No, like no question about that. You
Yeah.
could dodge a lot of his burst, whereas Set and especially Pantheon, it's very point and click.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Shen just save the ult just because this Tom Catch
right.
is walking into 4 people on a regular basis. So, to each their own,
I think that's just the aura though. Tom Catch is like, listen, I am the beast, and you're going to address me as such. I am Master Shifu, the Red Panda, and you're not going to kill me ever. Ignore those 2 times. Those ones didn't count.
Yeah.
See, it's those were good deaths though, right? Like it's just like the
Good.
boss does. Whenever he dies, you know what I mean?
Good. Yeah, sometimes. But yeah, it looks like just teams are just setting up for drag, fighting for vision. Morgana needs to be careful here. Nothing comes of it.
Nah, it's hard. Shen ulti is up though, so if they did want to try to cook that up, they probably could have. But at the same time, you don't know where the what's the name of the Pantheon is. I don't think they've shown just yet. I think they're still in the fog of war. Maybe don't quote me on that one. But it's definitely not something that you want to give a free engage off of.
And Shen Slash is up, so they could look
that's
for.
Big engage on the Brand flashes away.
Mhm.
Oh wait,
And Mordekaiser's just
over
fighting in the
bot
bot lane. Yep.
I don't know. I didn't see that happening.
There's Shen R. Mordekaiser's dead.
That's a big shutdown though. But
Yeah.
now the Akali's in the backline. Jinx trying to enter this fight. It's just so difficult though. Oh, there's so much knockback. Akali probably going to be falling pretty darn soon. They are going to turn their attention over towards this.
Akali, no.
Morgana not going to die just yet as Akali just barely flashing away. Not going to make it. Jinx ulti not going to do too much either. They can't find an entrance onto this fight. It's just awful. Tom Catch ult. He's going to be used now. Pantheon going to be engaging onto this fight. They're going to try to catch this Jinx or the Shen. Either will do, but it seems like both will happen as Tom Catch falls as well. And that's going to be a flash committed for the Senna. Mythic Chaos flashless, but also Soulless teamless. Only the Shen is able to survive.
Yeah, it wasn't. It looked like Soulless didn't know which targets to hit. They were bouncing in between, like diving backline or hitting front, and then just the amount of burn and poke that KG has, just led them to getting some free kills, and Jinx never got a reset. So it looks like Ratsu is dying for a tier 3.
Not bad.
Good death.
Yeah, good.
Good death.
Good death indeed.
And they're getting now. Soulless can fight this Baron. I don't think KOKJ takes it fast enough if Soulless wants to fight it. I think they should.
Right. I think if there is a time that you are going to get back into this game, it is now or it is never. As that Baron dropping down pretty darn low. Jinx needs to come in hot as well. The Akali's going to finally engage. That is going to be Kittens securing the Baron, but at what cost? Akali going to fly over and get a shutdown onto the center. That is huge. And now Akali probably just going to flash over towards this Baron as well, getting a double kill. Morgana as well. And there's just nothing left. They do have the Pantheon with that Baron, but that's a lot of kills over in the hands of Soul.
Yeah. I'm glad they ended up fighting for the Baron. They got there a little too late to even attempt to steal, but they got the flash out of Pantheon. They got only 1 Baron on the field, so it's looking to be like a negative Baron power play, which is good.
For sure. Now Akali gonna try to test the luck against the Pantheon, but that's a lot of extra stuff from the Baron. I don't think it's gonna happen. Has to pop the Zonias, but wait, the Shen is here to save the day, but it doesn't matter as the nice quick Q from that Pantheon is gonna get the kill. Maybe getting a double kill as the Senalti is gonna find this mark, and that's just barely gonna be enough to keep the Pantheon alive again against another couple kills. Jinx rocket coming in from downtown. Does it land? Not quite. That's a very, very sad day for Soul.
I don't think it kills either, even if it lands.
Oh, really? Oh, bummer.
Yeah. If it was old Jinx Rocket before they nerfed it, yeah, it kills. But
I see.
New
See,
Jinx
I'm
Rocket
behind.
doesn't go.
I'm behind on the Jinx patch notes. How much do they nerf the damage? Do you
They
know?
nerfed it forever ago, but
Oh, I
uh,
see. I see.
yeah, they nerfed it forever ago, but I've hated the nerf ever since.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Well,
But
as we take a look at this game again, if you are Soulless, that was a big investment, right? That was another what's it called, another huge ulti that was committed, and it did not get anything.
yeah, it's Akali's wasted TP going down there. Um, kind of overforced her hand into the Pantheon, underestimating
Ooh.
Pantheon's damage. I want to say.
Ooh. Mordekaiser not feeling too good, though. He's going to be dropping down super duper low. I think he's dead. Flashes in place for fun. That's going to be the nail in the coffin. Kittens looking to run away with game number 4. Tompkins falls. Jinx not able to get the resets, and now has to flash away for anything. Q not going to land, but it's going to be enough as Brand's burn is going to take him down. Same with Akali. There's nothing left in this team. They've got no steam left. Game number 4 looking to be Kittens, late bloomer, but it seems to be the reverse sweep is in the cards for the Kittens.
I don't understand how Soulless. They started the game so well,
Right.
and a couple bad fights. Just they weren't respecting Pantheon's damage. Like
I don't think so.
This Pantheon built lethality and damage, and they just weren't respecting it all. They would just get caught out and stunned.
I think the Serpent's Fang as well is also a really big thing because obviously a lot of eggs were put into this Shen basket of like, okay, we could play a little bit more up front, we could play a little bit more cocky. Shen's just going to ult us and we'll be a-okay. And Pantheon, he's just going to reduce that by 30%, if I'm not mistaken. So that's it takes a relatively big shield and turns it into an extremely small one. And again, like you were saying, they could burst people through the Shen shield without the Pantheon. Now they're just able to do it so much faster with that Serpent's Fang. So it's
this damage chart makes
right.
me very irritable.
Yeah,
Like,
again, Jinx had no way of getting in there.
Yeah, Jinx was basically a non-factor in the whole game. Like Mordekaiser did what he was supposed to. Akali did what they were supposed to. This Jinx was just not a factor the whole series.
Yeah, and it's really unfortunate because we could have seen them go absolutely crazy, but unfortunately, it was just not meant to be. And the gold graphs are going to tell a very similar story. But regardless, that was Kittens winning game number 4. This is now 2-2. Last game is a winner takes all situation. So join us back in just a couple minutes. Oh man, you're not going to want to miss it.
A broken dreamer is your mind. All the scars, let's leave them behind. We light the world up now, let us fire in your eyes. To the darkness, into the night. A broken dreamer is your mind. All the scars, let's leave them behind. We light the world up now, let us fire in your eyes. To the darkness, into the night.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You got Garrett and Deadly on the mic one last time. I mean, I've said that a couple other times because I really thought that Soulless had this one in the bag since game number 2 because they took a very commanding 2-0 lead in this little series here in the semifinals of Soulless Gaming versus Kingdom of Kittens Gasai. Obviously, in game number 5, all of these tricks have to come out of the bag because this is a fearless draft tournament. So none of these picks that you're seeing on screen can be picked again. And man, oh man, I can't wait to see what IDK, the top laner for Soulless, cooks up because one thing that he told me in a very exclusive interview is that the fact that he can't be banned out. He will always have a crazy amount of pocket picks at the ready. And with the Smolder being locked in,
Oh
I don't think
god.
it's top lane, but I think that is Soulless signaling to us that it is go big or go home. They're either going to lose fast or they're going to win late.
Let's go later, go home. It's
Yeah, exactly.
I have an unhealthy hatred for Smolder.
Okay, well, how about a Twitch?
It's a ratty champion, and I'm down. It's game 5. Pull out all the stops,
For sure, man. For sure, that Twitch is going to be locked in. And, I do like the Twitch because it's kind of the same thing as the Smolder, where it's got crazy late game damage, but it comes online so much faster. And it also has a pretty solid level 1. You could do a bit of cheese strats with it. Go invisible,
Mhm.
get a lot of free auto attacks on, Hail Blade or Hail of Blades, press the attack lethal tempo. All very valid options, especially in the early game. And that is going to be the Maokai. That is going to be a support Maokai. I know the support for the Kittens, I've got this down in my handy dandy little notebook here. The Kittens do like playing the Maokai support with the Twitch, and I think that Maokai support is a bit of an underrated pick. I'm not gonna lie. It's got some really solid bush control with that with the E, and it has a
Mhm.
really nice amount of appeal with the Alt, W, and Q.
Yeah. I find it weird that they're picking Milio now when you could have picked Milio last game. Like Smolder Milio, I mean, I guess you get like the extra range on his Qs or whatever, but
Hmm.
I feel like Milio last game's much better pick with
Right,
the Jinx
right.
than Smolder. But
I would have liked the Melio with the Jinx as well, but of course, that's in the past. Yeah, I
yeah.
feel like Loki, maybe they wanted to get the Tom Kench out of the hands of Kittens, but I don't think a lot of them play Tom Kench. So, it's hard to
Mhm.
say, but Ari is going to be picked up, which is a very solid draft for the side of Soulless. It can go basically anywhere, but against a Mel, it can kind of struggle. It's a very powerful champion. Is going to be
Yeah.
locked in. Okay. Kittens, I'm liking their chances so far.
Yeah, they're drafting really well. He probably could have gone with a different ADC. I don't know
Mm,
what
I like the
really.
Twitch.
I mean, Twitch is fine, but like I don't know what else. Like Kaisa could have been fine here. But
Yeah,
like
I could see it.
I like the Mel. Smolder into Mel at all
Mhm.
points of the game is terrible for Smolder.
Yes, yes, it is.
Um, Getting your ult pushed back onto your team is not a very fun experience.
Right, right.
So I like the Mel pick. The Mel pick's good here.
Again, it's extremely good. It doesn't have any mobility, so yes, the RE, in a longer fight can always catch up to the Mel and potentially dodge a lot of their spells, potentially even
Hmm.
out damage them. But at the same time, that charm is basically the Re's combo starter. It's the combo ender. It's the bread and
Yeah.
butter that she needs, and Mel can obviously reflect that and make that her combo starter, which could lead into a root,
Hmm.
into a full Q, into a couple auto attacks, into an ulti, and then you're dead.
Yeah.
So it's hard to play with, but the Maokai as well. We've seen a lot of crazy fights around these objectives, and I think that Maokai ult is genuinely one of the best tools at turning these into a death trap. Plus the Twitch ulti on top of it, you're either going to be dead before the route ends or shortly after.
Yeah. And the Mumu, it looks like like Kittens are just going for big team fights. Like
Yes, they are.
they are
Yes,
going
they are
with the Maokai into the Amumu into the Mel and then Twitch just
Mm,
peppering everyone from a distance.
for
Um,
sure. I hope that we get to see his Hecarim. Solo. Oh, I forgot his name. Jake's Hecarim.
I
'Cause that's one of his specialty picks. He hasn't picked it so far. I don't
yeah,
think I've seen it on stream, but, Deadly, as you could maybe attest, it's no joke.
his Hecarim's no joke. I played against it and like mate, there's the Sejuani. Um,
Yeah, we were
I'm
talking
not a
about that
fan.
last game too.
I'm not a fan of the Sejuani. Like Mel's W is getting more and
Yeah.
more value here.
Yeah,
Like
it is.
you got the Smolder. I'm pretty sure she can reflect Sejuani ult.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
like keeping track of Mel's W cooldown is going to be very important for Soulless when they're trying to engage
Mhm.
into fights. They're going to have to avoid any and all choke points in the map.
Yeah, yeah.
You know.
They really will. But Gragas as well. That's interesting. We don't really see a lot of Gragas. I'll be so honest. And unless this guy's watching a lot of sloppy walrus, I don't know if he's gonna have a crazy amount of experience and know-how on the
this
Gragas. It all depends on what this top lane champion is. What do
this
you? Ooh,
is ahead. I mean,
I don't think that's Gragas favored. Call me crazy. I think
I
Zahan is gonna
I
win that.
I don't think it is either. I I think this might be a hot take. I think
Oh,
they went Garen. Okay.
all
Uh,
right. What's your hot take?
I think Solus ran out of steam, man. I'm be real
It,
honest.
I think so too, man. The
This
drafts are not lining
this
up here.
this draft is cooking, but it's almost like KG draft last game. It's cooking something gross. It's cooking something gross.
I think like they cooked really hard at the start, but then now they've just kind of cooled off. That being said, the milk can only reflect so many spells, right? If they can bait out
Hmm.
that like at the very start of the fight, if Ari throws out a charm and Mel reflects it, that's great. Now Smolder can ulti, Melio can Q, Gragas can ulti, Sejuani can ulti. There's so many tools that they have
Yeah,
that can just kind of turn this team fight on its head. And same with the Gragas ulti. I
yeah.
don't mind it here because it can interrupt the Amumu Q. It can't quite interrupt anything the Maokai does per se,
Hmm.
but the fact that Maokai gets up close, which means that Gragas can very, very easily, eat them away from whatever Smolder or Ari they're trying to get onto. And with the dashes and movement that Solus did have, they can kind of kidnap the Maokai. I don't know if you've seen those funny interactions where
Yeah.
Maokai W's onto someone and then they flash or fly away underneath tower,
Hmm.
and then Maokai is just under tower now, and there's no
Yeah.
minions nearby. So we could see it kind of go sour for the Maokai. It is going to be a big commit, and they have to time it pretty darn well, but it is doable. And something I do want to touch on before we go into a little bit of a break here is obviously the melee support into a two-ranged matchup. Obviously, we were talking about this with the Senna. I think the same kind of theory applies to the Smolder because
Yeah.
you're just
For
going to
sure.
give him stacks, right?
For sure. For sure. The same theory applies. Um, but in terms of like draft, like you got a pick comp kind of with Soulless, with the
Yeah,
Sedge R and the RE and all that, and you just got a really, really good team fight comp from KOKG.
mhm,
So I think KOKGs can execute their comp better and more easily than Soulless can.
for sure. Well, you'll just have to see. We're gonna leave you on a bit of a cliffhanger. Make sure you check back in just a couple minutes. We're gonna be going on break. Again, Soulless Gaming versus Kingdom of Kittens Gasai. This is the last game of the series. Winner takes all. No second chances in this semifinal. We'll see you back in just a couple minutes. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You got Gareth and Deadly on the mic one last time. Soulless versus Kittens. Definitely a bigger fight than I at least anticipated. I don't know about all of you, but we can drop your predictions in the chat. I do believe that it is going to be favoring the Kittens heading into this one, but anything can happen. There are no second chances. This is the semifinals, and Soul. I mean, we've heard a lot of people say that you've run out of steam, and now it's time for you to prove if this is true or if we are all dead wrong. Deadly, how are you feeling about this one coming into it?
It's hopefully it's a banger. Hopefully it's like game 2 where it was back and forth. It was close. You know,
Mhm.
hopefully. Oh, looks like
Garen?
Rotsu might be getting a little bit of danger. He might have to burn flash.
Nah, he's chill. He's Garen. He'll be full health again once he goes up top lane. That passive kicking in relatively soon, but yeah, probably gonna be a more chill laning phase. You know, down at the bot lane, we don't really have a big kill lane. Obviously, Smolder can't really do anything early. Twitch could kind of have some early aggression, but Maokai is going to be starting the E, so there's no CC available for any of the supports. That being said, Twitch could test his luck.
Yeah, I think the spot lane has more kill pressure than you think. I think Twitch can. Well, actually no, because Emilio shields W heal.
Yeah, speed up as well.
There's no kill pressure, but or very little. But ooh, almost taunted straight into the turret. That would have been a
Yeah,
good trade for Ari.
Right, I think that's going to be the last charm that Ari's going to hit on Mel, at least in the laning phase, because that rebuttal is going to be finding a huge bit of value. Pardon me, and obviously this rebuttal is going to be one of the more important abilities on the side of the kitties, on the side of the kittens. Apologies, kitties, kittens. Listen, it's a late man. I'm struggling here. I was calling them koalas earlier. I don't know. I might just end up calling them kangaroos at this point. So don't push it. But in terms of this rebuttal, you know, if you are the Mel, what are you going to be reflecting first? Like, what is top priority on your list?
Sejar, for sure. And I think
Okay.
Mel can also deflect like Gragas are too. I think
I believe
that's
so.
something-
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I think if it lands close enough, she can.
yeah. Her W has insane value this game, especially like Smolder. But like in terms of her safety, it's gonna be that Sejuani R.
Yeah, so Sejuani's ult, he's definitely going to be pretty potent, but I feel like out of anyone, Jake is, you know what, Sejuani's ulti, it seems big, but I feel like the hitbox just isn't that big, and maybe this is just like a complete skill gap, but whenever I played Sejuani, the ulti never locked onto the people that I very clearly hit, and it just slowed.
Yeah. Yeah. It kind of a skewed hitbox and stuff like that. Like it's smaller than what it appears when you're throwing
Gotcha.
two big spears with a rope and it misses. So,
Yeah.
you know,
Well-
looked like there was going to be a little scuttle fight, but
I think that's the most action we're getting for like the first 10-15 minutes. It's going to be nothing but this, but wait just a moment. Could we see an engage from Jake? And the Q from the Amu is going to hit now. The Mel going to be the focus.
Oh.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice charm. That's going to be the first blood
Oh.
over to the Cinder wall. Oh my goodness. It's a first blood in the water. This is crazy. And now Garrett's going to be joining the fight as well. Gragas must have pushed the lane or continue to fight. It looks like he's taking the ladder as Drake is going to be gone on by this Garrett. I mean, that's a teleport from the Mel. Who else is going to be joining this fight? Gragas walking straight into the middle of three people. Does not matter. Belly flops over that wall just for some style points, and that is a beautiful start to this game.
it is. It's good for Soulless, but Gragas is losing quite a few minions to
Yeah.
this turret right now. Like
Ain't that about
This-
right?
it was a good roam to cover and back it up, but you lost a lot of CS into a lane where you're probably not ever going to be up in CS.
Right, and with this Garen having a level lead, that is going to be the you know, for Damaska online significantly faster than the explosive cask, I believe it's called, unless it's something else.
Yeah.
I don't make Gragas, but anyway, regardless, Garen's going to have ulti, you're not, and while W does give you a bit of damage reduction, you're going to need a lot more than that to survive the might of Demacia. But down at the bot lane, though, Twitch getting a lot of damage off of the Melio, but honestly, you know, hot take, I think it's chill to trade there, because, you know, obviously, Melio is going to have to back, but now Twitch, you know, no mana, no health, I think it's worth.
Yeah, I don't think Miller has to back. Miller has flash, he has mana,
true.
he has heal. Like he's sitting pretty. But what this game comes down to is, can this Smolder get his stats?
Yeah. It's
You know.
basically going to be Smolder versus Mel, I think. Because, like, yes, Twitch is important, but Ari can just make him nothing immediately. Sejuani's not going to take damage from the Twitch, but actually, we'll get to that later. As another roam from top lane. This time, Gragas is not there to follow it. which means that the push will be secured for top lane in the favor of Soul for a little bit.
Yeah, it's interesting that Garen's roaming so much.
Right,
But, I
he's not
mean-
the most mobile champion ever.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, Gragas is gonna have to farm the wave and stuff like that, and it's gonna be pushing into you. So, I mean, if you have a roam timer, you can.
True,
What,
true.
what I would like to see this game is once Twitch hits 6, he starts roaming.
Interesting. Yeah, see, the roaming supports is definitely one of the bigger questions in this game, but the roaming ADCs is something that is never talked about. And maybe there's a good reason for that, because I know for a fact that if I see my ADC roaming towards mid and, like I'm doing okay in lane and my ADC is like, all right, yep, leave mid, this is mine now. I'm not feeling too good, but I feel like Twitch is one of the rare cases where you do actually kind of want that to happen just because of how much extra attack range he's going to get. That being said, Ari is one of the hardest laners to catch. So do you think that Twitch is going to have a difference here, or is it, or is Ari going to get away?
It's just no one. It's why I permaban Twitch and solo duo,
I see.
and like ranked and stuff like that. Just because
Yeah.
like, if you're not, like, if your team's not fully tracking Twitch, like his Q just gives him so much, like, movability.
Oh,
like,
it absolutely does.
he can walk behind Ari and then just like open up with her on ult and stuff like that, and just get damage and push her out of lane.
True.
He has so much value in being able to roam this game that I hope he uses. If not, then like, I mean, it's still
Right.
fine, but it would
Right.
just throw a wrench into everything.
Absolutely, it would. But that's going to be taken down very quickly, giving everyone on the side of the Kittens some extra armor and magic resist. Not the end of the world, though. Obviously, Soul has liked to play around these dragons in the earlier games of the series, but it seems like Kitties have cracked the code once again, and they're kind of abusing Jake a little bit. He loves to go for these dragons, but they know for a fact that he is going to be clearing the jungle at this time. Sejuani, not the fastest clear in the world, but a nice tempo interrupt in up at the top side is going to make Garen think twice about backing. He actually pops the ulti. Goodness.
Burns ult, okay.
All right.
Yeah, it's good to stop us back. Just keep him in the lane a little longer. But yeah, with Soulless, I think they need to do what KOKG did in their Senna game. At least get one. Like, if you can get one Drake, you stall out the game for Smolder. If you get two, you really stall out the game for Smolder. But they're looking to be setting up a 4-man dive in the bot lane. They're looking for something.
Yeah, they certainly are. Although Maokai, no ulti online and no vision in that bush, so the Amumu is going to be completely unnoted. That being said, Garen gonna exchange TPs up at the top side to make sure he catches that wave and forces the TP out from Gragas. But no moves bot lane. Don't want to go for it just yet. Over in the mid lane, though, wait just a moment. I can't believe that the belt was able to reflect it in time. I kind of lost my words there. I won't lie to you. That was a great pick from the Sejuani. Yeah. That's
Very
one way to get your mid ahead.
If you're not tracking the Sejuani, no one's seen her. Coming from your side of the jungle.
Yeah, right.
Kind of hard to deflect an R unless you got faker human reactions.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, Soulless is doing good. They're getting their Ari ahead. They're getting their Sejuani is getting moves on the map. But we've seen this in multiple games before, that Soulless has had a good early game, and then some stuff just goes sideways at a certain point, and KOKG just gets her claws out.
Yep, very, very true. Although I'm surprised that they've never drafted Rengar or a Yumi with a name like this. You know what I mean? I feel like those are the two champions, or like at least Maokai with that one kitty cat skin.
Yeah, Maokai.
Yeah, Maokai. That's what it is. That's such a good skin. But anyway,
it is.
We're seeing a bot lane gank here. All onto the Smolder. That's going to be committed immediately. But the melee ulti is so clutch. It saves the Smolder. The heal flash is committed as well. They're not going to be able to find it just yet. Smolder, I don't even know what he has at this point. Twitch committed quite a lot for that, but no kills to be found. Thankfully, Sejuani is there for the rebound. Not able to find the stun onto the Twitch, but I don't think they can keep going even if they wanted to. Smolder's got no mana.
Yeah, Smolder's got no mana, but that was a lot committed for both sides. If I'm this Amumu, I'm looking for this bot lane again. They have no sums on either AD or support.
Mhm.
This Ari might be in trouble if he keeps pushing up.
Oh, no Curse of the Sad Mummy though, but it doesn't matter. That's a beautiful execution from the Mel. Dead to rights, you know, it just immediately. Doesn't even need the
Yeah.
ulti from the Amumu.
Yeah. But this bot lane is very vulnerable until Milo gets ult back, and even then it's still scary.
Yeah, it's very, very shaky because with the Maokai ult and the Amumu ulti, that's 2 layers of CC that the Melio has to worry about. And the only reason that that bot lane gank from Kittens didn't go as planned is because the Smolder was just barely out of the Sad Mummy's curse range. Otherwise, that would have hit Smolder, and then he would have been dead basically immediately after. So as the Melio, a very tough situation. Before Mikhail's, which ult do you cleanse? Do you cleanse the Maokai ulti and then allow Smolder to get hit by the Curse of the Sad Mummy? Or do you wait out the Maokai ulti, which is like, you know, 2 seconds at max distance, and then cleanse the Curse of the Sad Mummy? Regardless, the
like...
wish he had cleanse, as that's a lot of damage from Lucifer into another clean ulti from Sejuani.
Yeah, they're doing good. They're, you know, other than Ari dying, you know, Soulless is making moves. They're looking alive. They're not looking so soulless, you know?
Right? They do have a bit of life in them. Ari
ult.
dashing forward. I could see the vision, but unfortunately Garen is, you know, despite his build being a ruby crystal and a dagger as well as some boots, he is quite tanky at this point. You know, Ari doesn't have a lot of items, only a Doran's ring and some boots in the back pocket. So
He's got a Blackfire torch already.
I would assume so. Yeah.
Yeah, he does. So he has more than just boots and the Doran's ring.
Oh, never mind. No, I didn't even see that. Goodness me. Over in the mid lane though.
Careful here. Twitch is lurking.
Oh, that's a big one. Melee ulti not able to come out quick enough. That could be the kill. Smolder not able to be found. Twitch not able to find anything else. Oh, quite. A lot of people were left really low from that on the side of the Kittens. Somehow coming out on top.
Classic triple ward bush. I like it.
True. They will never clear that. The Maokai is going to try to clear it, but now they're second guessing themselves. Has to commit the nut over the wall.
That's what I mean. Twitch just adds a layer of chaos into fights. Like you think it's just 3, and then there's just a little rat just sitting in invis.
Yeah, and now there's like 15 holes through my chest because he's shot whatever arrows those are. I don't even know what he shoots. It's like arrows, right? He's got a crossbow kind of thing going on.
I think the skinny has a little water gun.
I see. Well, I can't say that Twitch is gonna make people, you know what, when people are splashed with water, but you're picking up what I'm putting down, right?
Making them moist.
Yeah, that's a better way to put it. That's good. Anyway, up at the top lane, we're gonna be seeing Garen getting his teeth wet on this tower because that's only 2 plates left, and it's only 13 minutes in. Well, probably close to 14, but the point still stands. Garen is feeling insanely dominant in this matchup against IDK. And I feel like the Gragas is only really going to be coming online in the later parts of the game, regardless. Though Garen, he's got a little bit far out. Unfortunately, there's no way he can resist Ari's temptations, and he will go down.
Just take the kill.
Quite soon. There we go. A nice. Oh, look at that! A beautiful Sejuani ulti. Not even expecting it on the Mel, and look at that. A dash over the wall to secure the kill. A beautiful
flash. Yes. Good double kill for Soulless.
Oh yeah.
I'm curious what Smolder's stacks are though. I'm curious what he's sitting at.
I'm not too sure. You know, how about you give a guess?
He's just about, I don't know, 60, 70 probably.
Okay.
Maybe, you know, a little more than that, but.
Okay, I got you.
He should be getting close to 125.
Actually, I'll ask this. Do you think he's on par?
He should be. He's been playing good.
Right.
He's been getting W stacks and stuff like that. He should be on par.
Right.
He should be on track.
And with Twitch leaving the bot lane for, you know, a couple minutes here and there, I do think that he has
94. Okay.
Okay. That's pretty good. Almost at that 125 big splash upgrade if I have my Smolder the right way around. I don't play a crazy amount, I'll be honest, but that Twitch is going to continue looking for a bit of cheese, but I don't think they're going to find it.
Smolder's playing real safe. But he has to, you know, you're just being vegan. Playing Smolder, you're just chilling. Waiting to cue something.
For sure.
You know? Hate this
Well, as the
champion.
Melio, I think you're kind of, I think you're happy with this chill lane because the Melio is kind of like the support version of Viscera. It neutralizes a lot of lanes out
Mhm.
there, and you either build an enchanter and there's nothing going on anyways, or you draft a kill lane and you can't do anything anyways because the Melio is just gonna, it's just gonna
Yeah.
stop you with Q. Up at the top side though, the Toilet Paper Man is gonna be looking to gank the Gragas as Garen is trying to trade it. You know, this lane is in a great spot for him, but the nice Bomba under tower is not going to be enough as Amumu comes in hot from the top rope. Going to be committing the curse of the Sad Mummy, and Ratsu brings him down with the might of Demacia once again. And that's a big kill on the Gragas, but over in the mid lane, though, Ari going to be finding out where the switch has gone. Lands a nice meaty charm. He's going to deal a
Yep.
lot of damage. Maokai, no response yet.
Yeah, it was good. You know, I was gonna say that Moon was wasting a bit of time just chilling in the alcove, but I mean,
Maybe.
it was worth it. Worth it getting the kill.
I do happen to
They're just leaving
agree.
the Smolder just in the bot lane by himself, just doing what Smolder does.
Yep. Just hanging out is what it is. But yeah, nothing too crazy going on here. Obviously, Amumu no ulti in hand, so that's kind of his entire champion gone. He's just got to go back into farming mode for until that ulti comes online again.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, next big objective fight in a minute 30 unless Jake pulls the trigger on this Amumu.
It looks like the Amumu is going to be pulling the trigger onto Jake, which is going to give him a little bit of a
Maokai
heart steal
ult?
stack. That's a Maokai ulti too. That's a big investment. Ari ult
Ari
as
ult?
well. No charm, unfortunately.
These Ari ults are, he doesn't have Malignant, so they got
yeah.
still a decent cooldown on them, so
Although I do think in terms of the ultis being traded, I would favor Soulless on that one because Maokai ult has a significantly longer cooldown, and that's a lot of utility in CC that is packed into that ultimate. Whereas, you know, Ari's ultimate, like, yes, it does kind of prevent you from getting onto the backline now. You're not nearly as slippery, but at the same time, it only affects you. Whereas Maokai, now you're sacrificing, you know, a 2, 3, potentially even 4-man route.
yeah. The Maokai ult was a big whiff. I see the vision where you're wanting to, you know, catch him out and stuff like that, but it's kind of sucky to lose that 30 seconds before Dragon's up, you know?
Yeah, right. Although in the top side, Garen is going to be grabbing that tower with all that extra attack speed that he's built. He's got the London build going on. Three shanks in his pocket. Over in the mid lane, though, Charm not going to land onto Amumu, even though he wants a hug, but he is going to be hugged by the entirety of Soulless, as that melee ulti is going to be popped as well. Mid lane turret going to fall. Gragas is going to flash over for some style points. That's a
Everyone's
nice
flashing.
charm onto the Bell. Can they manage to kill her? Not quite. An explosive cascade is going to be committed, but it's just not enough,
But they're
unfortunately.
losing tier 2 top lane for this, you know?
They are indeed, but they will get a dragon for the dragon, so maybe it's not so bad.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Mid lane turret's still up. Mid tier 1 anyways. It's got like a cough of health left. Bot tier 1, not going to be so lucky. And, yeah, I mean, dare I say Soulless maybe kind of falling behind in the tower game a little bit.
Yeah, their tempo's a little messed up. But again, as long as Smolder's staying safe, as long as Smolder's getting his stacks, that's your win con right there, you know? He's not
Absolutely.
egregiously down in CS, he's not egregiously down in farm. His item spikes are coming when he needs to, so he's good.
He's chilling there. Yeah, he's completely fine. But Garen picking up the Phantom Dancer. You know, I'm not a huge Garen player. I'm curious. I don't know if you play a lot of Garen, but how do you feel about the Phantom Dancer second?
It's standard. It's standard.
Yeah. Okay.
I think Garen's build stride into PD into either Mortal Reminder or Dead Man's Plate. Garen doesn't ever build like full tank. He definitely builds at least 75 to 50% crit. And
Oh
then
yeah,
he's-
absolutely.
Then he's chilling. So he's building standard right now.
Okay. I haven't
Now if
seen
he goes
too many.
if he goes IE, then we're in a world for fun.
Yeah, right.
Because I love me some crit Garen.
Right. Sejuani gonna feel a little bit of action going on around the Raptors, but there's just nothing they can really do right now. Sejuani, a very, very tanky champion. Twitch going to look for a bit of poke damage, but it's ultimately not going to mean too much. I do want to say that they, you know, for the side of the Kittens, they do just want to break down this mid-tier 1 as soon as possible, because that really does open up the map for them.
Yeah, it does, but Smolder has decent wave clear right now, so they're gonna have to at least get on one of their backs or commit another man to mid lane if they want to crack this turret.
But that is a crazy, crazy gold graph for the side of the Kittens, because that's a lot of extra money that they've been able to make over the course of like 20 minutes, right? Like that's a 2K gold lead already, and I think that they're a lot stronger than the gold lets up to be. That being said, Garen going to be engaged on, going to be giving a few more extra stacks to the Smolder. Can he get away? Probably, as the explosive cast goes wide. What a sidestep from Garen. Oh, maybe we're going to try to enter. Yeah, Maokai ulti as well. Going to be committed here. Is not going to land on anyone somehow, but Gragas going to be going down anyways. As, you know, oh, Ari going to be finding the tree. Just trying to give him a little bit of a hug, actually. Is gonna have to back up here. Mumu not able to find a curse on the side, but we got a 2, but does manage to land on the Sejuani. He is gonna be cleansed by the Melio, but the Mumu diving way too deep, goes into the tower and into the hands of Smolder, who picks up another free kill. Now Soulless gonna be looking to turn this one around, as Garen is gonna be the target here. Gets stunned up. Can they manage to finish the kill? Yes, they can. But that's a big Mel ulti. Look at that. That's another 2 dead from the side of Soulless, and now they're just gonna try to salvage this fight as it's Smolder and Ari left with the Smolder is stacking away, but he doesn't want to keep going. I feel like that could have been a triple or even a pentakill.
He could have got both of them, but you know, playing it safe. I mean, if I'm not Smolder there, I'm limit testing. I'm sending it.
Right. Honestly, like playing it safe, especially in a tournament like this. When you're in a game 5, you know, it's the last chance. You know, no second chances. I can understand playing it safe, but come on. You're not going to try and at least go for the Twitch. I feel like that is necessary, but regardless, that is a big bunch of money that he did get over his late opponent, and he does pick up a Black Cleaver, which gives him a lot of survivability and shreds a lot of the resistances that a lot of the Kittens champs have innately.
Yeah, and he's building for RFC right now. This is Gragas, man. I'm trying to find value. I really am.
He's just having a rough early game, right? He's got the Rod of Ages, so he'll be coming online in 10 minutes flat. You know, Fable Winter as well. I don't really see that item on the Gragas, but I can't imagine it sucks. He's got a lot of CC. He can abuse the shields a little bit, but Sejuani, Mumu getting a very deep angle once again. Gets a kiss from Ari, but I don't think he
wants. Just bullying this Mel right now, but
right.
I don't think it's turning out not to be so good.
Not quite. I think there was a TP committed somewhere, but maybe my eyes are deceiving me.
Yeah, I think Garen was TPing and Gragas interrupted it.
I see.
So, yeah, I think Jake went a little too. I think Jake limit tested a little too much.
Right.
I think you just turn on the Amumu there and stop going for Mel at a certain point, and you guarantee the kill on Amumu.
Maybe, but at the same time, I feel like Soul Rusher is, or certainly has been, a thorn in the side of Soul for a very, very big portion of these games that we have seen. So maybe there was a bit of rage coming into the targeting, but definitely getting this Mel offline is going to be one of the top priorities, because obviously this rebuttal, again, we can't say it enough, it has crazy value this game. So if they can shut down this Mel, maybe that's the thought process. But yeah, Amumu just barely able to get away with murder there.
Yeah, now, you know, KOKG is just choking them out, stealing blue buffs, stealing camps. You know, they just got to start looking for more picks with the Sejuani ult. And especially feeding the Ari or the Smolder. Like, killing this Twitch would be really good right now.
Oh, absolutely. That is a nice shutdown that he has accrued over basically just farming. You know, he's only 202. Like, it's all just the farm that he's had. Almost 200 at this point. He's kind of getting dwarfed by the Smolder, though, who's got 40 CS on him. But somehow the Smolder does not have a shutdown. Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just... It's... I don't know. I don't know why. I try not to understand the Riot's bounty system too much. It don't make sense.
it's a little strange. But anyway, as we take a look at this one, it looks like they are gonna try to pull a T1 and sneak this Baron. It is gonna be the call. And Loki is Soul, I think you just give. I don't think you can really contest. And, you know, there's not a crazy amount
I mean,
that
you
Kittens...
you can contest. They are spotted out.
Oh,
Cast
my.
miss. Sejuani ult hits.
Oh, that's a nice rebuttal.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, still
It's
doable,
looking
though.
yeah. I mean, it's still looking. They got him off the Baron. This Garen is in
He's very deep.
a
Wait a
very,
moment.
very bad spot.
Okay.
Ari got a reset.
Oh,
got a flash,
oh, look at the
trying to
charm.
switch.
Oh, that's a big kill.
Yeah, but
from
Smolder
the...
can clean this up.
I think he can. Let's see if
Yep,
he limit
yep.
test here gets one.
Yep.
And he grabbed the second. He's gonna land the W. Wow, that's a fast W from the Bell. All right, whatever. Anyway, Smolder is able to come out on top. Both jugglers are going to live, though, so Jake maybe going to look for a little bit more, but Smolder going to start whacking away at that Baron. I don't know if this is the play. You know, Mel is still alive. No ulti, though. Amumu's still alive, also no ulti, but does have smite.
They take this Baron really slow.
Right, I feel
don't
like...
think- yeah, I don't think this
gotta
is
be
the move.
Called a turn. Or at the very least get off, you know. You got them off, you
Yeah.
got a couple kills, that's great. Don't ask for any more. You don't want to overstay the welcome.
Yeah, it was good. It was good fight from both teams. Garen, way too deep.
Yeah, he was maybe limit testing as well. He was like, all right, well, listen, if Smolder's not going to do it, I will. But unfortunately, he does find the limit.
Yeah. Good for Soulless for denying the Baron. But Jake might get caught out here.
I think he might, honestly.
So the Smolder's starting to hurt.
Bonnie, though, takes a good big bunch of damage, but yeah, you're right. The Smolder is hurting quite a bit. That's a melee ulti going to be popped as well. Curse of the Sad Mummy onto the Ari. That's a big Smolder ulti. He's got that execute online. That's a 6-1 ult that doesn't land it. Dory is going to be able to get a kill anyways. But man, oh man, now the alarm bells have to start ringing for the Kittens, because if that Twitch dies, that's if that Amumu dies, that's a big part of their engage that is now taken off the board. And now, Soulless, they can kind of keep pushing this. They could even turn it into a Baron if they so chose. Oh, that's a big Bell ulti.
That's unfortunate.
All right, well, that takes the Baron option out of the hands of Soul. I don't think they could do it anymore.
Yeah,
But for a brief moment, they had it.
IDK and Rotsu just beefing for no reason.
Yep. Ooh, can they get away with a TP? Yes, they can. Good TP from the Garen. Kind of sensed that a crunch was coming and is going to TP topside just for some more farm. That's such a top lane thing. It's just teleporting for more farm, is it not?
Yeah, I mean there's value for sure. Knowing that Gragas doesn't have the TP to match and has to back and walk.
True.
But this Smolder, he's reached critical mass at this point. Like that last Baron fight got him his stacks, and he's there. So right now it's protect Smolder at all costs, and
yep. And hope that Garen doesn't break down your Nexus turrets, as he's just going absolutely ham on this top lane.
I think a York would have been so good in SG Strat.
Ooh. Yeah, York would have been kind of nutty. Don't see a lot of it, but anyway, this fight, he's going to be breaking out here. Smolder going to collect that mid tower, but look at the interrupt from Emilio. That's a beautiful soccer ball, and look at that ulti hitting absolutely everyone. No steal, but I do think the fight is playable. Curse of the Sad Mummy gets popped with Sejuani. Going to be turning the fight on, and look at that RE damage onto the Twitch. That's a very dead rat, and now they're going to keep on going. They can look for more. This is over. This is done. Kittens.
You chase that man to the end of the earth.
I mean, they're going to certainly try to do it, but the rebuttal is going to be online and once again. But man, oh man, Kittens, you had to end the game of like 5 minutes ago. Again, like you said, the Smolder reached critical mass. This is the breaking point, and now he's just kind of bubbling over. It does not matter at this point. If Smolder does not die, Kittens will not win.
Yeah, like the Smolder is at the point where he needs to be. The only saving grace is this Gragas can't match Garen all that well. Oh, flash from Garen.
Is this a kill though? Could this be the might of Demacia with the root? Or the charm or something? Something happened there and he was not able to get it. Melio gonna give their life instead is definitely worth in every sense of the word, because that's a flash and ignite committed from Garen. That's a big investment.
Yeah, it relieves some pressure off of Gragas. If Soulless can threaten this Baron.
Yeah, I think they absolutely could. Again, Smolder is alive. Did manage to, or did have to use the cleanse though, so that is going to be an added layer of defense that is out of the Smolder's hands. But for the side of Kittens, maybe that is worth it to take. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, but you know, I feel like for Soulless to pull this game out, they can't be bunching up for Mel.
Very
Like-
true.
Like, either they pick Mel, or they just
Avoid it.
they play it wide. Because the only gold lead that Soulless has is on their Smolder, which is good. It's good to have
Yeah.
it on the Smolder, but you know, you're looking for a secondary damage dealer, and that has to be Ari.
Pretty much, yeah. And Ari not doing the greatest against the Mel. Obviously, did manage to hold their own despite how big of a counter Mel is. But regardless, Sejuani looking to try to set something up as just looking to clear vision here. He's going to threaten the Baron take, but the Smolder has to be careful. You are strong, but if the Amumu ever finds a Q on you, that is it. You're done. Mel can flash forward. They can turn you into Swiss cheese in a matter of seconds. There won't be any saving you.
Yeah, and I wish Soulless. Ooh, pause.
Pause for just a moment, but I don't think there's going to be any breaks. That's a nice Smolder ulti. He's going to hit the front line. That
Ooh,
Amumu
that
already chunked out. But look at that! The Curse of the Sad Mummy lands, but there's no follow-up, and Dory is legendary. And now that's a
they
big,
got the
big
Mel.
take onto the Bell. That is another big shutdown from the
Twitch is soon to follow.
Sejuani. Twitch is going to have to flash. He's going to try to do literally anything to save himself. And down at the bot side, though, Garen finding a lot of value, but it's looking more like great value because it's just not that good. You know, it just can't match the damage that Soul can deal.
Yeah, and this Smolder damage, it hurts. That Amumu took a Q straight to the face and 25% of his HP banished. So like, Garen's getting value out of split pushing, but I think KOKG is overestimating their 4v4 power. I think Soulless has a better 4v4.
For sure. And again, the Smolder has to come into question as well, because he's got that rapid fire cannon. He's full build at this point. Like, okay, he might be picking up. Honestly, what would
GA.
you build on Smolder? GA. Okay.
GA left, yeah.
Yeah.
He needs
Okay.
it. Yeah, he's got his 5 items. He's just building that GA just in case something does happen. He can come back into the fight. But you know, it's looking really good for Soulless right now. They are definitely in the driver's seat, and as long as they don't int hella hard.
Yeah.
I don't know what this Garen's doing.
He's limit testing.
He's doing something. He's doing something for sure. I don't. Ratsu got lost in the sauce a little bit. I'm gonna be real honest.
I think he did. He might have just tunnel visioned on the Smolder and then just didn't realize that they don't have flash because it was committed earlier, and there's no easy way onto the Smolder anymore unless you have a Maokai ulti. That being said, Arun almost does find the Ari, which would have been the nail in the coffin, but a Smolder ulti raining down is going to push Kittens back.
Rotsu got. Ooh. Oh no,
Look
is
at
that the
that. So, just barely living. No way.
Oh, she's dead. Oh man, Rotsu might have gotten lost in the catnip and through the game.
That might have been it. That might be the answer that Soulless need. And honestly, I do have a word from IDK. He said that I played 5 games because I felt like it. So maybe, is that Cope? We don't quite know. But maybe Kittens did catch him on a bit of a bad day. They're going to try to make something happen. Can they shut down the Smolder? Not quite enough, as Garen, the last man standing, is just barely going to avoid the clutches of death. as Soulless are able to take this for the semifinals. Kittens put up a very, very good fight. We certainly thought that Kittens had 9 lives. Turns out they only got 3 because that was 2 games that they lost. Sorry, 3 games that they lost, with Soulless finding their soul once again and being able to strike back and win the semifinals.
That's a good game from both teams. Good series, taking it to 5 games. But in the end, the Kittens got declawed.
Mm-hmm. They certainly did, but looking at this item graph and the damage graph as well, which is going to be coming up pretty darn soon, we can see a very clear story. And honestly, I think I'm going to take the words right out of your mouth when I say this, but I got 2 words, man. Top gap, dude. This Greg has absolutely showed the Garen what was up, and that's what
Hey,
top lane's all about, man. It doesn't.
you know the saying, lose lane, win game. Okay.
Exactly. And look at this gold graph. I mean, we can all see that, half of this gold advantage was Garen, because even though Garen isn't a very mobile champion, he was kind of running all around the map in the very early parts of the game, which helped him to kind of get online a lot faster by taking the grubbies, by taking the dragons, by getting numbers to try to invade the Sejuani, put it farther behind, but it just didn't matter. Gragas is just there. He's there for a good time, not a long time, and even though this game lasted quite a long time, that is going to be Soulless taking the cake at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's good game from both teams. You know, Solus came out after looking sketchy after game 2 and 3, or game 3 and 4. They look like they were bummed out, and Kittens had the momentum. That's the word. But yeah, it was a good game from both teams. Good series.
Sure. Yeah, no, there was a lot of amazing fights, a lot of insane fights as well. But this is just the semifinals, so I believe tomorrow is going to be the grand finals. You'll have to fact check me on that one. But regardless, you should always stick around because we always got more esports action every Monday to Thursday. We don't do Fridays or the weekends because those are for all the party days. But in your off time, you can always check us out Mondays to Thursdays, 8 p.m. EST, or whatever time that is in your time zone over there. But definitely check us out again, Ember Esports, on all your favorite social media channels. Join the Discord as well. It's a lot of fun because not only can you interact with some of the players, you can also talk to yours truly, as well as Deadly if he decides to read his DMs. So
hey, I read my DMs all the
all
time.
right, that's good.
Sir. Okay.
That's good. That's good. Hey, all right, all right. Let's not start whipping that around, okay? Let's all keep this civilized. But anyway, that's gonna be all for me. There was a lot that went on in this game, and there was a lot that went on in the series. But I think that's much like the players. Everyone just kind of wants to chillax, and that was a big game, and just take the